Okay, still getting used to this. Corey's laughing. I can see him. He can't. You can't see him. He's laughing at me. One day. Okay.
Big laughs. Big laughs. I'm here.
Big
I'm here to
laughs.
kill time.
Yeah, he was doing like this before you could see him. Yeah. Okay. My Twitter will be here in a second. Yeah, here we are.
Did you see that whatever press conference of their announcement of Tylenol as cause of autism, as an association of autism?
Yeah,
I'm glad we figured it out.
But yeah, the
Typical lactoid shilling for the regime.
Yeah, for the regime. I like the way you put it.
I never took Tylenol anyway, so we're all good.
Well, it's like a conservative. It didn't affect him, so it's not a problem anymore.
True. Ibuprofen and aspirin, friends.
Ibuprofen is arguably potentially maybe worse depending on if you have stomach issues or not. But
I heard aspirin was worse for your stomach than ibuprofen, and that's at least anecdotally true. I don't know if that.
Yeah, they both carry generally a slightly greater risk of upsetting your stomach than Tylenol.
Yeah, that's true. I know that.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Aspirin is.
But according to the government now, they both have a dramatically lower risk of causing autism, according to the government, not me.
Yeah, well, there's two. Literally.
So, lactoid. On that note, friend. First of all, you looking good. Nice. Okay. Okay.
Why do you have like a family side? Like you taking this like daily?
I get migraines chronically.
Oh, I'm so sorry, friend. I didn't know that.
It sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, friend. Yeah, it's no fun. I've had other family members who have gotten that.
It runs in my family. I'm actually much better off than some people. Like my mom gets it really bad. To the point where she's like specialized.
Never have headaches.
Oh yeah.
See, my dad never gets headaches, and like it just blows my mind. Like I'm like,
maybe like once a year. Maybe
it's
about
crazy.
a year, twice a year.
Yeah, I get a headache probably 2 or 3 times a week, like significant headache. So the idea of like once a year, that sounds like a superpower. Jesus.
I think that's obviously consult the doctor. Isn't that like diagnosable like migraines, and you can potentially like
he said he's got
a better.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like, people say that they have migraines, but like they're not getting a diagnosis from the doctor. Like, you can get an actual like, depending on obviously like severity, but like.
I probably could. My mom has that official diagnosis, and she has some like extra like specialized drugs. My brother,
exactly. As in, there are specialized drugs for like really severe migraines, like
Yeah,
absolutely.
The problem is so like Imitrex is one of them. That's what my mom takes, and my brother takes that as well. The problem with Imitrex is, my understanding is like the side effects include like increased risk of stroke, because how they operate is they're a vasoconstrictor. And so like migraines suck, but I don't know if they suck that bad. I don't know.
To each their own, whatever the pros and cons.
Pros and cons.
So lactoid. Are you live?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to try to do the.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I just
have never done it before. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Fucking Twitch is yelling at me. Okay, let's see. Let's Control R. Okay. All right.
Apparently, it's your partner anniversary, Prime.
Oh, look at that! Happy anniversary.
It's not.
Oh,
No, that's literally what it says.
Did it say? Oh, sorry. Did it say partner anniversary or?
Yeah, I said partner anniversary.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? I did see a message or something about that. Yeah. I guess it's around there. I was thinking it was like when I first started streaming. What?
I mean, some loser wished you happy partner anniversary in the chat, so I don't know.
I got it. Thank you. Shout out to anyone in the chat who did that. Yeah. I got
It
my,
was me. But okay.
but no, I got it like a few months after, well, like 4 months after I started streaming. I got partner. So yeah, so that would be because I started my May 1st is my first stream, so 4 months after that, yeah. So that'd be September. Okay, join call. All right, let's see. All right, let's see if we can do this.
All right.
Lactoid. Okay. And I guess that's it for now. I don't know. I'm also streaming, so send invite.
Corey, you could do it. You could do it too, and we could all be part of this like
bubble?
the group stream, the bubble. Yeah.
I don't stream the panels anymore.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah.
To each their own.
Yeah.
Pros and cons.
Pros and cons.
Let me know when you manage to successfully do it, Lactoid.
Nothing's come up yet.
Really? Fuck. Send an invite. Hold on. Let me drag him on. Okay. Sorry everyone. We just if you're watching,
bear with him.
Yeah, we're just trying to set things
What's
up.
up, Ollie?
So,
What up, Blackwood?
Well, so here's what you do. You go to my little Twitch thing, and there's like a green. You can join this stream, and you're gonna go ahead and click on that little arrow. It's like right below, right next to my name.
Action already taken. It says I already did send you the invite.
Maybe
Sorry,
he rejected you, Prime.
I did not. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, okay. All right, you good?
Ooh.
Great.
All right.
Good.
Fancy.
Yeah. So I'll try to be better with that. We got a lot of viewers. Last stream.
Yeah, it
We're-
works. Gibbs is right.
107. Yeah. At least that's what I saw. Okay. So
You know how it works with like subbing to the chat? Like, is it like if someone wants to sub, like?
So
what do they
here's how it works. The only thing that's shared. So if you go to one person's channel, it's still their channel, and like anything you sub to them is to that particular person.
Okay.
The thing is like the chat is shared, and so like if you put in a message, it shows which chat you're chatting from, and then the viewers are shared too. So for like for algorithm purposes, which is a pretty good deal. So
yeah.
Which is amazing algorithm.
yeah.
That's a new algorithm. And apparently what Gibbs is telling me that like it boosts you, like there's like a collaboration thing on Twitch's homepage where like it puts collaboration streams. And so you'll end up there, so you have greater chance to be shown on like the homepage rather than not.
They're learning from TikTok. It's very cute.
Is this what TikTok does?
TikTok.
Oh,
I
no,
didn't know
yeah.
that.
TikTok's been doing this for a while.
Oh, didn't know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I was gonna, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about the
regime announcement of Tyler.
the regime announcement. Maha. Yeah. So Lactoid.
The regime marching orders.
Lactoid. Strictly so without like bringing in all the other things, all the other complications that Trump has, disasters really that Trump has enacted on our nation. Specifically, just talking about the Department of Health and Human Services. Do you really think? Because the last time I brought this up to you, right? You're like, oh, I still like RFK,
Yeah.
right? Or at the very least, like what Trump is doing because dyes were banned.
Well, and also the removing certain foods from food stamps.
From food stamps.
Yep, that was the big one for me.
The soda
He
issue.
doesn't want our
like, the big
taxes
soda
going towards
issue.
The
poor
soda
people.
issue. Yeah, poor people don't deserve soda. Cake.
Okay. So you would say that denying people access to COVID vaccines would be like worth it. So
I
I'm
mean,
just, like, I'm gonna go down the list.
so I guess maybe you can. I've heard of this and I've like briefly looked into it. people aren't actually denied COVID vaccines. Like, you can still get them in America, right? I'm pretty sure they just removed the age. Like, there's a certain age now where it's not recommended. I don't know. I don't know the full story on that, so maybe you can educate me.
Well, I don't want to give out any improper information as well. So let's see. So here's my I'll give you my understanding of it. If it's incorrect, then I do apologize. Right? Not trying to. Yeah. Anyway, my understanding is that for the Corey, if you could look this up for us, it would be great. That for the COVID vaccines, your ability to get them in like CVS's and Rite Aids, if they still exist anywhere. So I think CVS like bodied Rite Aid, actually screwed them over. In any case, in your local pharmacy, that's reduced. Like, you could, before there was the your ability for that to be covered, right? First the government was covering it completely, and then it wasn't. And then I think any sort of assistance given to your insurance was taken away. And so you might be able to get it, but the same way you would have to get any other vaccine, right? Like, we don't, in most pharmacies, you just don't get a vaccine they're ready for you to go get, right? Like, you just have to go to a doctor's to do that. We had an expansive network specifically for COVID vaccines, and that's what I think has been deteriorated, or limited to I think just our older Americans. That's my understanding. If I'm saying anything wrong, again, I apologize.
So you're asking me if I agree with RFK stopping the government from buying vaccines for people?
Or even subsidizing them for people, for an ongoing epidemic.
An ongoing epidemic. Yeah, I would say it's worth it.
Okay. All right.
I also, it should be. Yeah, I'm looking at maybe the same thing you're looking at, just an AI summary of this. Mm-hmm. And from what I'm seeing is that a lot of it has to do with stopping federal funds going to this, which, as somebody who's skeptical of federal money in healthcare to begin with, it doesn't seem like a bad trade-off.
So it ends up being a good thing for you.
Could be, yeah. I mean, I'll have to educate myself more on it, but just based on this one grok summary, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, that's fine then. I mean, not fine. That's horrible. It's a horrible thing, and libertarianism is a garbage ideology because it leads people to these conclusions. But I understand that's where your mind's at. Okay. Now, there was the report, the America's Health Report. There's a name for this. I forget what it was. That RFK released. And that was, it was no better than the AI summary you were just looking at, because they just typed in AI. We make a report for America's health, and they gave it to them.
Maybe with the tariffs or something, I believe. I could be wrong about that, though.
What'd you say?
I think, I don't know for sure, but at least some things that I came across, they used AI to calculate the tariffs. As part of the
government. There's the tariffs. Yes, that's a separate thing. Yeah, people reverse engineered the prompt they used, in the AIs, either ChatGPT or Grok, right? And that's how they got their formula. They did exactly what they typed, and that was great. But I'm not talking about the tariffs. But to be clear, that's something that did happen. Yes, you're correct, Corey. But I'm talking about specifically the America's. And again, I don't know the exact name for it. It was the America's Health Report or something like that, right? And it was a massive report where it was citing studies that did not exist, or citing authors, giving their work, and my work doesn't say anything like that. It's just, this is not a thing, right? And it was spit out by AI, right? And the White House tried to deny it for a second, no, it's not a thing that we do. And I was, even if it is something that we did, it's not actually a big deal. So I don't know why you're complaining about it in the first place. Is that level of care to the information, because the information that comes out of DHS has been historically quite reliable, you know, in general for our federal government. In general, I'm not going to say in all cases in all times, right? But in general, the data we've gotten out of our federal government has been like top of the line. Like researchers within our country to understand what's going on, right? We rely on federal data when we talk, you know, like us here, right? What do? We're going to look to a federal agency to give us proper, you know, detailed information about some subject or another when we're discussing it. And internationally, right? People use U.S. federal data because it tends to be the most reliable. Like we have like world class, like fucking bean counters here, right? But in this case, right, and I think in many different areas for this Trump administration, specifically Trump too, we see carelessness or the degradation of those reports. So what I'm asking you is like, is that okay for you? Like, do you think this is a good thing? Watching that, you know, the RFK would do something so careless and harmful and awful.
So the New York Times report on this situation, that was apparently back in May. The report cited studies that didn't exist. It was taken down pretty quickly and then replaced with an updated one that had correct citations. So they were able to...
Named. Yes.
Yeah, well, afterwards.
Hey, correct or just citations, period?
Just correct citations in the sense that they were correctly citing to something.
They were actually citing something, that not that the citations were correct or like actually back.
It's evidence, right? It's evidence. I'm sure for some of the claims in there, you're probably going to find
bibliography.
There's a real bibliography, yeah, real citations to actual studies.
ChatGPT, give me a bibliography. So, go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like a bit of a snafu. It doesn't seem to me to be some sort of like horrific kind of like thing that I'm gonna like really be putting a lot of weight on, especially since they corrected it. But I guess it's not good if they did use AI to just generate citations, which has not been proven. But if that's what they did, that's pretty bad. That's lame. I'm not gonna say that's good.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. I'm just doing something in the background. Okay. So I'm trying to keep this to Maha and the DHS, but specifically the Trump administration, and because I'm not trying to like have a full review of the Trump verse right now, though we can at some point in time, and we need to. But literally I saved a lot of links. The last link I saved, right? Here's a headline from CNN. Trump administration cancels annual hunger report after enacting historic cuts in nation's safety net. The Trump administration is terminating the federal government's annual report on food insecurity in America, saying it had become redundant, costly, and politicized, and noting that extraneous studies do nothing than fear-monger. So again, this is yet another thing.
That's all true. Yeah, the concept of food insecurity is that's horseshit.
If you know things, Prime, you can be worried about them, and if you worry about them, that's just fear mongering, right? We're just creating hysteria in the country if you have information.
Bam. We're using just
yeah, I read that. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. Back to back to Friendlactoid. Yeah, this is exactly what happens, right? Exactly what I just said, right? This data gathered by our federal government, crucial for our understanding about social issues happening within our nation, right? And also just like because our data usually is just so impeccable, so like well done, so I don't know, state of the art sounds weird to say, but top of the line, right? Our data is used by researchers around the world, right? When they're studying exactly these things, right? They use our federal government. But now, and this is not the only area, there are many other areas where they're canceling these reports. Do you want less insight into what the federal government is doing? Do you want less transparency? That sounds good for you.
I wouldn't characterize that as transparency. So it would depend on the specific subject. Food insecurity, I 100% agree with that conclusion from the White House. That it's simply used as like a sort of kind of scaremongering hammer to say, like, you know, because you can't show people in America that are that starve to death. That doesn't happen. Besides, you know, if some kind of administrative errors when it comes to, you know, disaster situations or elderly people who you know, are missed, like on the kind of situations that can happen in any country, even first world countries. Because in America, we have food stamps that is extraordinarily generous, that any American can qualify for if they fall below a certain income level. I have like looked at this and done the math. You can get more than enough food stamps to keep yourself alive. You can get Walmart to deliver food to you, even if you live in one of these food insecure areas. You can get Walmart to deliver the food to you for free. More than enough to feed a whole, you know, to yourself.
Friend.
And by the way, let's remember the number one item that people buy, that food stamp recipients buy.
Obfuscate from the question.
This is not obfuscating. The number one item that people on food stamps buy is soda.
So you want less information from the federal government?
Hold on. I'm addressing it case by case. It depends on the subject. When it comes to this food insecurity bullshit, there's no reason why the federal government should be involved in that politicized venture. When it comes to
can we stop on that one?
Well, I'm trying to. Okay, well, we can stop on this one, but then I don't want Ali to accuse me then of not addressing the subject.
No, I agree. I just want to address that right there. There's even a world of framing where I can accept what you say. But do you believe that it's fair that same administration uses the cost of groceries as the number one campaign issue, and then says that food insecurity is BS? Like, do you think that those two worlds can coexist?
Yes, I do, and here's why. Because for most people, people who are not getting money for the food that they eat from the government, they're spending the money that they work to earn, and that's money that they could spend on other things in their life. And so it affects people's overall like quality of life, overall health. And to some extent, I suppose that would affect people on food stamps as well, assuming that there's not some kind of adjustment that's in line with food costs. But I'm saying right now, I mean, over time there is, right? But right now, the amount of money that the average person gets, you know, even a single adult gets on food stamps, is more than enough. If you look at it in every single state, it's more than enough. Family of four gets a ridiculous amount. We're talking, you know, hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars even. And
no, I agree. Food stamps are a really efficient program. I'm about to say it's a program the Trump administration would actually like to cut back on, honestly. But I'm saying that it doesn't.
Right. I want to cut back on it too.
Sure, but I think that it does. Like, it just doesn't. I don't think you justify why those two things can correlate. It's one thing if you say like, oh yeah, you know, food can be a problem, when it was literally the number one issue was that people can't afford food.
Price of eggs.
The number one the presidential.
Wait. Okay, explain to me. Okay, explain to me how there's some kind of contradiction between. We are giving people a whole bunch of money for food stamps, and we want everybody to have cheaper food. Like, maybe we shouldn't be giving people a whole bunch of money that they can spend disproportionately on junk food, while also we want eggs to be cheaper. Those are perfectly in line. There's no contradiction.
No, the argument wouldn't it be nice if eggs were a little cheaper? Trump ran on people can't afford to eat to live. Mm-hmm. Biden was
groceries,
average people.
Yeah, that's
poor people, not just people on food stamps.
Yeah, that specific claim of they can't afford to eat, like to live. If he said to live, that would be obviously hyperbole.
Yeah, he's saying you can't buy bacon, like he said, you can't.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. Yeah. That's obviously political hyperbole to emphasize that the goods that we're buying are going up in cost, and it's affecting people. It's affecting like our ability to live a good life. In terms of, can people actually not afford this, and are people like actually dying? No. Absolutely not.
It's not. Again, my argument is not dealing with the data. Like I said, there's probably an argument you can pull out that like that food prices aren't as important as you make it out to be. But I'm just saying, if you run on that, and then you pull this, and then you decide that actually food doesn't matter at all, we're pulling all the data related.
I don't think that's what he said.
I
don't think he said food doesn't matter at all.
Well, he's saying if you're campaigning that like food's too expensive for the average person, and then when you get elected, food doesn't become any cheaper, but you also just remove the study that shows us how people are affected by these food prices and the fact that there's food scarcity for some people because they can't afford it, right? those two things can't correlate if you're running on, hey, people can't afford their food, but also I'm going to remove all the information that shows this.
So what I'm
That's
trying
what
to,
he's
I'm going to repeat myself.
Or I'm wrong.
If
Am I
you
right?
if you fall below a certain income threshold, you qualify for food stamps in the United States of America. You will be fed in the United States of America.
We're pointing to data. We're talking about.
I am pointing to data. I've already said the hyperbolistic people can't afford food. He's not saying that people literally can't afford food. He's saying that when you go to the hold on. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's saying that when you go to the store,
that's what he's saying.
Bro,
he's
Trump
saying,
never
he's
speaks
saying
correctly.
when
It's
you
always
go
a
to the
metaphor and
store,
Go ahead,
he's saying when you go to the store, you go like, oh, I'm going to buy XYZ. They're more expensive than you're used to. Maybe you have to cut out of like the one piece of food that you otherwise could buy. Are you going to be fine? Are you going to be, you're going to eat? Yeah, you're going to be okay. But, you know, this is America. And I think it's perfectly fine to say, hey, we want an economy in which food is cheap for everybody. So a smaller proportion of our incomes are spent on that, so we can spend a larger proportion of our incomes on PlayStations or cars or any of the other fucking shit we buy.
But do you think we can criticize
because
who does those two things?
You can criticize the hyperbole.
Because if he ran on, you know, like if he came out and he just made the argument, honestly, like, oh, people can't afford the food. He said, honestly, it's the United States of America. Like, people can afford food stamps to do a great job. Like, if you run on that and then you went on that and then you pull the information, whatever, I may have a feeling about it, but it's a consistent position. I'm saying that Donald Trump is time and time again shown that the thing, like, promises made, promises broken. Like he, I mean, what they're now.
No, this is dumb.
The age of Social
Sorry,
Security.
This is really dumb. Saying people can't afford food like in a hyperbolistic way while pointing to eggs going up like 80 cents or something. Do you really think that he is thinking like, or the people that are listening to that? Hold on. You think the people that are listening to him, or the message that he's conveying, is that this 80 cents is going to bankrupt the average American, that they can't afford this?
Number one issue. Yes, it was
I'm not talking about whether that's the number one issue. I'm saying, do you think that the message was this 80 additional cents will bankrupt people? That's what people got from that.
That was the argument they were making. Again,
okay.
we're pretending that like, oh, Trump, like we're again. Oh
my God.
Either we can take him as what he says, or what he actually like, what he not just said one time, but what he repeated over and over and over and over again. Or we can pretend that, well, you know, he didn't actually mean the thing. We shouldn't take him seriously when he speaks. And why we have a president that we constantly can never take seriously what they say?
I think there are, okay, this is ridiculous. I think there are specific situations that you could say, well, he did say this and he did mean this. But a president saying we can't afford food anymore, like food prices are out of control. I bet I could find you any politician saying this. I am sure Biden said this. I am sure any president, any candidate has said this. They're not literally saying Americans cannot afford food anymore, like in terms of like enough food to survive or be comfortable.
But
they're saying that they're saying that food prices have gone up.
It's getting
that
less
is true.
Affordable. Yes. And every year it gets less and less affordable. And then he came in and ran it. What do you mean? No, that's literally what's happening. And then he came in and ran a campaign on like, your food prices are too high. We're going to fix that. Your egg prices are going to be low. But then as we're saying, 3, 4, 6 months into the fucking candidacy,
egg prices did go down.
By what? By when?
By a shit ton. They went down. Mm-hmm. They were at a much higher during the last, I don't think 1,000%. I don't think 1,000%. Why is it got to be 1,000%?
Because that's what Trump said. That number.
He said 1,000. He said eggs are going to go down.
Yes, he did. He absolutely said 1,000%.
I think you just said 1,000%. Once again, it's the sweep where the guy says he's going to do something, and then the second he's in power, takes away the fucking information, so we can't even look into it and prove the fact that the things aren't changing, or like prove the food insecurity in America. Right? The information is what we're talking about, and you keep bringing it back to food stamps and wanting to remove food stamps. But why is it okay to run on like, hey, you guys can't afford your food, and then remove the information from the public about people not being able to afford their food, or
so no one can ever campaign that same talking point against them in the future, because now the data will no longer exist.
I want our friend Lacto. I'm going to hand it to Lacto if he wants to answer that. But before we do, I just wanted to catch up the new individuals who've just arrived here. So we're having a conversation with our good, handsome friend Lactoid, right? Talking about food insecurity. Specifically, I brought up the fact that this is like news like just today, I think, that the Trump administration has decided, and I'll just read you the CNN headline: Trump administration cancels annual hunger report after enacting historic cuts to nation's safety net. So like there is an annual report on the hunger, right? Pretty simple. That like updates the nation and like gives us a whole bunch of stats, understanding what food insecurity looks like in America. That's gone, right? And I brought this up in the context of lots of other information, other reports that have been either we're not doing anymore or degraded, and like asking actually what he thinks about this, and that like we're getting less information. And Lactoid was responding to all that. Lactoid, if you want to continue on what you were saying, yeah.
He never said 1,000%. The most exaggerated claim that he made was in June of 2025, in which he said they came down 400%. However, it couldn't be 400% because that would imply that the stores would be paying customers for eggs. Prices did fall. Exactly. Prices did fall. Not anywhere near, obviously, 400%.
So what order of magnitude is he off? If you can do a little quick calculation.
I'm sure. Yeah, if he said they dropped 400%, that's like a major order of magnitude off from what they actually fell. I don't
to be magnitudes of overall.
I'm gonna repeat what I said. If you want to criticize him for the hyperbole of these eggs are coming down, like we're dropping it down to 400%, like that's
we're just
fine.
giving away and paying you to take them.
Yeah,
sure.
My critique is based around
you can criticize. Yeah, you can criticize the hyperbole. That's fine. But in terms of the policy,
just lying. I don't even like hyperbole as a word choice.
Okay,
I feel like it speaks. I think he's like legitimately lying, and like I said, that's why I didn't even want to stay on like just this issue. He ran so hard on we're not making any changes to Medicaid, Social Security, like we're not raising ages, whatever. And then he has a person come out today.
Where's my Doge stimulus check?
We're gonna raise we're looking into raising the ages of Social Security. Like after he went.
God, I hope that happens.
I mean, you can say you want it,
I hope
but
that
like,
happens.
Again, I don't even know if I necessarily disagree with it, but it's on like you're not running on this. Why don't you do the thing? Why is he not accountable for the things that he says? Why do we get to play hyperbole or like, it happens? Woozy.
Hold on, you guys didn't hear that the man cured autism today?
Right.
Old news. Counterpoints.
Dude, pregnant women just have to not take Tylenol. No one will be autistic anymore. And then if you buy a supplement that Dr. Oz happens to sell,
right,
you'll be cured of your autism. So I'm super happy. Like, 14 million dead from like projected deaths from preventable disease due to USAID and PEPFAR cuts, blowing up random ships in the Caribbean and slaughtering civilians that we don't have any evidence for, mass deporting people to Saqqat and letting them being tortured and sodomized. I think now that he cured autism, I can forgive him for all the other fucked up shit that he's done.
Well, and the eggs are cheaper.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, can I
and eggs are cheaper, dude. Sure. Winning across the board.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead.
Lactoid, how do you justify remaining a Trump supporter, knowing that you've killed millions of people through the support?
Is this like okay, let me guess. Are you referencing the cuts in USAID that Connor's been kind of ranting about?
So if that's true, how do you justify the support if it's killed millions of people or will kill millions of people?
If true,
they're not American. Who gives a shit? They're black. They're Hispanic. They're other people.
So they're black and brown. So fuck them.
I love my black brothers and sisters. I own FUBU. Okay, I am absolutely down with the cause.
He's for us, by us.
Secondly, I guess multiple points here. The first thing I want to say is like there's this sort of catch-22, sort of like I want to have my cake and eat it too kind of argument, ironically. Kind of argument that's being had here, where it's like, oh my God, like millions and millions and millions of people, and it's such a tiny, tiny percentage of the U.S. budget. And then the question is, well, couldn't that just be raised by private sources then? If it's such a small amount of money. And the question is like, well, all of a sudden, like the argument kind of gets unlocked because if it's such a small amount of money, obviously this could be raised by private sources. This is a so small, and if it saves millions of people,
I love that you made this point. It's almost like the responsible thing would have been for the Trump administration to say, hey, guys, worldwide, it's only $10 billion. Europe's closer to Africa than we are, and we're not interested in projecting soft power anymore. So how about we get some of our European allies on board to take over the USAID responsibility and take over PEPFAR? Well, that's not what we did. We stopped the program cold.
They could raise that money
to
the
United States, and the United States, and the United States is responsible for 70% of world humanitarian aid. We turned off the faucet instantaneously.
But we made ourselves that.
We did.
Became that. And you
we did.
And just turning off the faucet's kind of ridiculous. No,
it's
not.
I think it's odd how like it seems like when it comes to these,
reliant on you, and then you strip away the thing that they're reliant on. Yeah, I think that's a little fucked up.
It's a little fucked up.
No,
it's like getting someone hooked to heroin.
No.
I'm not.
This is insane. Like it seems like okay. Hold on. It seems like this.
Andy.
Okay, I don't even know where to fucking start. Like, I still think you're caught in the catch-22 because if it's such a small $10 billion, like you could fucking raise this tomorrow among the philanthropists who are so upset about this not being funded. This could be funded within a couple
kids with the president.
This is. That's I guess a whole separate discussion.
Not really.
I think so. I don't know how much. Okay.
Bill Gates is one of the world's largest philanthropists. The reason why the Epstein files haven't been released is because he's on the list too.
Look, I have been raving about the Epstein list. I have been very consistent about this. You're not going to find pushback on this. But the idea that Bill Gates isn't Bill Gates isn't putting this up because he's on the Epstein list. There's like a little bit of a gap there in logic that I think we got to be like, I understand it's a joke or whatever, but the catch-22 I don't think has been addressed. If it's so important, if it's such a small amount of money, then this can easily be raised by private sources, especially by the private sources that a lot of people are complaining about. I think most of what the benefit I think from cutting USAID is that the USAID functions as a CIA cover. I mean, this is what this does generally. I think it's a good thing to be skeptical about this. And also, I don't know why people are surprised when like the actual small government guy is like, maybe we shouldn't be using government money to like take care of the world. Is it really like so? Like, I have been consistently opposed to funding government programs since I've been on this panel. And then you're going to be like, Lactoid, you're not in favor of funding this government welfare program? How much clearer do I have to be? I don't think it's my responsibility to keep other people alive.
No, I'm with you. Okay. So I'm with you. But
thank you.
I think that you will acknowledge that if you had an institution that was operating, let's say that you're responsible for distributing retroviral drugs, okay, to Africa to prevent kids from being infected with AIDS. Let's just say hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yeah.
And then let's say that one day your access to drugs and cash is cut off instantaneously, okay? Does somebody transferring $10 billion into your checking account suddenly make you capable of distributing retroviral drugs? Particularly if let's say if it's in a new party, you're fired, you're gone. So somebody transfers $10 billion into an account. How long do you think it takes to build a logistics network to distribute retroviral drugs to Africa?
Yeah, it's not just a money's issue.
So that logistics, well, hold on. I think
it's Africa's problem.
It can be solved. Well, first of all, ultimately it is.
It can be solved.
Secondly, it can be solved.
Wait.
Hold on. Jesus Christ. I think you can address I don't know what the upstart cost would be. I don't know what the logistics fully is here. I don't think you do either. Do we really know what level of the logistics remains? Are these a bunch of workers on the ground that are still like, oh shit, like I'm still here, like I still want to get paid, or I'm willing to go back if I just get fucking paid, or the infrastructure is already in place to provide this because this was happening for some period of time.
I don't know, and you don't know because the Trump admin didn't care.
Okay, but you're saying that it's killing. Sure, you're saying it's billions of. Hold on, but you made the affirmative claim that we just can't start this up again. You don't know that. Maybe we could. And the fact that you're pointing out this very small amount of money that these. Okay, how do you know?
How do I know? Because I've worked in logistics before. Whenever you have a logistics supply chain of suppliers and demand, effectively what happens is if you stop the demand on one side, the suppliers stop manufacturing and they shift to something else that's profitable. So if they're not making fucking money, then they'll go make some money somewhere else. It's the free market, baby.
Hold on, I understand. So this has been shut off for how many weeks now? What percentage of manufacturing has shifted?
Months, bro. It's been shut off since March.
What percentage of manufacturing related to this project has been reassigned somewhere else?
I mean, I'm sure. I'm about to say I've seen them. They've destroyed like billions of dollars of like food and different like aid materials. They like weren't even like perishable. They just didn't have anywhere else to put it. So
I checked, the cumulative stopgap from African nations is around $200 million. So out of a $6.5 billion program, they've raised $200 million.
That's not my question. My question is what percentage of the manufacturing? You're talking about logistics, that you're an expert in logistics because you worked in logistics. I asked you first a question of what percent, or even I'll even ask for like a proportion, or I'll even accept like a qualitative answer as long as it's based on something here. What has happened to the logistics network since this funding has been cut off? It seems like neither of us know. Hold on. But you're very confident in saying that like the logistics network has been crushed. It is no longer like functional, even if you put $10 billion towards it.
Okay, what I'm saying is, at minimum, let's say that the network hasn't been crushed. Let's say that 70% of the people who were working for PEPFAR are all indigenous volunteers who are still in the countries of origin. Let's just assume that. Let's assume that 2/3 of the capacity remains. If you were to get an influx of cash, you would still need to buy the pills. You would still need to ship them to the appropriate places. You would need to rehire all the volunteers that used to work there previously. You would have to find the people who were previously taking retroviral drugs, see who was dead and see who wasn't dead, and then get the pills redistributed. You're talking at minimum of a project of months if the funding obligation was met immediately. And we both know that the funding obligation is not going to be met immediately.
You don't know. Wait. Let me respond. You're just speculating. You don't know this. You don't know what the actual requirement. No, you don't. You don't know what the actual requirements here are going to be to like restart this program with private money. You don't know. You don't. What I know. Wait, let me finish a sentence. Hey. Let me finish a sentence. You've already said this multiple times. Okay. What I'm doing is I am criticizing very specific claims that you're making, because the problem that I brought forward was a catch-22, that this could be, if this was so important, it could be taken over by private dollars if it helps save so many people and is such a small expense. If it's so, which 10 billion, that's like what, 20th
expense to our budget.
That's a 20th of what we spent, on Ukraine. So yeah, we got the small amount of money that we can just, we can cover. You said, well, no, we can't just, assume that's going to be just $10,000. It's going to be a lot more than that. And my question is, how much more? And you can't tell me. You can't tell me how much more.
I'll look it up right now instead of talking to you. Yeah. Instead of dealing with the principle, no,
I already addressed the principle.
Yeah.
I said it's not our problem. That's the principle.
Is not our problem. Yeah, your principle is not our problem. That's what everybody's criticizing you for, because it's fucking inhuman. It's inhuman.
This is not a fact question as to like, this is simply a value question. I'm saying that I'm saying that you're just saying bullshit about like what you think the additional cost is going to be, or how for some like contrived reason why private sources can't take this over. And I'm saying that, even if it would cost 15, 20 billion, I mean, that seems high. I don't know. But even if it were to cost, I'm saying that to restart it. Okay. Even though I'm saying there would be some kind of like additional upfront cost. This idea of, well, we've been, the fucking world welfare for so long, and we're this big government and taking tax dollars and putting out welfare for so long, therefore we have like some responsibility to keep on giving. Not only would I say no in the terms of USAID, before you got on, I was advocating for cutting food stamps to Americans. So yeah, I'm not going to hold Africans in higher regard than Americans.
So even libertarians recognize that food stamps are effectively a riot tax. That what you're doing is, if you have starving people in your society who are incapable of providing for themselves, they will steal from you, they will rob from you, they will kill you, because instead of starving to death, they will commit crimes in order to survive. So if libertarians can recognize that welfare is effectively a riot tax, why can't you?
So
aren't you like a middle-aged man? Don't you realize that we have trade-offs?
Middle-aged man. First of all, very offensive. Okay, very offensive. Hold on. Very offensive. Middle-aged man. Okay, I know I got the crisis shirt on, okay, but please, okay, please. We were talking about Jesus Christ. We were talking about cutting food stamps, specifically cutting junk food, which is what RFK proposed. The number one item purchased by households who get food stamps is soda. Entirely non-nutritious, bad for your health, contributes to dental problems, all this stuff.
Item to purchase.
But they spend the most
exclusively buy produce.
Hold up, they spend the most money on it though. That's the thing. Poor people drink a fuck ton of soda. They're just drinking this fucking soda, and it's really bad for them. So I'm making a proposal. Okay, in the event of a riot tax. Okay, I agree. If it actually gets to the point where like some analysis is done that I'm convinced that if we cut food stamps entirely, we're going to actually have a riot. I'm not really fully convinced about that, but let's just assume it's true. I'd be okay with like, you get a piece of bread and butter and maybe some rice and beans shipped to your door. I'd be okay with that. But the fact that we're paying for people's Snickers and their soda and their cake and their cookies, and we're paying to put them in a situation where now they're going to be using Medicaid and Medicare more frequently, this is just bad policy, and we should cut it tomorrow.
Okay. Before we deal with that, I think like sticking with the USAID, do you believe or even acknowledge that a private industry isn't going to have the same access to data as the?
Do you know your camera doesn't work, Bam? Just FYI.
I'm just at black.
Bam, as a private actor, does not have the same access to data, and specifically the data from his camera.
Yeah, but do you acknowledge that the federal government is going to have access to data, especially internationally, that the private sector just isn't initially, even if they can set some logistics to eventually figure out what percentage of people have HIV in what areas, or insert whatever thing you want to hear. The federal government, USAID, has the information, and a private startup, just because they have money, won't immediately have that.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know how available that government data is. My understanding is a lot of government data is available on request. And so if you're starting up this organization, you could probably get all that information that from USAID that was being spent on that. My guess is, and this I don't know. So I'm, again, willing to be fully corrected here. My guess is that USAID wasn't the ones that were like directly going and bringing this shit in the first place. They were probably funding other organizations and NGOs that were doing it. And so specifically, like the infrastructure is probably already in place. They're just lacking funding at this point.
Well, I'm sure I actually would probably agree with that as much, but I think that it's kind of like a consolidated conglomerate. Like whenever they approve funding, I'm sure all these NGOs turn over their information to or turn over their US information into USAID.
Yeah, and they probably share it with each other too.
Second question. Do you believe that private industry will be able to receive the same bulk pricing that the federal government is able to on products?
The same bulk pricing.
Yeah, like I say, you don't think there's like tax incentives or anything if when things are being sold to the federal government?
If we're talking about it, so this would be a charitable industry. I don't think this is going to be like a profitable event. So are charitable industries going to get the same pricing on the drugs that the federal government's going to get? I don't know. My understanding is my limited understanding is probably not, given that the government can't even or I think this has recently been changed or is slated to be changed very soon. They weren't even able to negotiate like Medicare Medicare wasn't able to negotiate drug prices for a long time. I don't know how it works with the USAID. I mean, it could be that the government actually pays more because, hey, it's the government, they can afford it.
Yeah, I actually, okay. So I don't want to say exactly on the prices, but like,
because I'm not even talking about just drug, because I know USAID did a lot of different things.
Specifically for food though, like USAID was a massive profit center for American farmers. This is where a huge revenue stream, like if you're growing whatever was sent, there's a huge revenue stream for U.S. farmers. In fact, the reason why the program was able to survive as long as it did, right, before the wrecking ball that is the Trump administration, it was because it married, right, the politically influential farmers to the idea of aid. Right, and they were using their political power to continue that, because like we would buy like a portion of American farming output, right, and then send that off. When I don't know why, it's amazing that farmers voted for this. It's like it's stupendously stupid, right? But they voted for this. They did, right? And Trump didn't hide what he was about to do to this thing. But they voted for cutting off like a significant portion of their wealth. Now, like I don't want to like focus too much on that. I mean, if other people want to talk about it, it's fine, right? But I now that I have your attention, I just want to like go back in time for a little bit, right? Then we can go to Ali and go to all the others here. So lactoid. Oh, and before I continue, I understand. I don't want this to be the lactoid hour, like the anti-lactoid stream.
I
okay.
He can handle it. He's a big boy. He's middle-aged.
I know he can. I know he spends his time in the politics Discord server, like arguing against arguing
against big government.
Yeah, the greatest server on the planet, by the way.
Indeed, it is.
True, should be advertised more.
So like, it's not like
if this is an open panel, Doobie and I were supposed to fight about shit.
Oh, then we can turn to that. But before we do that, I did want to address a few things. How this conversation got started. So moving backwards in time, talking about the COVID specifically, and shipping it to we'll say Africa, but it wasn't just Africa. It was other places that had trouble. Low income nations. Right, everywhere, no matter what continent they were, needed these vaccines. Doobie might remember this because he's been around here for a very long time. But I railed specifically against Bill Gates, specifically fucking Bill Gates. I had a big fucking problem with during the COVID era. Right? Why? Because Bill Gates managed to wrangle himself, a slime ball, into the title. I believe it was COVID Czar or something like that, right? Some title along those lines for the United States. Bill Gates, he has a very particular perspective on intellectual property, right? Because he's made his billions by like utilizing intellectual property, maximizing its utility for his own company, right? Like buying up intellectual property or creating it, and then suing others for intruding on it. When COVID was happening, right? When COVID was happening, there was an agreement, incredible, coming from voracious capitalists, but there was an agreement. Oh, this is an emergency. Hey, we should make sure these vaccines are available to as many people as possible. So we are going to suspend enforcement of patents, or like give patents away. However, they were going to structure this, right? They were going to make sure other companies had the ability. Other countries had the ability to create these vaccines on their own, right? And the person that made sure that didn't happen single-handedly was Bill fucking Gates. Bill Gates, when these companies from very big pharmaceutical companies, when this discussion was going on, Bill Gates sabotaged that. Specifically said, no, we can't set this precedent, right? He didn't want to weaken the idea of intellectual property at all. And so he got in between that, and that made it much more difficult, obviously, because if only these few companies can create it, then they are the ones who have to ship it, right? It raises the prices of actually delivering it to these other individuals, right? And I'm curious how many people died specifically because of the friction that Bill Gates introduced into the system using intellectual property laws there. And the reason why one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up in this moment is because when thinking about these low-income countries, right, and our responsibilities to them, I know my conservative friends would say, well, we have none. But like the intellectual property regime is something created by Western nations, right, enforced by Western nations, and imposed on on everyone else, right, by the military, by these treaties, right? So if in this moment, this global emergency moment, we don't actually give them the tools, even when these countries have the ability to produce, right? Not like they couldn't, a lot of them were able to, especially the cheaper ones, right? If they had the ability to, and we denied that with our intellectual property laws, yeah, I think we have some sort of lower responsibility. Okay, so there's that. right? This is not, that one is not necessarily for Lecter to respond to. He doesn't have to, but if he wants to, he can later on. And I know he hates IP any which way, so I think he'd probably be on my side there. So okay, but the thing that I wanted to talk to you before, because it started off, we were talking about, make America healthy again. We're talking about the reports, right? Like, so for people new to the stream, we were talking about how the Trump administration is now denying reports. Specifically, we're talking about the hunger report. We had a hunger report card report that we do annually. We're no longer doing that anymore, right? Because, and I guess I can pull up the quote very quickly. The Trump administration says Trump administration is terminating the federal government's annual report on food insecurity in America, saying it had become redundant, costly, and politicized, and noting that extraneous studies do nothing more than fearmonger. Okay, our friend Lactoid thought that was reasonable. And when you were saying it was reasonable, well, one of your evidence is that, people here in America, they don't die of starvation, right? It's not really a thing that happens in America. And you're correct, right?
I believe you're muted.
You're muted, friend, if you're...
Sorry, absent some kind of administrative error, right? Like old people, like for some reason, are missed.
I'm not going to get you like, oh yeah, there's a few people somewhere in America. Yeah, I'm not going to get you on that. No, but in the end, you are correct, right? Like starvation isn't the problem, but food insecurity looks different. That's why it's specifically it's insecurity, not famine. It's not the famine report. It's a food insecurity report. And food insecurity and wealthy nations looks like people having to skip meals in their household because there's just not enough for everyone, right? Like me as a parent with my hypothetical children, right? Beautiful white children. I would give my food to them. Because and I would say like, okay, well, I'm just not gonna have dinner because there's not enough, right? So I'm gonna prioritize my kid. And then I gotta go still get up to go to work the next day, right? And make money.
Let's be real. It's kids going without meals. It's what it is. It's
school lunches not being provided or whatever it may be.
Skipped breakfast and then going to school and then lunch being your only guaranteed meal, and then it's maybe dinner, and dinner is dog shit because mom can't make you anything. I would say that's probably going to be a substantive amount of it. Is food insecurity for kids.
Rice and beans is
exactly fine. Well, exactly, but it also happens with adults too, right? Like
I grew up on
like,
bologna and mac and cheese.
I mean, I've seen
that isn't good,
like adults talk about like head of households talk about like I have to skip meals for my kids to make sure they have something in their bellies before I send them off to school. And that's if they have like free school lunches, right? Because not all places do that in America because of just how awful we are. So yes, and when we're talking about food insecurity, it's dealing with food deserts, right? What's your ability to actually travel to these places to get nutritional food? It's the low wages, right? It's all kinds of structural issues, maybe lack of transportation to get you from one place to other, to actually get that delivered or get it yourself. There's all kinds of barriers in the way. That's what food insecurity is like. So what I'm trying to push against you here, Lacto, is to say, well, people aren't starving in the streets, right? And so this is a fear-mongering tactic. Whenever we discuss this, and whenever I've ever heard this, right, even on fucking something as boring as CNN, awful as CNN, the conversation is never about people starving. It's about exactly what we just described here. And so I think it's just an unfair characterization. So you can respond to that if you like.
Okay. I think that when you're using the term hunger, when you're talking about like the problem of hunger in America, there is a kind of insinuation there of starvation. The problem with Americans generally is overnutrition, not undernutrition. I've actually done this. I unfortunately can't remember off the top of my head, but like I worked it out. Like you can get 115 pounds of food delivered to your door from Walmart for like $80. If it's like chicken, rice, beans, bananas, potatoes, stuff like that, like actual staple foods. So when if you're going to come to me and you're going to say like when we have one of the most one of the most expansive economies on the world, and when we have a very generous food stamp program, and you're going to come to me and say, well, I can't afford food, I'm sorry. And then I also see these stats showing that people on food stamps are disproportionately buying junk food. I'm going to become a little bit skeptical. I'm going to become a little bit skeptical as to what the actual reasons are behind this. And
sure, but I'm not pushing back against that.
Right.
Most
and
people
so
are just buying junk food because it's the easiest food to buy and consume.
Sure.
And let's be real,
that's
lazy and stupid.
And because they're lazy and stupid.
Well, everyone's lazy and stupid.
That's what. Sure.
People with money and people without money are both lazy and stupid.
But if you have no money, you can't afford to be lazy and stupid. You got to work harder. Sorry.
That is true. And when you have kids, you have a responsibility to at least be above some minimal level of lazy and stupid for their health. That is your responsibility as a parent. I can be as lazy and stupid as I want because I don't have any kids, and thus I'm only responsible for keeping myself alive. Sure, and that is entirely me. I eat like shit.
That explains so much.
I eat like absolute shit. This is fine.
Lactoid. I'm with Lactoid.
Thank you
in one regard,
on everything. Thank you.
Not really.
Hold on. No, let's be very clear. I'm with Lactoid that I think that food stamps effectively should be for nutritious food staples. I'm with him there. Okay. However, I think that attacking this policy based off of a fiscal basis makes no gosh darn sense. Okay. Food is a basic human need. On Maslow's hierarchy, it's one of the first tiers is physiological needs. And as a part of total federal budget, it's like 1.5%. If you add in farm subsidies, it's like 1.6%, 1.7%. If we're going to cut shit, this is not where the cuts need to be.
This is something frustrating. Hold on, this is something frustrating that happens where you can point to any individual program and say, "Look, this is just 0.5%, 1%, 2%."
Well, we don't need
but if you I agree, we shouldn't be giving quails cocaine. But if you start like playing this, where you start like this is like every budgeter's nightmare, where it's like, oh, that's just a small part, let's leave that in. That's just a small part, leave that in. But a pie is made up of many small parts. I think that you have to approach things beginning from a principled position. One of, well, there are certain things that unfortunately we have to pay for, and that is what we're going to pay for. And that is not the attitude that the government has taken in the past fucking since the beginning. And it's a problem.
I agree with you.
Okay? Do you know that ICE has no idea what to do with the money they have?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, do you acknowledge the ICE has literally no idea what to do with the money they were given?
I oppose the ICE funding.
$60,000 bonuses on sign because they literally
they're very critical of that.
This wasn't a calculated amount of money at all. They just decided.
Okay, so Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if I may. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you should all check it out. It's effectively a psychological concept, but I think that you can apply it to a lot of different concepts that human beings operate off of. Physiological need first, security need next, social tier next, ego tier next, self-actualization next, okay? So the point is that physiological needs and security needs are at the fucking bottom. And so Lactoid said that you need a principled guiding philosophy. That way the government doesn't endlessly do mission creep where it endlessly just throws money at shit. And I agree with him. But I do think that the government should secure the physiological tier and the security tier, and to some degree should socialize the society so the society doesn't collapse.
Wait. Hold on. Can I respond to that? I would agree. I mean, I think our opinion on what the minimum level would be is obviously going to be different. I mean, I agree generally that like there are some base level.
I'm good with rice and beans.
Yeah, I'm not like Scott, where he's like very anarcho-capitalist. I agree there needs to be some kind of like base level government in order to avoid the kind of feudalistic anarchy that I think would result otherwise. But I gotta just maybe to come at you a little bit here. I read all 4 things that you posted, and none of them have anything to do with calculating what percentage of infrastructure has been damaged irreparably or what it would cost to bring back the infrastructure. In fact, a lot of those reference partners from. Well, hold on. A lot of them reference stuff from partners of PEPFAR that have reported having their funding cut, but there's no statement as to can they resume operations if their funding is restored. Which link has that information?
They don't, but it's so confusing that they probably don't know. They don't know themselves, and they're the people who work on the program. And by the way, I think you were looking for specific information. This is about the closest to specific information I can get. And I think you'll acknowledge that on one of these links, I forget, but they effectively list it by country where tens of thousands of healthcare workers have been dismissed. Like 17,000 workers in one country, 10,000 workers in another country. Those people are not only unemployed, they've probably sought and found employment in other fields besides PEPFAR.
Hold on. So the specific link that you're referring to is one that talks about whether the services have been reduced, whether the services are available, whether the services have been canceled. The vast majority of them have either still available or reduced services.
No,
but again,
there was like one country that was maintaining the same level of services.
I said reduced. I said reduced. I said most are either the same
reduced, because the program was cut by 90%.
Or reduced. Let me finish. Either all of them are, most of them are either available or reduced. There is nothing in there that indicates what the actual reacquisition cost would be of healthcare workers that were dismissed at all. So
okay,
if we're gonna is it gonna answer my question?
No, because your question has too high of a bar of information. You acting like I would have this at hand. If the people who are running the, hold on, I'm talking. Thank you. So if the people who are running the program don't even know the answer to the question, I don't know how the fuck me, some random dipshit YouTuber, would fucking have the information.
I agree. So why did you make the point in the first place?
However, I'm not done yet. Okay, you said, oh, well, they're all running their programs as is or at a reduced level. No,
at a reduced level.
2 countries, not done yet, thank you. Zambia and Malawi are running normal. There's another like 10 or 20 countries here that are running at reduced services. And by the way, reduced services is still a 90% cut because we've only approved $400 million out of $6.5 billion.
That's what I said. I am not. You are not contradicting anything I just said.
I cut off 90% of your body. Are you doing okay?
I didn't say anything about doing okay. You're fighting this ghost.
Your tone is saying like,
no. The tone is
fine.
No, that's not what I said.
Reduced services.
That's not what I said. That's
exactly what you said.
I see. Yes, or reduce services. What you just said confirms that. I agree. Well, obviously, I do think overall it's good, of course. But what I'm saying is that reduced services would include anywhere between 99% and 1% reduction. This would be a reduced service. So I said available or reduced. The vast majority of them are available or reduced. The service is being provided by the PEPFAR partners in those countries. You're simply repeating the claim. Let me finish. That's great. Hold on. That's great. It is factually correct what I said. Okay. And it is also factually correct that when you make the initial claim of, well, the billionaires and the philanthropists and all of the left apparently are so upset about this. We can't, it's not going to just be raising $10 billion. It's going to be raising considerably more in order to reassert ourselves in these countries.
No.
And you make this claim. You make this claim entirely on speculation, entirely baseless. Okay. You don't know.
No. I don't make it baselessly. Okay. Lactoid. You've worked in the private sector for a long time. Intuitively, if there is a shop that is manufacturing a certain good with certain tools, and then they lose the contract for that machining shop, they change the tools in order to do something else. And then in order to switch back costs money. This is like the entire fund. This is why the military industrial complex costs so much fucking cash, is because oftentimes they're creating manufacturing processes from scratch. Mm-hmm. And then they don't even know if those manufacturing processes will be used in the future. And so they don't scale up until they have a large order. So pretending for one fucking second that it's like out of order to understand that flip-flopping logistics is going to be more expensive than leaving a machine running is counterintuitive to just the basic understanding of economics.
It's out of order to make several assumptions here because the economic situation in Africa is obviously different than it was several months ago. It is, I think, out of order to make the direct claim that this is going to be some kind of significant hurdle. Because the question was, well, why don't philanthropists? So if you agree that you don't have any idea about whether or not this is going to be some kind of insignificant hurdle, maybe it'd be a few $1 million on a $10 billion price tag, or perhaps it could be a whole bunch more. Look, if it's a whole bunch more, if there's some kind of estimate, if there's some kind of study, anything that demonstrates that this is going to be an actual hurdle to overcome for private sources to make up for this because of the disruption in service from the government pulling out, then I think that you would have enough of a basis to make the argument.
But
you don't have that basis.
Even the thrust of my
you
point.
don't have that basis.
The thrust of my point.
So just don't make the point then.
Let's say that Bill Gates says, I have $10 billion. I'm ready to do PEPFAR now. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Why doesn't he do that?
You guys are going to keep okay, hold on. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you. Lactose not going
owned by the
anywhere,
moderator.
Right?
I'm
Jesus.
gonna say fuck you to whoever's next. That's what I'm gonna do.
Right? There's
Who's next?
Me, and you can fuck yourself first.
Fuck you, Ali.
Head. And so lactoid's not going anywhere. So, and before I hand it over, the two things before I hand over to Ali, right? One,
Ali, son of a bitch.
Before
owned by a Muslim.
I just want to say hello to I want to say hello to our newest guest here. And tell me how you want to be referred to, Baby Peach or Peachy, or
Baby Peach is fine. I stream at Peach_streams everywhere, but yeah, Baby Peach is great.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Hi.
Really appreciate it. We're in the middle of it here already.
I can tell.
But we'll let me know when you want to jump in, or if there's something else that interests you. There's that, and then second thing, and just quickly, Lacto, we don't have to make this whole big back and forth between you and I. Before I take it to Ali, like you, part of your defense, or not defense, or your defense of Trump's taking away this report, right? This food insecurity report, is that it's fear mongering, and then people don't starve here, and the so much of your argument rests on, because you keep saying it, was that we have this whole food stamps infrastructure here that provides a safety net to keep people from being from starving, right? For having no choice, being desperate and whatnot, right? But at the same time, which you've also said within the same conversation, is that you would dismantle that very same program.
I said I would dismantle all the junk food, and you would get like a chicken and like a box of beans and like some bananas and some other cheat food, tomatoes. And tomatoes is even kind of an expensive side, but I don't even throw it in because I'm a generous guy. And it would come to your door in a box every week, and that's the new thing. We used to do this, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So just want to understand this, right? And because I don't want to be putting words in your mouth, right?
Thank you.
So you aren't taking the hard anarcho stance, right? That we should get rid of this program altogether. You're saying either reduce services or transition to a different type of maybe more beneficial services. And that's how we will keep famine from happening in America. Is that what you're saying? Like we're transition this program to something better? But it's a government program.
Right. Well, and to be very clear, because I'm not dishonest, I don't hide the ball. The reason for this is because Connor brought up a point where if you give them nothing, if you give a large amount of incompetence nothing, they might get kind of angry, and then they might start lighting shit on fire. To the extent that this is possible, I am factoring that in as a risk here, and I think that risk is properly addressed with chicken, rice, beans, and bananas and tomatoes, maybe. In the event that it is shown to me that this risk is actually negligible and we don't have to worry about that, then I would eventually phase it out entirely. But I'm not convinced of that not being a problem enough.
Would you be willing to have these programs cost more if it meant more healthy meals?
No, I don't think you wouldn't.
No.
Let's go to our friend Ali. He's been waiting.
Because it's going to cost less.
We gotta go, Ali.
It's just Lactoid, your whole thing relies on people just accepting what's being placed upon them and just going you think people are just going to logically follow what you have to say, and you just don't you don't talk about any unintended consequence coming from you would give people rice and beans and whatever and so on and so forth.
Sure.
But to Prime's point, US aid was paying for a lot of farmers. They were buying food from the farmers, so you're fucking them over. That was the point.
Farmers are so pampered. I'm sorry. This is the biggest disagreement I have with the right wing. Yes. This is the biggest disagreement I have with the Republicans on this, which are primarily rural, so that they got the farmers as their base. But farmers get so much government handouts, it's crazy.
Yeah, but then you cut. But okay, so then you cut the food. You cut the food for the food stamps.
It's nothing.
You cut the food for the food stamps. You cut the food allotments for the food stamps, of what people can get. Well, then now the convenience stores, the grocery stores, or whatever, are all going to take a hit from the money that was being spent because you want food delivered. And then just the riot thing. right now, people with EBT, with bridge card, whatever it may be, food stamps, they have like some semblance of normalcy, right? They're going to a grocery store, they're buying pop, yeah, they're buying a Snickers, whatever, but they have that semblance of normalcy, the semblance of like being a part of society, right? Even though they're not fully functioning, right? They may be working jobs and still not able to afford food. Like this is a thing like that happens. Like people don't have there's low skilled jobs that don't pay them. But then if you strip them of like this normalcy and you reduce them to peasantry, yeah, they're still gonna riot even if they have their rice and beans.
They're gonna be healthier too, so they're gonna be dangerous, right?
Yeah,
they're gonna have cardio.
So like this whole like stripping people of like what it is to be normal, what it is to be like human or even American, right? The ability to buy a fucking pop that's by the way like designed to be addictive to people. Chips and pop at their caloric intake is designed to be addictive.
This is a good argument against funding it.
No, this is a good argument for being against the shit that they put in our foods.
Paying for their addiction?
Paying for their addiction? No, it's just that we have a system in America where these companies get to push all these types of things on us, and then you blame the people that are addicted to the foods.
No, which, by the way, I'm just saying don't buy it for them.
The highest in caloric intake, so for the necessity of the people, it's useful. But yeah, like the removal of normalcy and reduction to peasantry will 1000% cause riots. Just because people have rice and beans doesn't mean they're going to be happy and content.
So SNAP is supposed to be a nutritional supplemental program. It is supposed to supplement your nutrition. Soda does not have any nutritional value. It is bad for you. It destroys your health. It destroys your pancreas. It destroys your teeth. It's not good for your soul. This idea of, well, you know, we gotta. I'm being hyperbolic. Okay,
yes.
I'm being hyperbolic. I'm sorry. Fact check. But souls don't exist. Lacto's a liar.
That you enjoy is good for your mental state.
Why? Okay, well, hold on. Why don't we buy people with food stamps? Why don't we buy them beer? Ali.
Beer isn't at all a necessity, and it's also a recreational drug.
Is soda a necessity?
I don't think you should buy people with food stamps weed either.
Bam,
is soda a necessity?
No, but it's not recreational. It's not a drug.
What is it if it's not recreational?
It's not a recreational drug. It's not a drug. You're not getting people like
alcohol. I drink soda recreationally. I don't smoke weed anymore. I don't drink
Somebody here drinks it recreationally. So boom, it's a recreational drug.
That's like my one vice. My one vice is soda.
Eating chips is also like eating food like dinners is also going to be like considered recreational, not always necessity, right?
A lot of food is recreational. You're right.
I'm going to back up Black Toy because he's been getting the shit kicked out of him like all night.
Okay. That's not what's been happening.
Hold on. Okay. Everybody calm down. Okay. So bland, chicken, rice, and beans. You can probably live 75 years on that without seasoning. It's going to taste like shit. It's going to be boring as fuck. You're going to want to kill yourself, but you will live all 75 years. However, everybody gets bored of that shit. And you know what they do? They pony up a little bit extra cash. When they got a little bit extra money, they go to Chipotle. When they got a little bit extra money, they go to Chick-fil-A. When they got a little bit extra money, they go to fucking
Outback buy seasoning.
It is recreational.
Yeah, the issue is people don't have a little bit of extra money, and they're losing their little bit of extra money day in, day in, day in, day. So
I don't even disagree with
we can argue all day that people should be reduced to rice and beans. I would rather my fellow Americans not fucking go stir crazy.
I don't owe them recreation
because Black Toy doesn't fucking want them to enjoy a Snickers.
What about if they want to enjoy a Corona or a Miller Lite?
Bro, you're insane to shit that doesn't even fucking affect you. You're insane. I care about these people's health.
It affects me. It affects me. I pay for it.
Let's let in Ben and Doobie.
Yeah, it doesn't affect me. How does USA affect you?
You're 35 cents a fucking week. Kiss my ass.
I feel like the argument around this always feels weird. It just people are uncomfortable with someone having a standard of living. Like, look at them over there enjoying things.
Yeah, like this broke person has a cell phone.
Because when we end up taking revenue through some other means, like it. We have no interest in it being returned to American citizens. Like we're doing all of these cuts to the federal government, but we're okay with the deficit still going up. So it's not like, this is money that's coming back to me. Like we just don't have an interest in that. We just don't want other people to have things. It feels very strange.
Superior to people. That's all it is.
But I do think
I'm doing better than you.
Like, I don't know if you end up with immediate riots, but I do think you probably have there probably would be some negative social connotations if you create literally like a peasantry class in the United States. Like the children who grow up on food stamps, don't even necessarily know that they're poor immediately. Like they figure it out as they get older, but like they, even if they have food stamp, they go home, their mom or their parent cooks or whatever, and they can go to school and they can more or less participate. But if they know that like, oh yeah, we only have rice and beans at the house, it'll become easy to recognize quick that like, oh, okay, I'm different. I'm worse than.
Instead, they could have diabetes. They're missing out.
How many children have diabetes?
Way too many. That's actually a problem.
That are on food
Type
stamps?
2?
Yes, disproportionately.
I don't think a large number.
Yeah, I think
of
Lato's
children
actually right about this.
I'm actually right about this. Poor people are disproportionately diabetic. They disproportionately
poor people, but I don't think there's
food stamp recipients.
I don't think there's overwhelming of 7-year-olds. I don't think that's it's. You're making like the COVID argument, like
they're going to get diabetes. I don't know what percentage of 7-year-olds have diabetes.
They're pre-diabetic.
I don't even know if medically they'd be pre-diabetic yet.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think that happens with 7-year-olds. Because my argument was.
Oh my God.
Children. But I'm not even standing on the argument of like the food stamps have to necessarily cover sodas. People always use the sodas as this one catch-all be-all. But like
the number one item.
But I think you could end up putting limits around how much you can put towards sodas. I actually think food stamps should do a better job at covering hot food. I think just for people to come home and have quicker access. Like if you could purchase hot food, maybe in
California you can buy fast food.
Awesome,
like McDonald's.
Great, sounds awesome. But because people voluntarily get to live there, y'all about to say you can go next, Doobie. Like the reason I'm saying that is because a lot of the times people end up picking junk food. Yes, because people are addicted to these foods that are bad for you. Absolutely. But there's also a proportion of like, oh, okay. And when I get off, if you're in a single parent household and they get off from work, maybe they don't want to get home and actually cook. Like maybe they'll do a Little Caesars or something, or they'll find what they can. But if they're able to access more hot foods that they can still just buy quick and bring home, and like healthier options, you'll probably also reduce all of those health risks. But I feel like the health thing is like third for you. I don't think that's a priority to you. I think you just don't want them to have things, and you don't want to have to cover it.
Agreed.
Like if I had to say like your top two issues, your number one is you don't want to have to pay for it because it's federal. You don't like federal subsidies, and number two is like generally like you would just prefer them not to have things. Because
no. Hold on. One is me not wanting to pay for it. Two is the health thing. I don't care what they have.
If like let's say that Elon Musk covering everything, and he was like only covering like covering all the sugary sweets, whatnot. You wouldn't push back against it. You would be like, no, I don't want people who didn't work to have these things.
No, hold on. There's some like
perfectly healthy.
There's some matrix
hitting the top tax bracket.
I'm not going to tell you my income. There's some matrix as to like health compared to like expense that's like hitting a crossroads very hard when it comes to like specific items like soda. Because when somebody comes to me and they say we're going to take your money, Lactoid, and we're going to take a bunch of other people's money too, because I'm actually a selfless person. I know it might seem kind of odd, but like I don't want anybody to get stolen from. I think it's bad when anybody gets stolen from. But when you're going to come to me and you're going to say, hey, we're going to take a bunch of your money, we're going to spend it on supplementing nutrition because we got to pay for people's nutrition. Okay. Why? Well, because of XYZ. They're going to riot. They need to like be smart. They got to be healthy. Oh, they got to be healthy. They got to be healthy. They got to be healthy. Okay. So what are you buying them? Oh, the number one item they buy is soda. Well, then no. Then you are steeped in hip. The number one food item purchased by people on food stamps is soda.
And you said they spend most of their money on pop?
Or do you say that most
no, it's the number.
It's the number one item that's purchased. It's not what they spend their most money on. No, am I right about that?
But yes, because there's other when you combine the other items, that's more money. But I'm saying like if you're going to isolate any individual item, the number one item is soda.
Right. Because it's the cheapest item.
Are able to buy a soda. Most people who get food stamps end up buying a soda at some point. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's because when people who are on food stamps, and Americans generally, but especially people on food stamps because they disproportionately buy this, when they go into a grocery store, like Doobie said, I mean, you're controlling for a population that tends to be more impulsive, tends to like be less concerned about long-term health effects, probably because the knowledge base is generally lower. They tend to be more like, they tend to be more easily addicted to substances. And so they're going to seek out like things like soda or sweet treats, things that are nutritionally deficient but highly addictive because it gives them that like kind of burst of addictive energy or like satisfies their vice for a temporary period of time.
This I'm not gonna lie, Lactoid. This sounds like fear mongering and politicization of people purchasing pops and sodas and EBT users being overwhelmingly addicted to their pop. It just sounds like politicization.
Sure, then oppose the government paying me to say it, but they don't.
But number 2 on the list is milk. So it's like oh,
right. Yeah, I just looked that up too. Milk, ground beef, bagged snack cheese, baked breads, cold cereal.
Guys, pop is the cheapest thing they can purchase. Obviously, they're gonna buy pop. People love pop and soda.
In terms of the amount spent, though,
how much spent?
Because they're buying a shit ton of 2 liters. They're buying a bunch of soda.
They have $100. How much of it is going to soda?
I don't know. They have the actual graph.
Study that is clearly in your head. How much?
I know it's number 1. I don't know what the actual percentage
is being spent on soda.
You're calculating it wrong.
I think 5% of all fun. I just saw it.
I'll look it up. I'll give you the exact percentage.
I don't think it's the actual what the most money to most food stamps dollars go towards. I think it's just on an average recipient basis. Most people who buy food stamps also buy sodas. Like some people are going to be lactose intolerant. Everyone's not going to buy milk necessarily. But as far as flavored drinks, like someone's going to at some point buy a flavored drink.
Hold on. Of course, it is of course averaged out amongst everybody, but they're obviously not measuring in terms of like amount of soda, like 2 liters bought. They're taking the average of like what people spend the food stamps on. Like what item are they buying? And the number one item that they're buying, the number one item that they're buying is soda. Okay, and number 2 you're saying is milk. I'll just accept it. Okay, number 2 is milk, and then number 3 is ground beef. I think somebody said
going to be the most purchased things, and milk is super expensive. It's about
the cost of a pop. Do you think there's any demographic?
If someone buys 3 or 4 2 liters, that's like $8.
Drink water, motherfucker. Why, bro? You don't have to replace soda with milk.
No.
I drink water. Like, this whole thing is water.
It's people buying pop. I drink water too. I'm also listen. I drink water too.
It's water.
Soda. I don't drink any fucking soda, but that's not my fucking place to tell other people what they can and can't drink.
When I'm buying it, it's my place.
I kind of don't want
to. I gotta let Doobie in. Who's been waiting patiently, and then we'll let our friend Corey, who's also.
I just want to ask him a quick question. Is it okay for them to buy bottled water, Lactoid?
No, they can get it from the tap.
Exactly.
What if they live in Flint, Michigan?
It's just them having.
Yes. Hold on. Flint, Michigan has been cleaned up. But if they live in an area with a health crisis of lead in the water, I will put in a temporary emergency where they get to spend their food stamps on bottled water. Cool? We good? Problem solved?
That's a Doobie. Doobie who's more sympathetic to Lactoid's argument, I think. But go ahead, Doobie.
You made me get my water everywhere.
Okay, so I actually want to pull it way back from the food stamp thing or whatever. Though, to be clear, I do agree with Lactoid. I think that you guys should enable poor people to be stupid. I think we should be encouraging them to not be stupid, i.e. not making excuses for them buying soda
rich
or McDonald's.
Thing to say.
I grew up very poor, okay? I know the impulses.
Are you poor now?
No. But this is why.
You ate a lot of potatoes. Right? That was terrible.
Because he doesn't eat. Because he didn't drink more soda.
Wait,
that's what did it.
Oh God,
that's what made him successful.
Actually, I don't drink soda. That's true. I don't drink soda. So hold on. So to be clear, what I'm saying is that like these are bad habits. These people are advertised to by these corporations that are like predatory, right? Like, hey, yeah, your life sucks. Come have a shitty cheeseburger from McDonald's to make you feel better for a little while. That's what it is, right? So I can understand it. It's the same reason they get alcohol and they're more likely to be addicted to like substances or whatever. Like, I understand where it comes from. That doesn't mean we should be enabling it or making excuses for it. We should be encouraging them to do better. That being said, I want to pull all the way back to the US8 thing, right? Because I'm curious about Connor's perspective on Lactoid. So there's a, I think it's Peter Singer who came up with this like thought experiment where he attempted to demonstrate that the average person is evil, right? And the idea is that I think the experiment is like, or the thought experiment is like, hey, there's a drowning child in a puddle somewhere. Again, you're walking by this child. You see the child drowning, you do nothing, you keep going to where you're going. And when you get there, you tell people like, oh yeah, there's a child drowning. You know, I don't want to fuck up my shoes, so I didn't save the child, right? Most people would think you're a fucking monster, right? Now, if you put that child like 100 miles away, and you can press a button to save that child, and then you tell people, oh yeah, I didn't press a button because I wanted Starbucks today or something. Right? People are still going to think you're a monster. But if you just keep expanding that out, and eventually you have the USAID situation where, hey, I can give 36 cents a week to this program, and it's going to save these children that I'll never see, right? And suddenly it's okay to do this, to just kill all these children through inaction, right? Because you'd rather save that 36 cents a week. So I'm curious as to like why shouldn't we see Lactoid as like equivalent to Hitler or something? Like, he's supporting the mass death of millions of people.
This is not the right kind of rhetoric for this.
No. Okay, so sorry, is that the end of the question?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious.
Am I Hitler? Counterpoint.
Republican. Hold on. Like,
no,
you're a Republican.
Okay, thank you.
He's a Republican, sort of. So like, I'm
no. Yeah, I bring this up. I actually think it's have you guys seen the heat map for like empathy between conservatives and liberals? Have you guys seen this?
Yeah. No.
So so there's this thing. It's a heat map, and if you Google like liberal versus conservative heat map, it'll pop up. And what effectively happens is temperamentally, they mapped like people by political stuff, and it seems like with conservatives, their empathy is directed mostly to family, community, country. And the further you move out, the less empathy people outside of that tribal group get. Whereas with liberals, which is kind of funny, their heat map is so distributed to the stranger that they empathize with fucking like trees and rocks and other species and shit. And so like, it's actually like a temperamental issue. Now the thing is that like, I think that the conservative thing, I can object to it on a emotional basis. I can object to it on a rational basis. However, I think that it's probably a really good survival strategy. It's probably really, really good to empathize with people within your close proximity and not constantly be taking the shirt off your back to give it to strangers. But that being said, like what you articulated, Doobie, was almost exactly what I was conceptualizing, because we are talking about such a small percentage of the budget. It's 0.16% of the budget was saved through cutting this budget and then cutting taxes, which ran an even worse deficit. This is the equivalent of $35 per year. So Lactoid, through Donald Trump, is able to buy one extra Chick-fil-A meal per year, and this is condemning millions of people to death. Now, that being said, he's not shooting them in the back of the head. It's all very abstract. They're Africans in a different country. They're not people within his community. So basically, I think that there's something, it's not wrong with his brain, but his brain just works different.
Okay, I want to address a couple things. The first thing I want to address is that it's not really, I guess, addressing the question, but it's just something interesting to keep in mind, I suppose, is that everybody here who is streaming, who has paid for these expensive microphones, even if they're not all expensive, has paid for these computers, has paid for all these luxuries and all these things that we do. That's all, like, we can measure that in terms of African children. You get bombarded with advertisements. So, you can save an African child for, if you just give this amount of money per day, and all of you chose an Xbox over that. Why? Because you value that over those children. If you disagree with me, then you should be putting 100% of your disposable income to saving children. If you don't, you are valuing your disposable income to some degree over the lives of African children. That's true. To some degree.
No, this is why I criticized your motorcycle.
That is factually true. My motorcycle is in of itself a ontological good. That's a whole separate philosophical conversation. We can have a conversation about that later. But the second,
soda is not ontological good, actually.
The second, it's ontologically incorrect. But the actual addressing of the issue is, I think Doobie's hypothetical is wrong. Peter Singer is wrong in this scenario. I think Peter Singer is wrong on a couple things. We can go into some of Peter Singer's beliefs if we want to.
He's correct about every single thing.
Every single one, the abortions of 2-year-olds, every single one.
Literally, I think I've met many people who are good cases for post-birth abortion.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that. I'm not going to touch that. But what I'm going to say is that the actual hypothetical would be: you're walking down the street and you see a kid in a puddle, and then let's say you come back and you come to me later and you're like, hey, like I saw a kid down there in a puddle. I didn't want to go save him, so I pulled my gun out and I stopped somebody on the side of the road and I made them go down to the puddle and I made them save the kid. That is the correct hypothetical. Did you go and save them? or did you make somebody else go do it?
Yeah, but you
are advocating you are advocating for making, at the point of a gun, somebody else go do your work for you. You can justify that. You can say, well, like at the end of the day, the kid was saved. I had to pull the gun on somebody. I had to make them do something they didn't want to do. That's whatever. But that is what you're doing. It's not a personal, I stopped in the pond to save the kid.
Yeah,
it's, you're making me do
libertarian bullshit. I don't buy it for a fucking second, okay, bro? If you actually gave a fuck about taxes being theft, and this was your fundamental axiomatic fucking, like, the thing that you give a shit about,
they're gonna kill me.
Then you could go to fucking Alaska, you could disconnect from the internet, you could do whatever the fuck you want, and you could go fucking jerk off till the end of days. We'll all fucking leave you alone. You can go.
I was here first.
Outside of civilized society. However, you engage with civilized society.
You weren't here first.
You pay taxes. You work a job.
Not my taxes.
You like cities. You like motorcycles.
You were born
like
into this
women.
system, buddy.
You like drugs. There's a reason why you're still in this fucking group called talking to the rest of us. It's because you like civilization. So take your fucking taxation is theft, 14-year-old fucking bullshit argument and blow it out your ass.
Okay.
It's the most exhausting, least productive point about politics.
We're never going to get to a place with no taxation.
The actual justification for small government, it's just so boring. Look, I'm gonna address this. I'm gonna address this. I'm gonna address this just like everybody has always just like everybody has always addressed the, I think, very dumb point of, oh, you think something in society is bad or something wrong is happening in society, yet you live in society. Very curious.
Yeah.
The black. Hold up. It's perfect. Hold on.
Time the argument taxes are theft. Have a conversation about anything. That's the issue.
These Muslims keep interrupting me.
Okay. Yeah, based.
Ali.
We come to your lands, we invade your fucking panels. MashaAllah, God bless. One day everyone will do their 5 prayers.
Okay, that's great. And so the black people living in Jim Crow South, they could have just left. There was no restrictions on black people leaving. But you know what they said? They said, actually, we want to stay in America. We want to live in America. But we think that a certain law, a certain policy in America is bad. It is infringing upon us in some way.
And they
fought against it. Meanwhile, I am fighting against the policy that I don't like, which I am doing right now. And you're criticizing me for it.
Wait, no, I don't even want to go into like the just leave argument.
The guy who cut taxes.
Yeah. I don't like, even when
hold on, lactoid is just like black people in Jim Crow South.
Yeah,
true. Actually,
let's go to
I'm about to say what this isn't even at you directly, lactoid. Just because I don't want to hear you talk again. It's not a personal thing. Like, yeah, I just think the arguments related to the everything's theft. Without even going to the extreme of Connor's points, I personally just think that I don't think we have a better system where everything is absolutely voluntary. Like I don't want to have to take the mail person to ask me every single day if I want to get mail again. We vote for representatives. I'm okay with them taking a portion of it and just doing some general good. Like I voted for them because I voted for this person. Society decided that we believe this person has some decent moral conscience or judgment. Like we can disagree on what that percentage is, but I want them to do some allocations towards some general social good without having to get my individual personal opinion on it each time. I just think that makes sense for us as a system. But it feels strange that you Lactoid, you feel you personally should be asked for every penny of your money that you give to the federal government goes. I'm
not advocating for that. And I do think it's a little bit funny how when I'm opposing taxation, people will appeal to democracy when the conversation is about how Donald Trump got elected and is implementing a whole bunch of policies that people have a really big problem with.
Wait, did anybody think that Trump didn't win?
You chose to live in a society. You got no right to complain.
Right.
They voted for all this. Yeah, he can do all this shit, and you can't complain. You don't get to complain. So then I get to complain about taxes then.
Lactoid, you are okay. I think that democracy is the worst form of government.
Besides all others.
Except for all the other ones. And so as a result, I don't want to live in a fascist society. I don't want to live in a communist society. I don't want to live in a feudal society. I don't want to live in a minarchist society. I don't want to live in an anarchist society. So I'm stuck with you fucking assholes. So yeah, when you vote for something stupid, then I'm going to come onto the internet and bitch about it.
Great. And when you guys vote for something stupid, I'm going to come on the internet and bitch about it.
Carter,
like giving fucking soda to food stamp recipients.
You think your motorcycle is an ontological good? That's
crazy. It is. You don't know how cool I look.
Not. It's shortening your life. You're going to get injured or killed on your motorcycle.
Live free, counterpoints.
And die dumb and young.
Connor, why don't you support restricting voting rights? So we can start with democracy.
Why don't I? I do.
We can start with democracy. Okay, to who? Like, so we can start with democracy, right? But I think we should severely like cut down who can actually affect that democracy.
Property owning white men.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, I'm not a racist. It doesn't need to be racial.
My wife is being very mean.
A little Freudian slip there, literally.
Listen, we'll talk about that later. Anyways, so hold on. So my wife is being very mean. She wants you to know that if you voted for Trump, that motorcycles are super safe and really cool, and every Trump supporter should ride them. That's what she said.
Yeah.
Okay,
without their helmets.
Wait, who shouldn't be allowed to vote? I'm confused.
Dude, if you ride it without a helmet, you look even hotter.
I think that's his wife telling you that.
Yeah,
I think we had some I said before, but
my wife is meaner than me. You guys give me a bunch of shit for being rude to people. My wife is
so jealous.
Now let's go back to talking about people that shouldn't vote. What was going on?
Yes. Doobie. No, I'm 100%.
Speaking of wives,
like, if I could snap my fingers and make it so like service guaranteed citizenship / you had to pass the written citizenship test, we could even make it multiple choice. I don't give a shit. You could even have like a full 30-day, 60-day prep.
Is it not multiple choice?
But if you don't pass the citizenship test and you don't serve the United States in some way, then yeah, you shouldn't have the franchise. You should still have like human rights, but you shouldn't have the franchise.
I semi-agree. I don't think soldiers should be automatically given voting rights, to be honest with you. I think most of them are pretty stupid.
No, they should have to pass the citizen test.
Issues. Yeah. So okay, so we can agree on that. That's good.
Citizenship test for voting rights?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think
IQ test.
You need to like redo every few years or something to make sure that you're,
sure. Once every 5 years, once every 10 years, something like that. Dude, trust me. It offends me when I have to talk to, I'll be mean, Misfit Patriot, Admiral Gibbs,
that guy
Rob Noor. It
guy.
offends me that their vote counts the same as mine. It hurts me.
I 100. Yeah, I agree. That guy's fucking.
Wait, what's wrong with Gibbs?
Prime's you need to get Misfit Patriot on here somehow. Okay, so I can yell at him. He's like the dumbest fucking person I've ever seen. He's so fucking stupid.
Wait a minute. Why don't we just do oligarchs then? I mean,
true. Because
I agree. Russia has the best system of government.
No. Because with oligarchy, what oftentimes happens is it's not the cream of the crop. It's not meritocratic. It's not technocratic. It's not anything like that. So, for instance, like the Chinese imperial system, for those of you who don't know, the Chinese for like 3,000 years, they had a written government exam that you could take as a peasant, which means that if you pass the test as a peasant, you were able to become effectively middle class overnight as a government employee. And so that's the thing. It's like when it comes to oligarchy, you dispossess talented poor people through cronyism.
Okay, what if it's representative oligarchy? I mean,
that's what I want. Yeah, I generally speaking, I would like the bet. I'm a Republican. People do not believe this, but philosophically, I am a Republican. I do not like direct democracy. I like representative democracy. Frankly, I'm scared of how many idiots got elected into Congress. That's scary. They're supposed to be the cream of the crop, and they're dumb as fuck.
I was about to say, if you go back to like even early 2000s, and you hear like congressional representatives talk then versus now, like they are meaningfully stupider. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene is necessarily unqualified.
Listen to George W. Bush talk, who was largely considered a buffoon and an idiot. He seems like fucking Shakespeare now.
Well, then why did we vote for him?
Because Gore was boring and had no sex appeal.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have
As opposed to
mandatory
Bush.
voting
I
instead
think
of.
Gore was actually a genius, though. They say Gore.
Wait, Peach, why would you
No,
want
Gore
mandatory
was a
voting?
smart guy, but nobody wanted to have a beer with Gore. Whereas people said, "Oh, George W. Bush did coke in college," and people were like,
George
"Damn,
Bush was
I
the
wouldn't
man.
mind doing a line with George and drinking a beer." That's why they voted.
He was a
for him.
funny guy.
He was a funny guy.
Oh wait, I want to get back to Trump in a minute. I feel like we haven't talked bad enough about him in a second.
Okay. And
He
we
does so
will.
many bad things.
So we'll why don't we do it? Doobie, you can ask your question. Then we'll go to Black to it and Bam.
Yeah, so my question was just to Peach, like, why? I think you said that you would rather have mandatory voting. I'm just gonna figure out why.
I think so. I guess I haven't really thought about it a whole lot, but I feel like making it so it's like exclusive who can vote and who can't vote versus mandatory voting, because really we have a big problem in the United States with people just not voting. You know what I mean? So I feel like even if people were to submit a blank vote, it would say a lot more than people just not going to vote. You know what I mean? Because it's like we have a whole giant pool of just mystery. Like, what, you know what I mean? I think I would want to see that first, but I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing.
It could incentivize people either way.
Yeah,
if they had to vote, if they had to get up and cast like a ballot, like maybe they would look into it more. But then on the flip side, if people felt like they were excluded from voting because they had to take this test, it may convince enough people to like take the test and vote, like the citizenship test or whatever.
If people aren't willing to, like, I mean, if you got a mail-in ballot and you're not willing to submit it, then I feel like how many people are going to actually take the test? And if you don't pass the test, what is that going to do to you? And then, you know what I mean?
But I'm okay with that as well. This is another like chud Republican take or whatever. I think that if you can't figure out how to get a government issued ID within 4 years, then you shouldn't fucking vote.
Okay.
Like
True.
maybe the ID should be free. Maybe the
than-
ID should be free, but if you can't figure out how to get to the DMV within 4 fucking years, within 1,200 days, you cannot figure out how to get to the DMV.
Sure, but
that's
to
on
take a
you.
test and then your test gives you the right to vote, I feel like that just introduces so many problems and division and.
I'm
Unless the high school-
just going to tell you, I do have utter contempt for like the average person. I just do.
I mean, fair, but the average person.
So
account for them,
I'm going to let Doobie continue on because I know he wants to continue on this bit of conversation. I have a little bit of money coming in. Let me address that quickly, and then we'll get back to this conversation. So
only if you buy pop. Sorry.
Oh my God. guys and gals, right? Every time you say the word pop, you are fucking killing me. You're taking me out of my head, all right?
Sorry.
It's soda. It's soda.
No, fuck you guys. It's pop.
Pop.
No,
Hey.
fuck
Soda.
yourselves. I'm in
Bunch of
Massachusetts
Midwestern
from
freaks
Michigan.
saying
And I
pop.
walk around and hey, get a soda. It's soda pop for a reason. Soda water
Soda
is a
pop.
thing. The
No.
pop
That's
is
so many
no.
syllables.
Soda
No.
pop is where you get pop from, and the
But you
pop was the
fucking-
flavor added to the
you're
soda
fucking
water.
liberal?
Look it
Oh
up.
my
It's
God.
American fucking
But
you
history.
choose the
You
soda
guys are
part of it.
supposed to be
Okay.
Americans.
Fuck you.
Pop.
Okay. All right.
Here's the Coca-Cola.
Alexander Wynn says I think they're remembered for a month, or I forget how that works here. Anyway, on YouTube says why does Lactoid think people who are on SNAP are more likely to be addicted to substances?
Because I'm more likely to buy addictive substances.
Because they're poor.
It's self-justifying.
No, that's not the question. Hold on. Lactoid. The answer is like they have worse lives, so they look for comfort. Those substances give them comfort. Like that's what it is.
Okay. All right. If no one wants to object to that, then we'll go on to the next one. Also from Alexander Wynn. He says also $10 or super chats. And if you give super chats, we'll put it on screen like this. So consider helping us out. It's a great way to keep the channel up and running. Thank you, Alexander Wynn. $10 super chat. Also, when we say the soft drinks are the number one item, we're including it as a total category against each individual some category of other staples. This is misleading, a misleading comparison. You can respond to that.
Yeah, so like it's like when you're buying chicken and you buy like 2 pounds of chicken, it's gonna look like a smaller amount than when you're buying 7 2-liters, right? But the 7 2-liters only cost like $1.29 or whatever it may be. So the cost that you're spending on the fucking pop is insignificant to what you're actually because the way you frame it is like most people are spending all their money on pop. That's what it sounds like. No, you guys are saying we need to cut the pop. It's like, oh, they're spending all their money on this pop.
Okay, the question is, I'm sorry, the question is very confusing, but your interpretation of the question is just obvious, like it's not correct, right?
Really?
What I think, yeah, it's not what the question is. You've made this point a couple times. Maybe like this is your interpretation, but the point of the question, as I understand, maybe is that they're taking maybe the argument is that like soda encompasses like a category, like it's actually a whole bunch of different kind of sodas, like Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, etc., and that you're comparing that against like milk or ground beef. I think if that's the point being made, I think that's like a really bad point for like in the same way we're not separating like 1%, 2% whole when we're talking about milk.
No, yeah, I don't think that's the point. I'm saying that people buy, like people are going to buy flavored drinks. Like you can go far longer without food than drinking something. So it's not shocking to me that people are going to end up buying a flavored drink when they go shopping. Most people.
Yeah, but you can't put soda because milk is what do we mean by flavored drink? And there's plenty of things that aren't milk that have milk in them.
Pop is a flavored drink. So
you can't say that. Prime already said you can't say that word.
I don't like it.
It's not part of the Sharia, so I don't know. I don't follow that.
Well, you came to America. We have these rules.
Yeah, religious freedom, baby.
For now.
Well, I'm saying like if I go into the Dollar Tree, they'll have like some orange soda that just says orange, and
I know exactly what you're talking about too.
Yeah, it's giant. It's like a 3-liter. It's massive. But like, but it's for $1, and it's like, oh, okay, I can drink only water, or I can get a flavored drink option. And I remember, I was about to say, being broke in college, and like, oh, okay, this will be my flavored drink option.
Yeah, I don't know if they include orange from the dollar store under the sodas. They might. I don't know.
Well, of course they do. So, why wouldn't they?
I don't know. I don't know. They could.
1 second. We've got like a few more that's come in. Almost all from Alexander Wynn, but not all.
Are you rich?
The next,
if he wasn't so vague,
Alexander Wynn. Thank you for the kindness again. $10 super chat. Says, finally, while people on Snap tend to spend more of their budget on soft drinks, that does not accommodate for the amount spent in total on soft drinks per family or their food budget. It's all BS.
Yeah, I don't even think the first part is true. I don't think people spend more of their budget on soft drinks.
They don't.
Like I said, I just think a large percentage of people end up buying soda.
I think they're just buying a lot of soda, and it shows up, and that's that's what you're seeing.
I think it's aggregated, at least from my understanding. I haven't looked into stats like everyone else has here, but I think it's aggregated across all purchases, right? And the most common purchase is soda. That's my understanding, though. But thank you for that, Alexander. One from a $10 from Fairy Queen. All right. She always wants us to put in her glamour shot. That's why she pays a $10. But thank you, Fairy Queen, for that. She says, picture someone in danger, falling from the sky. You could cushion their landing with your body, but you get hurt and recover later. And are you morally obligated to save the man?
Yes.
Or is this the like accordion, whatever, bagpipe?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. I think that people at some point rejected this idea that we have some kind of responsibility to other humans around us, and I think we do have the responsibility to other people. So yeah, I think if you can save this person, yeah, you're gonna get hurt, but you're gonna recover. You know, you'll recover. I think you do have a moral obligation to save them.
I don't know about obligation. I like, but before we even deal with like the fun hypothetical of it, most people probably end up doing it if they see the person. Like there's something psychological about seeing somebody jump, and like I'd say even people who aren't strong are probably gonna do the like stick your arm out thing. Like, oh God, what's happening? Like I don't. Like, there's some.
I want to address the question, but my wife said something mean, and I want to share.
Okay.
You mean your mom?
More mean things about me. Jesus.
Yeah.
My wife was saying mean things about me because she said it's not pop, it's soda. Fuck you all.
No. So she is being mean. I think
I'm a main character.
Lactoid, so she only makes fun of people she likes. So she said, "Hey, is Lactoid vegan?"
Definitely not.
He looks vegan.
Rough. Ouch.
She already had
Do
the
I actually
bubble
look
gum back
vegan?
ready.
Well, you
No,
became
you don't look
shirtless last
vegan,
week.
okay.
Go to last week.
I didn't look vegan then.
Listen. As a man who is constantly being picked on by this woman, okay, my apologies, but I'm just saying, like, you know. So she said that.
You look like a.
I want to answer.
fueled with
I
the
want to
souls
answer
of many
Fairy
of God's
Queen's
children,
question.
Okay.
So what did you say? What did DB say just now? You look like what?
I said Lactoid looks like a man fueled by the souls of many of God's children.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
That part.
Okay. So if I
That
can answer
sounds
Fairy Queen's
wrong,
question,
actually.
So the reason why, like, I'm
For
okay
dead
with the
children,
hypothetical
too.
because there is an inconvenience here, which is paying taxes, which is going to USAID, which is paying for people in a different country. But the reason why I don't like the way that this is framed is, number one, like, if you were capturing somebody out of midair, you stand like a substantive, like, statistical chance of having like a serious injury and needing a long recovery. What we're talking about in reference to finance is like a paper cut. It's almost nothing. And you're talking about saving human lives. And then here's the other thing is that even if you accept that this is like a small injury that you will recover from, you're going to get a benefit from this as well. America has unilateral and multilateral alliances across the entirety of the planet. All of our allies represent probably like 70 to 80% of the global economy. We get access to their goods. We get access to their economies. We get access to their workers. We get access to their education systems. We get access to all that kind of crap. And so the analogy is more like, if you catch somebody falling from the sky, you're going to get a paper cut, but later they're going to turn around and they're going to give you, I don't know, like a fucking delicious meal. You know, that's more the equivalent analogy.
Sure.
Let's go.
I'll just answer the hypothetical. No,
Okay.
you don't have a moral obligation to go and catch the person with your body.
Nah, fuck them.
But do you think that most people would attempt?
I think that like
Just from human nature,
So-
thing? Like, let's make it a baby.
sure, no, but the answer doesn't change. So
No, I'm not talking about, again, I'm not getting into the logic lord of it. I'm just saying, like, what human psychology does to you. If you've
some
seen a
people,
baby falling.
a baby falling. I mean, I would if a baby is falling. I think most people would.
Would probably
They're-
have like a cultural reaction. It's the same thing I say about
Sure.
Charlie Kirk. When people made the comparison of like, oh, you care about Charlie Kirk, but you don't care about the kids in school shootings. I was like, if you want to have an honest conversation about it, it's just because there's a video. If you've seen the video of children getting shot in the middle of a school, people would feel
Dude, yeah.
go through a reaction.
If you had a close-up video equivalent of what happened to Charlie Kirk happening to a dozen elementary school kids, we would do something.
I mean, I saw
we have mad videos of kids in Gaza. No one cares, but I know it's more in America. I know it's more in America.
no one gives a fuck.
before it got. Well, I mean, maybe this might appeal. I did see the video. I think it was in New Zealand, like the Christchurch shooting. Or I think it was Christchurch, where the guy walks in the mosque and just massacres a bunch of people. I saw that before they scoured the internet and got rid of it. That was deeply disturbing. That fucked me up for a while. But the big thing that like stopped that from fucking me up for a very long time is nobody was cheering it on and saying, "Oh, this is such a good thing." So we don't have to get into that subject, but that's kind of the thing that kind of pissed me off mostly about the Charlie Kirk.
Super chats.
And then to follow up on the Fairy Queen question, I don't think you're obligated, and I think that it'd be morally wrong to pull out a gun and force somebody else to go stand under the person, which is what I think actually is the comparison when we're talking about government aid.
You talking about firefighters?
So let's go to. I got a few more super chats. I just want to work my way down through here. So Alexander Wynn says, last thing. It's not the last thing. He actually gives another super chat after that. But I appreciate that.
Wait, on the subject, there's many other subjects that he can talk about.
On that subject, indeed. Last thing I say in the subject. I don't know what that is, but some weird symbol. Kids are incredibly picky.
I think you're saying objectively.
Oh, objectively? Is that what it's
Probably.
saying? Yeah, it's just not showing up right. But objectively, kids are incredibly picky. Limiting their diet to plain foods will not work well and will lead a massive increase of child malnutrition. So kids won't eat their beans. Hey, hold on. I'll back up. I'm going to back you up on this, Alexander Wayne. Right? I'm going to back it from like personal fucking experience. Now, you guys don't really know this about me. I am an extremely picky eater. Like pathologically so. There are people who are worse. But I am worse probably than most of the population.
I'm worse than
There's people with
we've talked about this before. My growing up, a staple of my parents, and from the old country, right? They had like literally the staple was rice and beans, right? And I hate fucking lima beans. I hate these fucking things. They make me retch. They make me gag. Right? My parents were literally making me sit at the dinner table. Would not let me leave until I finished this thing. Right? Hours and hours I would spend there. Literally, I learned about how seasons change, right? And like daylight savings time, just by observing through my kitchen window, because I would sit in my on this one spot for hours and hours, this over the course of years, and I would see how sometimes it would get darker or lighter earlier because I sat there for so long, right? Mm-hmm. Just slowly picking at this food because I hated it so fucking much. Mm-hmm. But I don't think my experience is universal.
The average. I'm extremely picky too.
A lot. My brother was like that. He wouldn't eat a fucking single thing unless it was he would hyperfixate on one meal per month, right? Like chicken salad. He would only eat chicken with a little bit of salad.
Taking Alexander's question as what it is. I know he uses the word malnutrition as someone who is also extremely picky. Again, I believe I'm pickier than you. Children won't starve themselves though. I don't like.
Well, that's actually what I was going to say. I was going to hit y'all with the middle class bullshit, which is effectively effectively what I'm hearing is your parents gave you something delicious, and then you were like, I only want that. But then you were too poor to get that all the time, and so they gave you normal healthy
we were rich when I was young.
And then as a result, you got super fucking picky about it.
No, we were rich when I was young. My brother was just hyper particular about it was like a meat patty was a thing he hyper fixated. It wasn't like anything special. It was just
if your brother doesn't have autism, then your parents should torture your brother the way that Prime's parents tortured him.
He might,
I'll because it's the last thing that was said, and I'm guessing it's directed really towards my position. I'll respond to it. Not only do I'm actually pretty much with counterpoints on this. I think that make the kids eat the food, and you can make them eat the food. And in the event that you come across the hypothetical child that will not eat any of the plain food options, whether it be bananas, chickens, beans, rice, tomatoes, and even more stuff, if they are just only cookies and only soda, then I think that the health benefits overall, on average, are going to significantly outweigh this child's malnutrition. Sorry.
Okay, so I just don't think it's as easy as you guys are stating it, right? Mm-hmm. And literally, when I was eating that, it made me retch. The thing that they were trying to give me made me retch every single time.
I'm sure you can find foods that you absolutely can't eat. I can't eat won't eat mayonnaise, but I'm sure a parent will eventually find some combination that you find edible, even if you find it boring. Let's not make the argument that
the exercise was in dominance to say that you are going to eat this, not that there wasn't alternatives, and literally alternatives using the same ingredients that were perfectly fine for me. But it was a lesson in hey, I'm the parent, right? And you're going to eat this because you're the child, right? And that's all that was. And to this day, they thought they would beat me into a submission. Well, one, physically, yes. But also mentally, he after all these years, eventually he's going to do it. And never, ever, ever. But okay, I'll just leave it there because I actually have a lot of trauma wrapped up on that, but let's leave it alone.
I will include more than lima beans on the list. I promise.
You're so benevolent.
6 different kinds of beans.
Fucking homie.
A whole bunch of different beans.
The only beans I like are green beans. I hate all other beans.
Green beans will be on there.
Oh, I hate all that. Anyway, so thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for 5 gifted memberships to the Prime
What a
YouTube
king.
channel. YouTube.com/PrimeKai. That's where I'm throwing up all these messages. If you want to get your message up there, want people to see, and want to be able to support, please consider coming on YouTube and using super chats. Of course, if you're gifting subs or subbing on Twitch, that's also great. So thank you very much, anyone who's supporting the channel that way. I need your help to do so to keep this going. Alexander Wynn, again, of course, there's more. But I appreciate you, Win. $10 says, to be clear, if you spend $200 a month on food and $8 on soda, compared to someone who spends $800 and spends $20 on soda, they bought less but bigger part of their total budget.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be true. I was doing that math.
Sure.
I think
progressive taxation you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm about to say, but again, I think Lactoid already admitted that his number one interest isn't like health comes second. I think he just doesn't want to pay for it. He doesn't.
Yeah,
like
hold on. Yes,
What's
yes,
the point?
but that is a major concern. Number 2 is a major concern, and I just don't like poor people is not on the list. Okay. I know I meme about it a lot.
I didn't say
okay?
that. I just said you.
Well, you kind of hinted at that, like, oh, they didn't earn it, so they shouldn't have anything. No, that's not what.
Yeah.
If I could cause food to come into existence, then everybody would be eating like kings. That'd be great.
Would you? Would
yes.
Wait. Sorry. Say that again.
If I could just cause food, like without any kind of human labor, spontaneous, like a wizard, to just come into existence, everybody in the world would be eating like kings.
Okay, hold up. This is super important. Less than 2% of the federal budget is spent on food.
It's a lot of money.
You are making food spontaneously.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Taxation.
No,
yes,
you're not.
You're
yes,
not.
You are. No, you're not.
Farmers are happy to do it. They're volunteering to do it.
They bitch and complain the whole time.
They love tilling the fields. They love making potatoes. They love making the beans, bro. Yeah. They just want to feed you. They just want to get paid for their work. That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
They want to get paid for their work. No. Hold on. This is actually important.
So it's a terrible point. Don't actually go on this.
You said that if you could spontaneously make food exist, you would. So let's say that you have $1. How many cents on that dollar would you pay to guarantee every American would have food?
If you're talking one of my dollars, if I could pay, pay for. Yeah, well, I would say
one. Let's do voluntary and let's do compulsory. Let's do voluntary first. If you could pay a fraction of every dollar you make to make sure every single person in the country has food, what would you pay on a voluntary basis? Every dollar you make, there's a cent that is going to be deducted. What would be that cent? Because if it's 0, that's going to be interesting. 1 cent? Half a cent? A tenth of a cent?
Do I end all like hunger in America or like the whole world?
Like let's just do America. You end hunger in America, and on a voluntary basis.
What does that mean in America?
Voluntary and compulsory. So like, on a voluntary basis, how much of a
soda, Connor?
Okay,
hold on. When we say ending hunger, like does everybody in America get like free food? How does this work?
No, everybody gets rice and beans.
Everybody gets rice and beans, and only the money comes out of my pocket.
No, everybody's doing it, but we're doing it as an equivalent percentage for what it's valued to you.
Oh well, no. If everybody's like, if it was just me, it'd actually probably be like a pretty high percentage. But if it's everybody, then very low.
Okay, so would you do 1 cent?
I'll have to look at how much money that comes out to. I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, so the only thing, even if you don't, the whole point that I'm trying to get at is that you have this hang up about voluntary versus compulsory, but weirdly enough, within our compulsory society, only like 2% of the federal budget goes to food subsidies. And so because it's compulsory, you object
more
to
than that
it.
if you count a snap.
Realistically, if like you think this is a good thing.
No, hold on.
You think that giving food to people who are hungry is good.
Yeah, my problem.
Just do it.
No. My problem the whole time has not been
compulsory.
The problem is the stealing. It's not the people eating.
It's
okay,
not stealing.
My problem. It is my problem. My problem has always been the stealing. It has never been the fact that people are eating. This is why I said if I could just generate food without any kind of like compulsion.
You're born. What is everybody's duty to you to keep you alive? What is your parents' duty and what is the nurse's duty? Do the nurses have a responsibility to keep you alive? Or as soon as you're born, can they say, well, I live in a voluntary society and this kid kind of looks like he's going to be a vegan when he grows up. So as a result, I don't want to take care of him. I'm on my lunch break. Fuck off.
I think the people who have like very directly consented to taking care of you like are responsible. So I think your parents are
because they're consent at any point.
They can rescind their consent at any point, as long as you're not going to be put into a position that is worse than you otherwise would be in. So, for example,
a kid would die of exposure without help. So, I mean,
sure.
That's kind of like the worst.
Yeah, I think yes. I think your parents
no duty to a child.
I know. I think your parents have a duty to keep you alive. They
So
created you.
Why? You're compelling them to do
because they created you, right? They are the ones that put you in this position now. So they have to see you. They have to see you out of the danger.
Accept this responsibility. They throw if they don't want you, they just throw you in the woods.
I don't agree.
Should your parents pay your taxes?
No.
Should your parents pay your taxes?
My parents, no.
Why? They brought you into a world of a system you don't agree in, but now you're forced to pay taxes. You're forced to be robbed every day because your parents did.
I think because they're not the ones robbing me. I think my parents had an obligation.
They're the ones who brought you to be robbed.
I think they have an obligation. I think they fulfilled this obligation to see me out of the kind of precarious danger that I'm in by being a child, by being somebody who can't consent, by being somebody who can't navigate the world in the way that an adult can. And I think that when you hit a certain level of maturity, you hit a certain level of brain development, you become autonomous, right? You become an adult, and at that point, you're responsible for yourself.
So okay, I know Doobie has his hand up, so I want to give Doobie that space, and then we do have more super chats. I want to get through them.
I also have my hand up at some point.
Let Corey go first, then.
Sorry,
He's
okay.
better than Doobie.
Damn.
What the fuck did you say? I'm joking.
What happened?
Corey can go first. I love Corey.
Okay,
He's a beautiful man.
Okay, so I'll try to be quick. I believe, okay, maybe no surprise, Lactoid is either, misinformed or lying. As far as I can tell, and I have actual data, there's nothing that shows that they spend, the number one spending is on soda, just FYI. Let's have actual data that shows that. I'll actually post the research that I've come across. The most that I can find, okay, and in the research, no surprise, they have a category of sugar-sweetened beverages. The biggest estimate that I can find is 10%. And even then, they try to tease it out. And the biggest estimate that I find is pretty much 5 cents for every dollar goes to actual soda as the best estimate. But when it comes to you just do a broad category of sugar-sweetened beverages, seems to be the biggest estimate is maybe 10, maybe at most 20%.
What category is higher?
So I have, I'll post there's main protein sources, 35%. Fruits, vegetables, beans, nuts, 14%. Prepared foods, 12%. I'll post, the pie chart.
They're factoring in all meat?
Yeah, and then just like there's a category for beverages. Beverages is 10%, and obviously somewhere in there's going to be soda as sugar sweetened beverages. And 2 pieces of data.
Okay, sure. No, so I already said that if you factor in all the other food items, it's gonna be more than soda. And if you factor in large clumps, all meats, it wouldn't surprise me that might be greater. I'm referencing the percentages that everybody else here in the panel was talking about and had posted here and was talking about, which is that when you isolate it by milk, shredded beef, soda, I guess more specific food items. Subcategory, soda's the number one.
What subcategory are you putting it as number one? Because at least the message that I got, which might be incorrect, you said that they spend the most on soda. That seemed to be your talking point. Do you have anything that backs that up that they spend the most on soda?
While he does that, while he looks that up, let's let Dubian, and then I just got to make my way down to the rest of these super chats, and I'm grateful to have super chats to work my way down. That's a great problem to have. But Dubi, please.
Bam, is it okay?
Yeah, just this once.
Okay. So I want to put this into perspective, right? So the average American, right? If you were to average out the income and then average out what the average person is contributing to food stamps every year, then throughout their entire lifetime, we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars that every American is giving to this program throughout their life, right? And I think that the issue that Lactoids have and the issue that I have is that we're giving, personally, I'm giving more than the average American gives in their lifetime every year in taxes, right? And so we're giving all this money to these people, right? And then they're taking that money, making stupid decisions that make them worse off, that keep them in these poor situations, that ensure that their kids contribute to the crime rates, and ensure that kids contribute to the births out of wedlock. Like all these, it's like a fucking cycle, right? So there's a monster and we're feeding it. And I don't want to feed it anymore, right? So I think I can be okay.
This is like super,
yeah, sure. I can be okay. I can be okay with the monster existing, right? But I think you need to like train the monster, make it not a monster over time, and I think that's what we're failing to do, right? So
yes,
that's why I think Lactoid's right.
God, this is like the most important thing ever.
Go for it.
Okay, so sorry. This is where I feel like the communicative issue breaks down, and it's because like we view each other as like rivals or enemies, right? And so when I hear that like Lactoid and Doobie bitching about taxes, I'm like, congratulations, you fucking won capitalism. You can get a gold-plated jet ski, you can have a second family, you can buy a third property, you can do illicit drugs, you can travel the world, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You won. In life, you won. However, and then I don't give a fuck about you paying taxes. However, what I sympathize with you with is the fact that you're saying, if I did win capitalism and I am paying a disproportionate amount of my wealth to the society, then the people that I'm paying for need to meet me halfway by being pro-social, eating decent food, taking their academics seriously, taking their job seriously, and making the world a better place. And I fundamentally agree with us having a social contract that cuts both ways.
Okay. So let me look our way through the rest of these. So $5 from Alexander Wynn. He says, also soda is any carbonated drinks, including sugar-free club soda. It does not include juice, which is just as bad generally due to sugar content. I guess this is more to Corey's point to like, to know what exactly that means. Thank you, Alexander Wynn. Another one from Fairy Queen. It says $10 also on food stamps. If SNAP is just bread and circus to prevent unrest, why not cover wedding cakes on Christmas dinner or Christmas dinners? The treats are to keep community peace. So who cares if they are unhealthy?
Isn't there a lot of subsidies around Thanksgiving turkeys and like Christmas hams, things like that? I think there's
a lot of free turkeys around Thanksgiving usually.
I'm not sure if they're government subsidized. Like I've never heard of government subsidized turkeys, but I could be wrong.
I'm pretty sure it's kind of like
I thought the White House donated like mad turkeys.
Do they? I
think
know
someone does. I'm not 100% sure.
They save a turkey, right? The president.
Oh, okay, that might be what I'm confusing it with.
I could be wrong. Maybe they also do as well. Maybe that's a separate program as well. But I don't know about government subsidized. In a park that I live near, there was a sports team. And they were like giving away turkeys, and we took advantage of that. I see your hand, Peach. So like that's the thing that happens. But yeah. So let's go to the next one. But thank you, FQ, for the kind super chat. FQ Alexander Wynn says children will actually starve themselves. They'll eventually eat, but not enough to fuel their growth. I think there's some that will, others maybe not, but I think people imagine that problem to be a lot simpler than it actually is. And if, then this is a big thing about that, right? Because if your child is like, you're sending your child out to school and they are dizzy because they're not eating, right? Or they're showing sign of any level of malnutrition, you're going to be reported. You're going to be reported to child services. That's the thing that that can happen. If your child just simply refuses to eat, right? And so like, you're like, well, eventually they'll eat. Yeah, maybe before they die, sure. But before then, you might lose access to your child. So like,
sure. I'm just saying, I don't think people make it that far. Like there's plenty of good arguments. I think that's probably one of the weakest ones. Like I just don't think children have the mental fortitude to even push themselves that near to the edge.
They're not pushing themselves. They're just not able to eat that thing. So it's not a push. It's like inability.
I'm an extremely picky person. I'm saying that like parent like this, that's something that I think will solve itself pretty naturally. If parents have a few options, they'll eventually find things that they're
once again like few options.
Let's go to we'll have to like talk about that some other time. Mm-hmm. So we have Grassroots Hegemon, who before I read their super chat, they also had sent in a something through our PayPal, which no one ever does anymore. So on Twitch, you can was it hashtag? I don't even remember the PayPal. What was the PayPal command? No one ever uses it anymore on my Twitch.
I didn't know it was one.
It's a PayPal command on my exclamation point something. Donate maybe? It's something like that. Anyway, he says on Twitch, he says, "Doobie impregnated me, and now I can't take Tylenol because the government says I can't." This is Goldie Goldenstein. This is a different person actually. Goldie Goldenstein said that. Thank you, Goldenstein, for that, Doobie. Take responsibility. I appreciate that. But then there's a different person. Goldie Goldenstein said you impregnated them, and now they can't take Tylenol because the president said so.
Oh, well, sorry.
Okay.
That'll
this is
do
actually this is a different person. I wonder if I wonder if that'd be their wife. Wouldn't it be great if that was actually Doobie's wife? Who he did impregnate someone.
She's in Vegas right now. I'm rid of her for the first time in so long. It's beautiful.
Are you? Did they bring? Well, actually, you don't have to say. I'm just curious if you're like.
You allowed your wife to go to Vegas?
I forced her to go to Vegas. Okay. And my mother-in-law has my son, so I am free for the first time in like months. Okay, it's beautiful.
Hooray for throwing women at your house. Okay, there's actually a different person. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says communal gardens are sweet. Actually, I have one in a shitty area, and it's the only place the honor system seems to actually work. I think people really care about like communal gardens. I think there's actually interesting something to like communal property, right? Like people like kind of enforce that. Like enforce norms around that, and people like really don't want to be the person to mess that up. If it's something that like the community specifically cares for, right? I think there is something to that.
It's probably good for the social aspect more than the food itself it generates.
Exactly, 100%.
Because I think the things that people get from that are usually like spices and herbs more so.
Yeah, it's like a few tomatoes or some shit, but like not enough to feed that community. Yeah, but 100%, I think it's good just to get people meeting with each other and care about like what each other's doing to cooperate. I think it's fantastic.
So can I? Sorry, go ahead.
Grassroots Hegemon says, "I'll recycle my old joke. I love Connor's channel, but you know why farmers are buried 2 feet deep? So they can still get a handout." Fair enough. Okay.
I think that I'm about saying just giving credit to the I was making comments related to people who make money. I do believe that our government does subsidize farming. Again, I grew up on a farm. I'm about to say not in. I grew up on a cattle farm, not necessarily in produce, but I think that the government. I think it's probably a universal interest. We don't want to get to a point where we only have three or four farms in the United States. We want to be able to produce more food than we necessarily need. The only place I would say you can see an obvious overstep would be in the dairy industry. Like the only reason we have government cheese is because the government decided to subsidize so much milk from dairy farms that they had nothing, they didn't know what to do with it. So they made cheese and put it inside a mine, and they eventually figured out that they can start giving it away to people. And it's also
fire, by the way.
Why they subsidize like schools and having like all the milk in schools instead of giving kids water is because they just had so much milk. Like we have to do them.
I need to respond to the fact check allegation.
We can't, guys. We will. 1 second.
Or he said I was wrong.
I have 3 more super chats, and we've got Peach who wants to go, and then Connor wants to say something, but he'll go after Lactoid. But hold on. So Fairy Queen says, should Medicaid cover Tylenol for pregnant women? We've been dancing around that one, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. For me personally, I'd be perfectly fine with that. Obviously, our friend. Blackwood says no, because he hates pregnant women. He only likes getting them pregnant. But other than that, yeah, I think actually we're kind of be cleanly across ideological lines on this. Oh, except no, Connor would be for giving Medicaid using being used for Tylenol, wouldn't you, Connor?
Sorry, what's that?
Tylenol for pregnant women. Would you be okay for that? And Medicaid covered that?
Listen, we got to actually establish the fucking insane bullshit that the Trump admin is doing. Like, we have to look at their fucking data, because my wife is telling me that this has been popular on TikTok for like years.
Yeah.
That Tylenol was one of the causes of autism. And so if the methodology is dog shit, then continue covering Tylenol for pregnant women, because I think it's the only fever reducer that's like healthy enough for pregnant women to take.
It's the highest recommended thing among like the current medical community. They say like there's other things that are like if you only like if you need something, Tylenol is the absolute go-to.
But can we understand how crazy this is? And like Lactoid, I'm not trying to fucking beat up on you or whatever, but we just had the president of the United States stand up on stage with two fucking dipshits and say that they figured out the fucking cause of autism and the cure of autism, and nobody knows the fucking methodology. What is this?
He couldn't even pronounce acetaminophen.
Before he
that's why he kept calling it Tylenol. Ask me if I can tell my wife that.
Yeah, just want to get these two super chats out of the way.
Because he can't say acetaminophen.
Yeah, I want to get these two super chats out of the way. Right? We're gonna go crazy. Okay. Go to Goldenstein. Thank you again for $5. Says do be. They also say it here. Oh, they repeated their claim. Do be impregnated them. So
like I said, I'll work on my pullout game. Okay, I'm sorry.
Dang.
I like to think that Doobie's wife, right, instead of like hitting the slots, took the time to watch the channel, right, and harass them from Las Vegas, right? I like to think that. Thank you, Mrs.
I wish you were. She's doing something much worse than hitting spots. Okay, she's buying fucking purses and shit. It's like a shopping spree thing. It's terrible.
Nice.
Okay. And the last one. For now, but you can of course provide me more super chats. We'd love to deal with that. But Hannah Morel for $5 says arguing about whether or not poor people deserve occasional treats is crazy work, guys. Also, lactose is just skinny Rob Noor.
Am I just what? Doing Rob Noor?
Skinny Rob Noor. Right there, skinny Rob Noor.
All of us white people look the same to you. I swear to God.
Hold on. Lactose is way smarter than Rob Noor. Okay. Be real.
Last one, $20. I will say my friend Lactoid is capable of incredible critical thinking capabilities, except when he's talking about race.
Thank you.
That's
what my critical thinking is the best.
$20. The only real concern about Tylenol that exists as of today is a fairly recent discovery that Tylenol can cross the placenta barrier into the fetus, which I just previously believed to not be possible. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe Corey can fact check that for us. But yeah, if it is, that's interesting. But just because it can cross the placental barrier, if that's the case, that doesn't necessarily mean it will harm the child. We'd have to do more studies on that. But if that's true, that's an interesting factoid. But thank you, all of you, thank you. Goldenstein, thank you for spraying twice to send the same message. I really appreciate that. But thank you all for being so kind as to support the channel, help us out on youtube.com/PrimeKai, PrimeCuyes. And on Twitch, you can also help us out by subbing to the channel, 15 bits, 15 subs, or hitting the follow button, right? Just follow the channel on what platform you're on. That's a huge help. I really do appreciate the people who are helping out. That's the only way I can continue all this. Okay, right? So I want to give space for Peach because she's been waiting.
Can I please quickly fact check?
No, absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not.
Peach, Lactoid. We're gonna get back to you. I promise you'll have space to do it.
Yeah, Lactoid.
I've been literally. Okay, so
stop silencing women. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That's what I do best.
So forever ago, or I just wanted to say basically piggyback off of what Connor said, forever ago, about the whole making a social contract with people. If we're going to offer assistance to you, then we're going to expect, that you actually, don't waste that and then, spend what you need to on your household, whatever. I don't care anymore. I agree with that. But what I was going to say is that it's really minuscule what people are, the household drinks, the candy, soft drinks, everything that I've looked up is showing that it's a very small amount of the household budget that people are spending. I've been looking at the links that Lactoid and Corey have been posting as well. And I was looking at the one that Lactoid just posted. And I want to know, because it says, and you circled it for us all, where it says commodity, but okay, above it, in the paragraph above it says Commodity level data in the full report show that both SNAP and non-SNAP households made choices that may not be fully consistent with the dietary guidelines for Americans. And then it says across all households, more money was spent on soft drinks than any other item. SNAP households. Whoa, what?
No, keep going. I'm just owning Corey. I'm sorry. I'm so energetic. Keep reading.
Relax, because
sorry.
Says,
your tits
both household,
my tits, they're flopping.
Both household groups were equally likely to purchase salty bag snacks, which is about 3% of food purchases, cookies, which is about 1%, and ice cream, ice milk, and sherbet.
You skipped a sentence.
So I don't.
You skipped a sentence.
What sentence did I skip? I'm sorry.
SNAP households spent somewhat more on soft drinks than non-SNAP households. 5 versus 4%.
5% versus 4%. You're right. I'm so sorry that I missed that sentence. First and foremost, so what I want to say is this whole idea that like it's because poor people are making horrible life decisions and that they are, disproportionately so lazy, unhealthy. They're spending so much differently on their foods than everybody else. But then when you look at the actual numbers, both households were equally likely to purchase salty bags or salty snacks, cookies, ice cream, ice milk, sherbet. 1% more of their household income.
Well, he's saying
SNAP
the poor family shouldn't be doing it at all.
So I understand that, but it's the whole idea that like if number one, it's so small and that they get to live like quote normal people, I think that is way more beneficial to society than anything else. And it just completely eliminates the whole idea that they're living so much worse than everybody else in the country if it's basically right on par as far as junk foods and stuff are concerned. No?
No. So you said like, they're these lazy people that make. I mean, they're poor. So like a couple things must be true. They either must be lazy, they either must have made some bad decisions, or they either must be just stupid, right? There's some
or fucked over,
or physically disabled as well.
Yeah, there's.
Incompetence would sort of fall into that category.
I'm about to say, what if they just come from a background that ends up putting them in the similar circumstances?
No, hold on. I agree that people can come from bad backgrounds that leads them to make poor decisions, right? But like, if you don't make poor decisions, like you're not going to stay.
No,
poor.
I think you can graduate high school with a 4.0 GPA and still like. I know people from I'm from a little bitty country town. I know people try to think like, oh, you're black, you'll be from the hood. I'm not from the hood. I'm from like where poor white people are from. But like, there's people who not the valedictorian, but the salutatorian, when she graduated, went to and worked at the Dollar General because that's.
I would consider that to be a poor. I would consider that. Yeah, I would consider that to be a poor decision. You graduated with a 4.0 and then went to work at Dollar General for like a career?
Yeah, I mean that's where, like I said, that's where.
Unless she's like a store
manager. Wait, what's the point? Are we just talking and saying that they're more stupid than everybody else?
I'm trying to get there. Well, some percentage of them are probably stupid. There's other percentages that I just talked about. But when we're talking about again a demographic of people who's more likely to use government services, obviously, because we're talking about people who qualify now, a disproportionate amount of people that qualify for Medicaid, and obviously, they're taking government money to begin with when it comes to buying soda, which you pointed out is the number one food item purchased. That Corey said I was wrong about, but it's actually true. Well, and we are buying that, right, for them, which is leading to increased health issues, which is leading to them to develop the kind of lifestyle that's not conducive to them getting out of poverty. And it's not nutritious. So, like, not only, like, remember that one song, like the fudge rounds were keeping them in the ground? He was so right. Why are we buying people with our money, stolen money, items that don't
stolen money? You don't care.
I don't consent to them taking money to buy people soda and fudge rounds.
You don't consent for them taking money to buy anything else. You said that you're against it and you think it's theft. So I don't understand why it even matters.
I oppose. Yeah, I want a society that has the least amount of like non-consensual activity and theft as possible. And I don't like it when the government thinks it's a good idea to take my money and spend it on just a empirically bad idea, which is feeding poor people soda.
Wait a minute. I was say, looking at this data we just pointed to, is even this circled section you have, is that speaking specifically to commodity data?
Yeah, commodity data is item based.
No, but I'm saying that like that's excluding like meat, vegetables, that's excluding all of
No. So the first table is like broad categories, and I already said if we like have the categories broad enough, we're talking about like meat, poultry, and seafood.
Sure.
We put all of that under one category. That is the number one, and then sweetened beverages is number two. But if you break it down like by type, like a little bit more specific, like soda, ground beef, chicken, milk, stuff like this.
I don't know if this. I'm saying I don't know if this thing categorizes.
This is from the USDA.
Data.
No, if you
okay,
look at this is the
I'm
full
saying-
page right here. I'll post it in the. I don't know where
Yeah.
you want me to post it. I'll put it in the chat and then in here. This is the full document because the
I posted the
little
full
point
document.
above it. Oh, okay.
But
The
I'm just
whole
saying that,
point
like,
above it is 40 cents. Like more money is spent on meats, fruits, vegetables, milk, eggs, and bread. 40 cents of every food purchase
Yeah.
of the dollar is that, and then 20 cents was spent on sweetened
Yes.
drinks, dessert, salty snack, like all together.
I've
So-
said this.
But I'm not
Right.
even talking about broad in categories. I'm saying that, like, if you look at the bold print above what you have circled in red,
Oh,
Mhm.
it talks about commodity level data. I don't like. I think what you're talking about with what you call it. Like, I don't think they categorize every food item as a commodity. Like, I don't think.
No, I can. I'll show you. No, I'll show you that table. So you know what I'm talking about.
Because it's saying that the percentage is 5%, and I just don't believe that
That's the number one item.
include any meat product. I don't believe that that's
It
5%
does.
of the budget.
It does. I'll link it to you.
No, that does seem to be 5%. Like, so if you scroll up in the Discord and I underline something,
mhm.
okay, 5 cents, and I think I said it when I was responding to Factoid, 5 cents for every dollar is spent, and I'm pretty sure $1 out of 100. So 5% is accurate. But like,
No, I'm not
wait,
saying
wait.
it's accurate. I'm saying, is that the number one?
But the way Lactoid is, I would say framing it is I would not be. I don't think it's painting the clearest picture. I think it's more fair, but that's just my opinion of like to say It is accurate to say 5 cents out of every dollar is spent on soft drinks. That appears to be true.
Sure.
Yes,
but like,
which is more than any other commodity. So I just linked you. I linked you. I linked you the table. So soft drinks number one, then fluid milk products, then beef grinds, then bag snacks, then cheese, then baked breads, then cold cereal, and then chicken fresh. So that's just part of the table.
And out of all of those, what would be
Okay,
consumed
beef
the
grinds
most?
is considered a commodity. Okay, that
Yes.
was what I wasn't, like I said, that's what I wasn't sure of, because under the
Yes.
the first frame.
Prime, if you're talking, you're
And this is consistent enough that the
I was mute. I did mute myself.
Yeah.
Sorry. I want to move past this point. I really want to.
I just want to say the USDA, I'm going to read directly from the USDA, across all households, more money was spent on soft drinks than any other item.
That's accurate. That's SNAP
Okay.
and non-SNAP.
We gotta move past.
Oh yeah,
this
can I say
point.
something?
Here's my claim from the beginning.
Now,
Because I don't think anyone else cares at this point. Where I don't want to lose any more viewers.
Look, I'm saying, look, I'm establishing my honesty.
I understand. I hear you. All right.
We've linked a million different reports, and you're just focusing on one sentence, and you're not looking at literally anything else. But okay.
This is from the USDA. This is from the USDA.
wait a minute, can I get back on topic?
Yeah.
Trump?
Sweetened beverages being the number 2 item over all meat is a problem too. You know that, right? Like, this is a problem.
You don't care, so I'm not having. Like,
I
you don't
care.
No, you don't. You don't want anybody going to like anybody for any food. If
Sorry,
we said
let me-
fine, no soft drinks, you're gonna say you
I
care.
said yes to beans. I even said yes to green beans because
even said yes to tomatoes.
because Prime said he didn't want lima beans or lima beans, whatever the fuck. And so I said, okay, we can do green beans too. I said yes to beans.
Yes to tomatoes.
I even said yes to tomatoes. I'm a fucking saint, and here you are trying to paint me as the devil. I swear to God.
We should put statues of you all over the country, and tax dollars should fund them, Lactoid.
Hold on. Let me
Maybe. I'd be-
A pony for every
I know
citizen.
Dupe is going to be quick, and then we'll go to you. Bam. Okay.
Okay.
I know Dupe is going to
So I guess this is for Lactoid, I guess. So which tax do you think we would have needed to reduce to save Charlie Kirk from having his like neck exploded? Like, which one of those do you think did it?
What?
I don't think
Yeah,
tax policy had anything to do with that.
Which tax do we need to like reduce to keep Charlie from getting into politics, to keep him from like drumming up the anger toward him that causes his neck to explode? Like what?
I don't know. That's a weird question.
I
I
don't
don't
think it had
know.
anything to do with tax policy at all.
I don't think it really had anything to do with tax policy.
Charlie Kirk's I don't think Charlie Kirk's death was a tax issue.
No, he did that.
Well, hold on. This is what makes me feel like you guys are uninformed, because the shooter allegedly was doing this for like the trans issue. Trump has massively reduced I think he's cut spending toward that issue since he's come into office. So this is sort of a tax issue, right? I mean, unless Lactoid supports giving tax.
Well, hold on. I think
I know that feels like negotiating with terrorists at that point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That I think Lactoid's position would be that we enabled trans people in the first place by giving them tax subsidies in the first place.
I don't think I would say
Therefore, if we had never participated in any kind of healthcare as a governmental society, then they wouldn't have the resentment and anger when the government took it away.
Okay, I see.
No trans equals no.
So Lactoid. So you think that we should keep reducing the spending toward trans shit, to gender mutilation or whatever, in understanding that this is probably going to lead to like more necks popping.
It's those unintended consequences again.
Yeah, if you're telling me that like, oh, Lactoid, like you have to support. Like it does feel like negotiating with terrorists a little bit. Like you have to give me your money.
Like what if
otherwise
the ultimate outcome is we have a civil war in the country because there are retards on both sides.
No.
You know, inflaming tensions, and the core issue is Trump reducing this spending for this issue. It's the trans thing. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of what it is, right?
Yeah. Wait. Yes.
People are talking like we're on the brink of civil war, and this guy hated Charlie Kirk over the trans thing, right? So like, in Trump has been targeting that issue.
Here's what I think. I think that if we get to that point where there's going to be a civil war over this issue, then obviously like the left's culture war has been horrifically successful. And at that point, like we're cooked, like we're fucked. Like I agree, like it's a bad scenario. If that does become the scenario, then I suppose we might have to like fund it to avoid like the civil war. But like I think this is part of the reason why the culture war is so important, right? Like you have to fight this from the beginning. You can't let it gain steam.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let's go to before we do, we got Bam and then Connor. Bam, Connor. Bam.
I don't think we're gonna have the Irish troubles specifically because of like the trans issue. Sorry, what's that?
I said Bam and then Connor. Bam. Then Connor.
Sorry, Bam.
I think he interpreted it. Bam, Connor. You're announcing him.
That's what I thought too. I forgot Bam's name.
Bam, you're muted, friend. We can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're talking. That's why. I'm okay. I just want. I'm curious because we're all friends here. We're in mixed company. I want to know, like, two things. This is kind of a two-parter. First, we all know that Tom Homan absolutely took that money, right? 150%. Tom Homan.
You faded there. Tom Homan is.
It's like Tom Homan absolutely took that $50,000, right? We all know that. Even though Caroline Levitt stood up in front of America and said that he didn't take the money. That video is going to come out at some point.
Isn't one of the commandments about lying? Well, like all these people keep, in my opinion, taking the Lord's name in vain because they cloak themselves in the robes of righteousness while committing every sin in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
But Charlie died for our sins.
I don't know.
They're trying to make him a modern saint.
Mm-hmm.
So they brought him
as they should.
So they brought him on Fox News literally later this afternoon because they were like, oh, Caroline Levitt said it. So he came on TV and they said like, yeah, Caroline Levitt said it. You didn't take the money. And then his exact words were, I did not commit a crime.
What money are we talking about?
He took a bribe. Right? Yeah, he took a bribe that once if Trump wins, he would take office and then he would give preferential contracts to people regarding immigration.
You know what's crazy?
FBI,
allegedly, like I haven't researched this enough because frankly, this administration is so corrupt. It's hard for me to care about any individual event.
True.
But one of the crazy details was that it was a bag full of literal cash.
Yeah,
and so just imagine
a comma bag.
Imagine like a cartoon character, like from the like old cartoons, where it's just like the bank vault.
It's a
bag
movie villain,
with, like, a dollar sign on the fucking side.
It's what happens.
Homan's walking home with a bank vault bag.
And they had on video, and everyone, it wasn't even like controversial. Like, oh yeah, we have him on video taking this money, and the Trump administration just shut it down. He said, "Don't talk about that anymore." And so Caroline Levitt effed up. She said she was supposed to just come out and say, "Oh, he didn't commit a crime," but she said he didn't take the money, and she fucked up.
She absolutely
she said
that.
It's gonna come out.
I don't know why she would take that hard stance unless she's like maybe it's positive that the video isn't gonna come out, but we'll find out. But like. so people can understand what we're talking about, because this is like more newish. Tom Homan was approached by FBI agents. This was under a larger investigation, right? So there was supposedly a bigger fish they were actually going for. And then they heard that Tom Homan was making promises and saying that, like, if Trump wins, because at that point he had already declared himself as, you know, part of the Trump campaign, and he was, I think at this point in the timeline, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, he had already been literally campaigning with Trump, right, making it very clear that when he got in office, Trump got in office, yeah, he would have power, right? He had the power to actually enact these things. They filmed him, like taking offers, saying like, yeah, I'll give you contracts, right? Can make these things happen. Once he gets in office. This presented a problem for the FBI because this isn't straight bribery, because he wasn't a public official at the time, right? This was I think this might have been after the election, but I think you're being correct about that. But in any case, he at the time he strictly was not in office, so it's not straight up bribery. But it falls under some other statute. Someone else is talking about like corruption or something. There's another statute it falls under, but it wasn't bribery. And so they didn't necessarily charge him. The plan was to, okay, into the Trump administration, let's approach this guy again, see if he does the same thing. But once we got into the Trump administration, and then the Trump DOJ was informed about all this, they shut the investigation down. So they ended that, as far as we can tell, which sounds like massive corruption as well. I don't know. Listen, that sounds pretty crazy to me.
I don't even know how to freak out about this though, because Trump just rug pulled his. Hold on. Firstly, he created a crypto coin. Then he rug pulled his audience with a crypto coin. Then he started accepting foreign donations from his crypto coin. Then he started having donors with people like multimillionaires who bought into his crypto coin. Dinners. It's like, what? How? Listen, I do think that Hunter Biden was playing on daddy's name to take money from foreign corrupt sources and laundering it back into his family. I think that's totally fucking true. But how the fuck am I supposed to say, hey, Democrats, care about Hunter Biden taking $10 million over a decade when Republicans won't even call out Donald Trump taking millions, maybe tens of millions of dollars, funneling it through slush funds? What the fuck is this Banana Republic bullshit?
Yeah, and him. I don't know if he meant to do the tweet or the truth to Pam Bondi about.
Oh, where he's saying to Pam Bondi, he's like, investigate and prosecute these specific people. People are talking shit about us on social media, and they're saying we're not doing anything.
Right. I fired the last person, like, because they didn't do it. So we're gonna bring in somebody else to do what I want them to do.
I think they announced that today. Yeah. I think they said that, like, oh, Pam Bondi wasn't going after these people, therefore I'm bringing in a special prosecutor to work in this district to go after these people.
And then when they asked Caroline Levitt about it, they said that, like, they asked her straight up, like, isn't that political retribution? He says, well, they went after Trump, so it's.
Well, the answer is going to be, guys, it's bad, but they criticize him, right? They voted for it.
Listen, I would accept this if there was like substantive evidence of wrongdoing amongst the people who are accused of wrongdoing. But at the same time, effectively, I can't trust shit about what he's saying. He's blown up random civilian vessels. He's not producing documentation showing these people are narco-terrorists. He's invoking fucking wartime acts, and he's not substantiating how wartime acts apply. He's sending federal troops into fucking cities. And no offense, Lactoid, but I blame libertarians.
So it's your wife and you now at this point. Come on, what the fuck?
What about the
I blame you?
What did I ever do?
I just mean
besides vote and campaign for him.
And sweep for him every chance you get.
Oh my god! No, it's not sweeping. It's that you guys come at this. You guys come at this. Hold up. You guys come at this like the fucking thing going back and forth. Like, I don't know enough about the Homan thing to speak on that, right? But like the way you guys hype each other up as to like this guy is fucking Satan, and then like when you actually look into it, it's like, oh well, this is actually like a little more complicated, and there's like more nuance. I have done what I have done is simply bring up the nuance to great displeasure, I suppose, of like the people who really like dumping on the guy.
I haven't heard any of this nuance, so
he was not my first choice. I didn't vote for him in the primary.
I want to nail you down on this. So, Don, do you think, because we have something called the Alien Sedition Act, we have posse comitatus, right? And so that's supposed to prohibit federal deployment of troops on United States soil, except for in specific circumstances. Okay. Now, the way that Trump has circumvented posse comitatus is when he sent in the Marines and when he's federalizing the National Guard, he's not having them do law enforcement actions. He's having them do other things.
Support ICE.
And as like a deterrent effect for law enforcement purpose. But since they're not detaining people or arresting people, technically it's legal. Okay. However, if we did not have 150-year-old fucking laws, and if the Republicans, who are utter fucking dick suckers of Donald Trump at this point, let him do it, do you think that Donald Trump would deploy the federal military in order to do law enforcement on United States soil?
If we didn't have the laws that like stop him from doing it, I'm confused.
If Donald Trump could deploy the federal military onto United States soil in order to do law enforcement, would he?
I think yes. I probably. Okay. I think that any president, if not constrained by laws, would do way more than they do. Like this is just like going to apply to every single president ever.
No.
Yeah,
I don't accept.
Wait, do you disagree with that?
I don't think that. I don't.
Do you think Trump is going to run for a third term?
It's the same. I don't think it's
before we jump onto that.
Clinton, I don't think it's the same with Bill Clinton with the Mass Incarceration Act. I don't think it's the same thing as George W. Bush with the War on Terror. I don't think it's the same.
You don't think that's the same?
Obama. No, I don't.
We know that the Bush administration and going into the Obama administration, they didn't even care about like the laws that were in place. The PRISM program, as revealed by Edward Snowden, now that people are all upset at him, that program has deemed by an American court to be illegal. It was a mass, widespread surveillance operation, and the administration did it. Multiple administrations did it. So I think there's plenty of presidents who do illegal shit. Are you telling me that if presidents weren't constrained by the law, all of them wouldn't be doing more? Biden was stopped by the Supreme Court in using OSHA to mandate that everybody get a vaccine. He tried that. If the Supreme Court didn't stop him, he would have done that. So if you're telling me would Trump do more if the laws weren't stopping him? Of course they would.
I just don't want to do this one about this right. I want to deal with the specific case.
I said yes. I answered yes right away, and then I went into explaining how every president would do more.
No, I'm not. I'm not even talking about Connor's point about the military, or like I'm saying that. Do you believe that Donald Trump is unique and that no, no. Wait a minute. I don't even know what I'm saying. And unique in the fact that he openly told the Attorney General to pursue his political enemies, like as far as like on a social media platform. Like this is public information. It's not up for interpretation. There's not contextual. That he believes he has a right.
Hold on.
To pursue his political enemies.
You're gonna find like very specific things that Donald Trump has done, perhaps. Okay, I don't know the details as to like what specifically he said.
Why do you never know the details related?
You're gonna hold on, because I'm explaining that I don't know the full details, and then I'm going to give like the most charitable like interpretation, which is let's assume that he did it, right? I think you are going to be able to find things that Trump has done that are like unique and perhaps like uniquely bad among Trump. But again, I just got to point this out. Now that I've answered the question, I think that you're going to find uniquely bad things that every president has done. I think that the war on terror was uniquely bad. I think George W. Bush, with both the PRISM program and the war on terror, has done more bad than Obama, Biden, and Trump combined. Sorry.
Would you vote for Trump
fucking
again?
Crazy.
I would vote for Obama. I would vote for an Obama Biden. I would vote for a Biden Obama over George W. Bush. Sorry.
What about another Trump, a third term Trump?
I'm not going to vote for a third term, no. Constitution's clear about that.
Okay, well, hold on.
Is it clear right now?
I got a few more super chats, so I'm going to go through them.
For the record, I don't believe that.
Alexander Wynn, $20, says the fundamental problem with medications for women who are pregnant is that it is unethical to test medications on pregnant women, so we can never discover when new medications are safe except through other means. That's actually a good point. I guess it goes back to his previous statement about like Tylenol breaking the placental barrier. I don't know what protections are in place. Well, what we can do there to actually test. I guess it has to come indirectly, that data. Maybe our friend Corey, who if he wasn't stuffing his face, could tell us more about that. But it is what it is.
My face.
Then maybe instead of banning safe medications, like you know what I mean. So
yeah.
I have a safe medication. Why are we getting rid of it?
But I guess to taking this point to the next level, right? If we can't test directly, right? Like if we just can't like stuff like pregnant women full of Tylenol right directly and see what happens, right? Then we it's harder to collect this data and be positively sure. We're only collecting indirectly from other studies or from people who have, suffer from other conditions, and we're like tracking their medication intake, right? And it seems to be correlated with this thing. Someone's clicking our pen or something, and we can hear it. So there's that. All right, 2 more super chats. Lactoid from Hannah Morel, $2 says Lactoid will henceforth be known as Skinny Jean Rob. Okay, I think we were all.
I actually prefer baggy jeans, but I'm sure.
Bag. Okay. Actually, we have a few more super chats. Grassroots Hegemon says dairy farms and cornstarch are 2 great examples of policy pressing the market down. More taxes on one unhealthy industry taken to directly fund another. Artificial growth is in corn farming to put in your gas or sugar. Okay, good. So, yeah, you're saying we put massive subsidies into this one area, create a market, an overflow of this particular product, and then create an industry on top of that, being using corn syrup or was it the gas? What was the gas fuel again? The corn fuel for gas?
Ethanol. Or wait, no. Is shit, I don't remember.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly, because I have to avoid it because it's not good for.
It's not even good. Yeah,
it's not good for engines, especially old engines.
Yeah.
But yeah, blend like the 10% ethanol or the 15% ethanol, or maybe not. I don't know.
I think it's ethanol.
Yeah, it might be ethanol. Okay.
Ethanol is fuel. I don't know if it's the fuel you're talking about, but.
Yeah, I don't. It was what did you say?
I said ethanol is a fuel, but I don't know if it's the fuel like you're referring to.
It's a corn.
It's a fuel. It's added to fuels.
Yeah, it's a corn-based additive.
If it's derived from corn, it is probably ethanol.
You guys are talking about E85, right? That cheap shit. Yeah.
Okay.
This is so fucking autistic.
Did you want to say?
If you got a carbureted engine, by the way, don't ever use anything with ethanol in it.
Understood.
But you can drink ethanol. I will attest to that.
Hell yeah.
Alexander Wynn. $10. My apologies. We knew about a crossing into the placenta before. It's only recently that we confirmed its entry. Oh my God. We can hear you chewing. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're great. We love you though. You're beautiful. Crossing into the placenta before. It's only recently that we confirmed its entry into the baby's body through blow marker studies within the last 5 to 6 years. I can't confirm that, but if that's the case, that's interesting. And I'm curious if it would cause any problems. I don't think it's going to cause autism.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see studies. But then how do you study that? It's very difficult.
Well, you would think that they would have that information before outlawing it or something, but
let me just make it right.
Can I ask one question? Let's assume 10 years from now, we see a giant drop in autism, and then all the experts are like, oh shit, it was Tylenol. How much crow are you going to eat? Are you going to be like, shit, Trump's a brilliant guy? You going to say it?
Well, I wouldn't say Trump is brilliant because he had nothing to do with it. But if that was the case, I would say Robert Jr., like Robert Kennedy Jr. Okay, people laughed at him. As far I haven't really laughed about this particular thing.
Would you call him a visionary?
I would not. Visionary.
He probably has
it's random chance at that point. He has no reason.
I call him a hero. I call him a hero, Lactoid. Is that good for you?
That's good enough. That's good enough.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
If we can what do we think the percentage chance is that Donald Trump and RFK just solved autism?
0.
If we had to put money on it.
They created more autism. I think pregnant women taking Tylenol actually helps the autism, and less pregnant women taking less Tylenol actually produces more autism.
Yeah,
that's what I think is going to happen.
They're two of the most autistic people. That's the funny thing about it. They
Mom never took a Tylenol when you were pregnant. That's going to be the most autistic kid.
Alexander Wynn, $20 at Lactoid. Your citation of caring about people's health is not helped by saying that you would not spend more money to provide healthier food. It makes it seem like you just don't want them to have creature comforts, which is what a lot of people were saying.
True.
I'm going to reiterate my position. The number one concern was money. being spent, like being taken and spent. And then the number 2 is like health. And there is some matrices here where like very unhealthy food I'm like really against, and very expensive food I'm really against. In terms of them having creature comforts is kind of like irrelevant to me in terms of like if it was free. It's not that I don't want them to have it. It's that I don't want the people to be paying for it. I don't want money to be taken away from hardworking people and being used to buy soda.
Fairy Queen, $5. Should streamers be prescribed leucovorin without consent?
That's the supplement that Dr. Oz sells.
Is that what it is? Okay, is that for anti-autism medication?
That's the anti-autism supplement.
Oh, base.
There's been one study that shows like basically negligible difference between people who took that and the placebo. Like it's been one controlled study, and it didn't even give off positive information. And they were like, you know what, this is the cure.
I would take it, but I only self-treat with essential oils.
Is it just vitamin B9?
Let me just work right there. We're almost done with the super chats, and again, thank you for the super chats. If you want, this is
us
fantastic.
Talking about them is why it makes them send money. That's they wanted to get reacted to.
And I appreciate. No, I know, but like I just want to.
Yeah, it makes a good point.
We got some other. I know, guys. I know how this
always
works.
Has a good point.
Thank you all for the kindness. Alexander win $10. It wasn't a rug pull. It was bribery for doing what they wanted him to do in terms of the gifting of the coins.
Hold on. The reason why I said that though is because I think that's similar. The Melania coin and the Donald Trump coin, I think they both had like 80%, 90% drops within 48 hours of them existing. But then I think that people figured out, oh, I can pay Donald Trump through his coin by inflating the value of his coin. Therefore, I'm going to buy hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars of his coin. And then I'm going to say, hey, buddy, I happen to be an investor in your coin. Incidentally, unrelated, could I have this federal government consideration for this contract?
But you also have to hire Pam Bondi's brother first. That's your lawyer. That's the
Republican Party trying to rebuild any scrap of integrity after the Trump administration is going to be next to impossible.
There's not going to be a Republican Party without
it. Was absolutely both. It's not one or the other, like you were saying.
Trump's going for third term.
Sean, ignore this bug in membership gifting. Thank you, Sean, for gifting membership. I do have some more super chats, but we're going to continue on. We're going to get back to super chats later on. But thank you all so much for the kindness, for supporting the channel. This is how I keep this alive. I really do appreciate it. All right, so but back to it. We were talking about what were we talking about? The last thing we were saying.
Oh yeah, like, have you read anything? They've been put in the chat. There's been a few links. I want to help.
I read anything. I read things sometimes.
Can I tell you my fantasy?
Is it sexual?
Sure.
No, it's about the next
okay.
Where are we going with this?
It's about the next election.
Didn't know this was that kind of stream. Go ahead.
I don't know the
keeping me alive.
But okay, go ahead.
So Trump gets to run a third term or whatever the Supreme Court says. So then, since the president gets to serve a third term, then Obama comes down a bigger and more gold escalator, and then he runs, and it's Obama v. Trump.
I'm voting Obama.
Is this
Obama's escalator has to be black. There's got to be a BBL.
No, it has to be the biggest golden escalator because that would piss Trump off the most, and that's what I'm
Baby
for.
Peach. I don't know why this isn't a sexy fantasy. I
guess I
don't see the difference here.
It's so.
What are the odds you guys place on him actually running for a third term?
At least 60%.
No, actually, I don't think he cares anymore.
No,
I think he feels like he won.
No.
Like, if he didn't feel like he already won, then I think he would. But he's in his mid-80s. If he was 64. He's 100%.
Why wouldn't he self-pardon and ride off into the sunset? And then did you guys see, like, last month, he disappeared for 3 days, and then he came back, and then he had that fucking droop.
Yeah,
I swear to God, that
healthy,
motherfucker.
Considering
and then
he's
also
healthy.
with, like, the swollen ankles and the random bruising and shit. I swear to God, this motherfucker has, like, preliminary heart failure / miniature strokes.
Even the way the White House is talking about it.
If he's healthy, I guarantee, like, yes, he would want to run for a third term. You know. Health complications.
Dude, I'm telling you, like a third term.
You guys don't have a Republican Party anymore.
even like lactoids branch of libertarians and the misfit patriots and all that bullshit, even they're not going to support a third term.
They'd all support a
cat turd would.
I don't
they'd
even
all
think
support a third term.
Who would?
They'd all support a third term. They'd all support a
sure.
third term because they wouldn't have anyone else to rely on, right? The like
no,
Vance
is
we're gonna run Vance. We're gonna run Vance and beat you with Vance. We're gonna beat you with Vance.
They're grooming.
I think. Hold on. I think you guys are kind of coping. I think if he did run again and the Democrats run like Gavin Newsom or something, I think people would support Trump over Newsom. Even Lactoid, even Mr. Patriot. I would be tempted to
oh yeah, they would vote for him definitely.
I fucking hate Newsom. Okay, I will never forgive Newsom for what he did to California. Fuck that bitch. So I might be tempted. Okay, but
they'll say, "Oh, I wouldn't support it."
It doesn't. So my vote doesn't actually matter. So I might vote Trump out of spite, but just because it doesn't matter.
No, Trump voters would vote for him again. Trump's not going to lose many of his supporters that he has now.
Every single.
But I think that there's people who like Biden. Biden was such an excellent president that people were bored enough and they thought they're like, oh, it doesn't matter to come out. But I think
the economy was also super.
Wait, Lactoid.
No, I legitimately. I mean, sure, people talk about the economy, but again, as soon as Trump won, like immediately people don't give a fuck about grocery prices anymore. Generally speaking, like that they don't care about.
They might give it. No. Hold on. I think that we're experiencing a level of stabilization right now where we're getting a little lackadaisical. I almost guarantee you that if deporting, like Trump probably stopped the mass deportation of agricultural workers on the low. That way we didn't get the price shocks that I'm expecting in agriculture. But like if we start hitting like, I don't know, double, triple produce prices or whatever, you better believe those fucking complaints about grocery store prices are going to come right the fuck back.
Did you hear him say that he wanted to bring them back because of all of the, what was it? He was talking about how he like deported basically like too many illegals and how some of them were like hardworking people and then they worked for the farmers. And,
no, he was like, let's just give them some work.
This is what drives me fucking crazy.
He was considered family to a lot of people.
Everyone said, every neoliberal, every open border libertarian said, hey, if you eliminate the workforce from construction and from agriculture, which is currently made up of 40% illegals, we are not going to replace that labor force overnight, and we are going to have price shocks in both of these industries. And we are on the cusp of those fucking price shocks, unless Donald Trump took his foot off the gas as soon as he realized what was going to happen.
No,
he literally said it too.
No, it's happening one way or the other. First of all, we are seeing those raids in those areas, right? We are seeing raids on farms all across the country. We are seeing raids on construction sites. We are seeing raids on laborers, like beyond like a centralized construction site, like day laborers who are looking for jobs. Like ICE is absolutely raiding them, rounding them up, and of course they can't do it all across the country simultaneously, but it's happening enough times that it's scaring people from even trying to do those work, right? Mm-hmm. So even one of the places in cities that might be more safe, people are too scared to show up, right? Yeah. All of this is going to contribute to the larger problem. So that's absolutely happening. But then add to that the tariffs. Add to that an increase in doing all of that, right? In terms of like either importing food or construction materials or even finished products, right? And there are some products that even are exempt, but the product themselves still costs more because other parts of it are tariff, like the individual parts of it are tariff.
Yeah, or just some of their tools or some of their equipment. Yeah,
it's disastrous. It's fucking disastrous what Trump is doing.
I'm saying
we're going to have big price shocks.
Listen, MAGA is having its little moment in the sun because Charlie Kirk got assassinated and they had their big powwow at his funeral, which was weird as fuck.
Weird.
But if those economic impacts do happen, then the midterms are still going to be a fucking bloodbath.
They are happening right now. We see them in different areas.
It hasn't. Okay, I have a family of 4. I'm spending $1,500 a month on groceries. Jesus. I'm still spending $1,500 a month on groceries. If I start spending $2,000 a month on groceries, you better believe that every single fucking box that is a never Trump Republican, a non-MAGA Republican, or a Democrat, that's getting fucking checked. I will punish the fuck out of MAGA.
I can send you a Walmart list.
I don't think the Democrats got shit going for them, brother. Who?
People say that. No, I think people have a weird expectation of what happens outside of like.
You think you can't vote for Democrats out of hate? I'll vote for Democrats out of hate. What are you talking about?
You will.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who will vote against Democrats for hate or just not vote at all.
Well, hold on. That's a Muslim problem, brother.
Muslim problem.
No offense. How's Gaza going?
Oh, he's talking about.
What does Gaza have to do with anything?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Minnesota.
What I'm saying. Sorry, Bam, if I'm interrupting.
You're good.
What I'm saying is, so Israel Gaza was a focal point for the online left, talking about how what is it, Genocide Joe and Kamala and this, that, the fucking other, right? And how they're pieces of shit and they don't deserve your vote. Well, what ended up happening was Michigan. Wait, hold on. What's the city? Dearborn, right? Dearborn. So Dearborn and Michigan, the fucking vote for Biden in 2020 was at 68%.
Yeah.
In 24, Trump won Michigan, and like 32% went to Jill fucking Stein.
Yeah.
So the reason why, like, that's happening is because of this lefty liberal split. But there's no way in fuck anybody thought that Trump was going to be better on Israel Gaza than fucking Joe or Kamala. Yeah. So I would say leftists fucked it up a little bit.
And they're going to continue to fuck it up. And that's if you think Gaza was the only thing, if you don't think putting Kamala in the fucking front run seat like 3 months before the fucking.
Why don't you like a proud black woman? What are you, racist?
No one wanted her. She was not the person people primary.
No, I'm being a dick.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. As far as like Democrats,
Democrats that was a unique.
All you guys have done.
all
all the Democrats have done, which Connor, to your point right now, is your side. Right, all the Democrats have done is push away all the people that lost them the vote to begin with, and push them farther away from ever voting for Democrats again. So you guys have effectively alienated the people that you wanted to alienate to the point where, but now you guys think you're going to win another election.
I want to add that real
probably.
quick. Hold on. So, Connor, maybe we can have a larger conversation.
When the economy goes bad, people vote Republican.
Connor, maybe we can have a larger conversation on this again, right? I'm one of those online leftists. I was one of the ones. Well, first of all, I said I didn't vote. Yeah. To be clear, I said I wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden, but then he got replaced by Kamala Harris. I was very excited for that because I was hoping she would be different. She wasn't different. In fact, she said specifically she wasn't going to change on this very fucking subject, right? That she was going to do exactly what he did. So he's going to be another genocide promoter, right? So fuck Kamala Harris, right?
She said verbatim that the violence needs to stop and people need to stop dying. But you said you didn't care what she said. I remember. We got quotes.
They said so many words.
So I didn't.
I'm listening.
So I didn't vote for her, right? However, this energy that you're bringing, Connor, I like it. Bring that energy. Yes. Left.
Dude, I'm fucking no. I'm furious.
Let me finish the words, and then you can agree with me.
Yeah.
I want people to know that leftists, yes, when they aren't like their concerns aren't given priority, when they are ignored, when they are specifically told that you have to get in line and vote, sometimes they won't. So next time, the next election, actually, yes, you should care about the concern of leftists. We are an important part of the Democratic Party. So yeah, it was
absolutely
us. Like
not. We cost you the election.
Yeah, you cost you the election.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. This is an argument. This is an argument.
Hold on. Second. It cost them the election because, they didn't give a fuck about Gaza. They didn't give a fuck about the genocide, right? That wasn't a problem. And so next time,
rather than being introspective,
I want our Democratic leaders to think about that, right? That has to be the lesson. So yes, I want people to walk away from that. Blame me. Blame Prime. Go ahead, do it.
I will blame you.
I blame you.
Good. People died specifically because of the decision you made. There
you go.
Okay.
100. No, and I'm going to go further. I'm not even joking. This is something I stand 110 toes down on. Fuck you as a leftist. And that's not, and that's one of my one of my closest friends.
That's going to cost you another election. Good job. This is a great way to win an election. Great way. No introspection. No introspection from the fucking Democrats. Not at all. Never look within. Never look within. Never look within.
The brightest inspection is stop giving these people fucking time of day. Stop pretending that they care.
That's right. That's right. Stop doing it.
You shouldn't be a part of the. You absolutely shouldn't be a part of the platform.
And then you guys will continue to lose. That was the whole thing.
That's right.
That's not why they lost. That's not why they lost.
That's literally why they lost.
If it's not why they lost, then why even bother? If it wasn't for us not voting,
it was the Democrats' fault because we thought you mattered.
But we did. You didn't get our votes, and you lost.
That's not the votes we needed.
Okay,
but it is literally the votes you needed. You lost them.
Look how he's trying to have it both ways, right? He wants to blame us for the loss, right?
Correct.
He wants to blame us for the loss.
We weren't the votes we needed.
Categorize us as the problem, but also say, actually, it's insignificant. Your vote is insignificant. You were one anyway. In fact, the problem was that we
pretended
prioritized concerns too much, actually, right? And that's why we lost. So, both one leftists say, hey, you didn't actually address our concerns, right? And then they're like, well, we actually over-address your concerns. How did you over-address our concerns in terms of Gaza, right? The genocide continued over Joe Biden. Clearly, that wasn't the case, right?
Go
bullshitting everyone, right? But all the point, the whole point of this is so that they never look at their own party platform. Right? Say, hey, maybe our candidate shouldn't have supported genocide for 2 years. Maybe that shouldn't happen.
I watched you move the boat. I watched you move the goalpost 17 times.
If that didn't happen, maybe if they didn't split the Democratic Party, if this wasn't the biggest issue, not just
Can I address this? Because I'm sure Lactoid is having an excellent time.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, he's heard this all before, right? And I know my friend man Doobie wants to jump in because he's got a problem here too, right? If it wasn't, it's not just on our leftists, it's actually regular individuals. This was the talking point on the Democratic Party.
That's not regular individuals.
So many people didn't vote, so that's the problem too. Mandatory voting, and then we would know who to blame.
People didn't vote because Joe Biden was such an excellent president
that
they came out and said that people came out and said that they're like it's not really important to vote. What's going to actually happen as far as 2026 is, and I don't even think leftists are dumb enough to do it. But again, they're not a part of my calculation anymore. If leftists come out in 2026 and make the argument there's no difference between Republicans and Democrats, I think that's going to fall on deaf ears. They're like, people have seen
that wasn't the argument.
That was absolutely the motherfucking argument.
No, it wasn't the argument.
They said that there's no difference on any issue.
The argument was Kamala shouldn't have plugged her ears at the DNC. The DNC shouldn't have plugged their ears. Kamala shouldn't have brought fucking whoever she brought to Dearborn to Detroit to talk about Judea and Samaria.
Nice try.
Trump actually came and listen. Trump lied. Trump's a horrible fucking person. But guess what? The guy lied and is able to convince people of shit. And so that's that's what a campaign is. It's, hey, can I convince these people to vote for me or not? And Kamala couldn't convince anyone to vote for her. So that's her fault, not the people who didn't vote for her. You blame the person who didn't earn the votes. No, it's called a candidate. We're supposed to win the election.
Leftists, some were, but the vast majority.
I want to make a related point.
They lost an election. They couldn't get the votes.
Okay. So this has been it's a problem for y'all, but it's also a problem for me. Okay, what you want Doobie to go first?
After you, we'll go to Doobie.
Okay. So for me, it's a problem for y'all, but it's also a problem for me. Okay. And I would say on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I saw like all the MAGA people calling for civil war. They're like, please, Trump, give me the green light. I'll start clearing my neighbors' houses with AR-15s. I'll start executing my neighbors for you. Please, Christ Messiah, Trump, give me the license to bathe in the blood of my neighbors. I was like, oh, okay. The Republican Party's lost. Like there's no point. Might as well become like the right wing of the Democratic Party, I guess. However, I had a young man named North come into my chat, and I had a conversation with him, and he's a never Trump Republican. And he believes in all the values that Republicans used to talk about a decade ago. And he thinks that when Trump goes away, that J.D. Vance will not be sufficiently charismatic in order to unite MAGA. MAGA will have been so disastrous that it will actually be a fucking problem for Republicans to build off of Trump. And so now is not the time to leave. Now is the time to capitalize and try to recapture like the sane right.
Exactly.
Okay, so North saved my proverbial Republican soul. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I still would prefer a moderate Democrat compared to a MAGA Republican, but this conversation within the past 2 or 3 minutes has reinforced my belief that Democrats are uniquely capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah,
like you guys are fully capable of just crabs in a bucket, fucking each other over to the point that like 10% of the Democratic Party identifies as progressive. 10% of the party identifies as socialist. 98% of the socialists are Scandinavian socialists. They're basically social democrats, but they don't know what socialism means. They're not Marxist revolutionaries. But what you guys are going to do is you're going to center the Marxist revolutionaries for the socialists. You're going to cater to the fucking socialists. You're going to cater to the crazy progressives. And then they're not going to show up for a centrist candidate like Gavin Newsom. And then J.D. Vance is going to win. Well,
Gavin
and then we're
Newsom
still
actually catered to them in the first place. But anyway, let's go to Doobie. I want to have a larger conversation with you, Connor, about this. We can do this maybe on your channel or something. It's fine. So let's go to Doobie and then Lactoid, and then I got to hit some super chats.
So I just want to like point out the framing here, right? So talking about the Gaza issue, right, or the Israel-Gaza issue, among the Democrats is like an issue for the fringe of the party, right? It's like 10% are socialists, whatever the fuck. So this is it. This is their issue. So a tiny minority of the party. That's fucking totally detached from reality. And I think it demonstrates the actual problem with the Democrat Party, which is they're totally disconnected from their base. Right? So early 2024, I think 50% of Democrats considered Israel to be committing a genocide in Gaza. Early 2024, late 2024, around the election time, 67% of Democrats thought they were committing a genocide. Now the number's at like 77% as of like August, right? That's the Democrat Party, not just leftists in the party, quote unquote. 77% of the Democrat Party thinks they're committing a genocide.
And what did Kamala Harris say?
Only 18% of Democrats support sending military aid to Israel today. 18%. So, and the same numbers are similar among independents. Right now, 51% of independents think that Israel's committing a genocide. Only 34% support sending military aid to Israel. Even fucking Republicans, 20% of Republicans think Israel's committing a genocide. And I think like 44% are opposed to sending military aid to Israel. Right? So this is not a fringe issue in the Democrat Party or among independents. Stop. This is not a fringe issue among Democrats or independents. If you're in the Democrat Party and you're okay with funding Israel, you're the fucking fringe. You are the person who's demanding to be centered when you're a tiny minority of the party. That has been the issue since like early 2024. This has been the problem. Late 2024, this was massively the issue. But rather than cater to the base, rather than do what the base fucking wants, the Democrat Party is pandering to the fucking lobbyists who are sending them all this fucking boatloads of money. Right? They wanted to gobble up that pro-Israel lobby money, so they pandered to that tiny group of people instead of the base of their fucking party. That is the problem. That was a problem then. It's a problem today.
How are you saying he's lying? Bam.
No one wants to pull out a fucking quote. No one's saying. No one's pull out facts.
I'll be right back. I'm using the restroom.
I pulled out two facts. The DNC walking out of Detroit when there were protests for Gaza. They're plugging their fucking ears as they're walking to their cars. They're plugging their ears as they're walking to their fucking cars. And then when Kamala comes to Detroit, what was the conversation around Gaza? When the DNC had the Israeli speak, not a single Palestinian spoke. I don't give a fuck if it's in some random interview. She goes, the war needs to stop in Gaza. That doesn't mean fucking shit.
What did she say in every single
I don't give a fuck what she says in an interview.
No, go ahead. Bam, tell us.
That's the issue. She said the same shit Biden said was sending them fucking weapons. It doesn't mean anything. thing.
Every single time she stepped
when
on
she was
stage,
asked what she would do, she said she would do nothing different, Bam. That was a fucking.
That's not what she said.
That is
What
what
did she say,
said.
Bam?
No,
What
pull up
did
the
she
quote
say?
of her saying, "I will do nothing different." Show me those
Okay,
words.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
Fucking liar.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
not
do
what
it.
she said.
Yeah, no problem.
When she came out specifically, they said, "How will you balance? Israel's security with the Palestinians' right to sovereignty?" And she literally said she said she said over and over again, the time for the war to be over is now. She says, obviously, she says what's happening to the Palestinian people is a tragedy, and these people need food to aid whatever, blah blah blah. And she always ended it, but she always ended her statement with, "And Israel has a right to defend itself." And people was like, "No, the fuck they don't."
No. What was the quote? You were going to give us a quote, and then you like blah 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 blah. Like, what is a quote?
Yeah. That's the thing, Bam, is anytime they can talk about Israel's defense all the time without mentioning Palestine. But anytime they mention Palestine or Palestine sovereignty or how they need something, they have to end it. They always end it with, "But Israel has the right to defend itself."
Of course they have.
Yeah, it's just fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit virtue signal to try to gain a vote from people when they're not going to do jack shit. Everyone talks about, how's Gaza doing? For a year and a half under Biden, how was it doing? It was doing fucking shit. Because Trump adopted it for fucking 3, 4, 5 months and said had a worse rhetoric on it. It doesn't change the realities of the ground.
Issue as Israel as an ally. But when I asked Prime, I know because Prime moved his position 17 times. Whenever Kamala Harris first came into the what did you say? What did you say he would need? And he said, "Well, if Kamala Harris can can come out and make a strong statement saying that the violence needs to stop in Palestine." She did. She said it over and over and over.
And ended it with, "But Israel has the right to defend itself." Make one fucking statement about Palestine without mentioning Israel's right to defend itself. Go ahead and fucking do that. But she couldn't even do that.
Hold on, Ellie, wait 1 second. So the issue, Biden said the same shit. Oh, yeah, the violence needs to stop. Israel needs to be more careful about collateral damage. They all said the shit. And they continue sending them fucking weapons while these people were openly talking about committing a genocide.
Oh yeah,
and it's just empty words. Same shit we got from Biden.
Prom said he wanted those words. And then the second time, he moved the goalpost to, and I just don't want her to say anything positive about Gaza. I wanted to call for a ceasefire, and she immediately called for a ceasefire. And then she said, "Well, it's not enough to call for a ceasefire. I need her."
What are you talking about? You're like, this dude is like making up history.
I'm not making up
this up.
All of you run stream. All these are recordings. You never said that if Kamala called for a ceasefire, you wouldn't support her. You're saying that doesn't exist on this God's internet.
No. I'm sorry. I don't know exactly what I said on this particular issue. Right. I know that what was being discussed previously during that time was a temporary ceasefire. That like a ceasefire with very little conditions. That's the thing that was being discussed. It wasn't a permanent ceasefire. Like it was okay. It was okay for like the Democratic Party just to say, "Hey, I want a ceasefire." Right? They'll say that, but then they put no force behind it. Right? They wouldn't actually like, "Hey, like Israel doesn't want to actually do." You can say the words, "Hey, I want a ceasefire," right? And Biden said that too. Earlier in 2024, Biden was saying, "Hey, I want a ceasefire," right? But then he did literally nothing to make that happen. When the Israelis, like the belligerent party doing the genocide, said, "Hey, I don't want to stop the genocide," right? He did nothing to actually stop the genocide. That would be the problem.
Okay, you told me to get a quote.
Say words. Right? If you just say words and then follow that with zero action, when you're having a belligerent, violent, barbaric party doing the genocide, then no, that's not enough for me.
Why? Okay, so let's go to a quote, and then I'm gonna prove what you just said was another lie. All you do is lie tonight. You got to work on that. The war in Gaza is not a binary issue, but too often the conversation about it is. Harris writes, I wanted to acknowledge the complexity, nuance, and history of the region, but it seemed very few people had the appetite for that or the willingness to hold two strategic narratives in their mind at the same time, to grieve for the human suffering of the Palestinian people. She didn't even mention Israel in this, but also whenever they had
it's just one random quote.
So what did she say? She said nothing.
She said 75 of those quotes. We can go again and again, but
they mean nothing.
No, I'm gonna follow it up with the whenever they literally brought in Netanyahu to the White House, and they had stringent stringent conversations about
conversations.
Kamala had stringent conversations with Netanyahu.
Yeah, she was absolutely part of.
She did. Yeah, she did a whole thing.
And I'm about to say, and literally,
what happened after that?
Netanyahu came out and he was furious because he
yeah,
was getting strong-armed by Biden.
Was there?
You didn't vote for him. That's what happened after that.
No,
and
what happened? So, hon, did they get that a ceasefire? Was there a permanent ceasefire afterwards?
Was it done in 2 days? That's the standard.
Oh no. That happened
still dying right now.
The conversation happening. If I'm remembering correctly, and I might not be. So if I have the timeline mixed up, I do apologize. I'm not trying to lie here. But my understanding, that conversation happened early January 2024. So you're saying that afterwards, right? Not 2 days afterwards, not 3 days, not a week, not a month, not several months, not a year.
That wasn't January. It was close to the election season. I know because
maybe I don't know this particular conversation, because when I'm talking about happened way before the election. It was like way before the election. Where Kamala Harris made up here, but
Kamala was already the representative at this time, the candidate.
Yeah. The one I'm talking about, she was vice president at the time. But maybe we're talking about two different incidents. And again, I'm not trying to lie. That's my understanding. In any case, and again, there was no ceasefire. Now, I wouldn't have held that to Kamala Harris if you're talking about if she had just done, if she had made it clear that, hey, I'm going to back this up by action, right? Okay, you could say you want a ceasefire, but what exactly?
Are you going to cut every dollar of funding and bomb Israel into the ground? That was your standard.
No, I was not my standard. No, you're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar, Bam.
Tell me what you know.
That wasn't my standard. I specifically said, hey, I understand that she's not a leftist like me, right? She doesn't want to send Israel back to the Stone Age where it fucking belongs. No, she doesn't want to do that. And I get that, right? I get that. I can't ask the world from her. I can't ask her to have my position on Israel. I specifically was saying I was being extremely charitable. I'm like, hey, give me something, Kamala Harris, right? To let me understand that when you get in office, you're going to fight, because all the words that she said are the words that Biden had said previously, right? So if she was going to have the same rhetoric, well, she's just going to have the same result as Biden. So I need to actually have a reason to believe that she was actually going to follow through.
She didn't convey it.
She did none of that. Don't bullshit me. Don't fucking bullshit me.
Here, can I explain the Dearborn vote? I'll explain the Dearborn vote. I'll explain the Dearborn vote real quick. When you have a group of Arabs and Muslims and you look at the parties, right? And in accordance to them, the one thing that's happening that we should all be unified against is, hey, maybe we shouldn't fucking bomb the Palestinians to existence. It seems like the Democratic Party doesn't care and the Republican Party doesn't care. They all seem to agree on one thing, which is Israel needs to defend itself and is in support for Israel as our ally. So when you ask a bunch of fucking Arabs in America, in Michigan, in Dearborn, hey, who are you going to vote for? This is how it's going to go. Most people aren't going to vote. The people who were Democrats are going to not be Democrats anymore. They're going to vote third party just to kind of prove a point, or you're going to convince all the fucking basically Muslims want to be conservative Republican, and also Republicans promise them better business deals, right? Whatever for taxes, whatever it may be. So you're just basically convinced a bunch of capitalists who already want to have conservative values to begin with to just vote for a fucking conservative. That's how it works. If both parties aren't going to care about the actual thing I care about, and the only thing that matters is I live in this country, well then, yeah, they're going to vote with their business interests.
So I have some super chats I got to get through.
Wait, can I just share a quick stat though? I just shout out to Dearborn because they have the largest mosque in North America. So that's just it's pretty.
And the best mayor ever.
So say it.
I think that was a stat that they have the largest mosque
in North America. It's huge.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So,
come check it out.
Let me get through these super chats, and again, thank you everyone who's helped out the super chats. I had to calm down. I would love to have a conversation with Connor, Bam, and Doobie. Would be great too, or Ali or something, right?
No, I'm in on this conversation.
I'd like Connor to respond to what I said at some point. Okay. They think it's very frustrating that people act like this is a fringe issue.
So before that, let me just try to get through these super chats, and I'll do that. So quickly, Alexander Wynn, $10. Lactoid gets a lot of attention. I appreciate you, and appreciate you, Alexander Wynn.
I think I'm the only right-wing person really on this panel right now. So,
our friend Connor would say differently.
No, that's not true. I'm pretty.
Hold on. No. We're gonna do this.
Just like on other things.
Okay. What do you? Can you name? Because Lacto, I actually respect you. I think you're a pretty smart guy. Can you name like just a few examples of conservative philosophy that like just a few? There's like 5 or 6. Can you name any of them?
So when I'm talking about like right-leaning, I'm talking about within the current Overton window of America. If you're talking about like some philosopher a couple hundred years ago, I mean, maybe you fit that definition.
Okay, then I'm not going to be a total fucking dick about it, but I was raised as a Republican. Okay, I was raised in what was like.
I was raised as a communist.
Hold on, gross.
You still are.
That explains a lot,
people.
actually.
It's never gone away. Yeah.
So anyways, the point is that like Reaganite fusionism was social conservatism, fiscal conservatism, and neoconservatism blended into like a single political philosophy. That was Reaganite conservatism. Then you add on top of that Burkean conservatism and environmental conservatism. And these are all things that I fucking believe in. I can articulate the ideology fucking perfectly, and they're all right-wing ideals. What the problem is right now is that, in my opinion, like libertarians, no offense, are useful idiots for right-wing populist dipshits. And the right-wing populist dipshits, they have no principles. They don't believe in neoconservatism. They don't believe in American military power. They don't believe in fiscal conservatism. They're running worse deficits than the fucking Democrats, which is impressive, by the way. They're not social conservatives. They're sweeping for a fucking pedophile right now. They're not Burkean conservatives because they don't defer to social institutions and then make incremental progress. So in my opinion, when you say, oh, I'm the only right-wing person, no, what's happened, in my opinion, is all of the values that I was raised with were skinned by a Hannibal Lecter style character. He walks around with the face of the Republican Party on his face, and he's laughing about it. And you enable him, and it's repulsive to me. Like I like you,
sure,
but I hate that you enable that person.
So when we're talking about like what is right wing, I think you have to factor in, obviously, like the Overton window of the particular time and country that you're talking about. If what you're saying is that you used to be a conservative, that potentially could make sense. If what you're saying is that
I used to be.
It seems like you say this, but like
but then you got smart
in this conversation, like in every topic, besides kind of like the food stamp one, and you still did fight me on that. It seems like on every point, like you don't take like the right-leaning position. You take like the modern Democrat position. Now, you could maybe argue that like you take a kind of
kind of a 90s Democrat.
Right, yeah, like a 90s Democrat sort of like right wing as you perceive.
A 90s Democrat was accused of being a Republican because Bill Clinton had a moderate.
Right.
Also, was it Trump a 90s Democrat?
As you perceive like the right wing as it should be, or the left wing as it should be. I don't know. I think that as in terms of the things that you like, the things that you got really passionate about, like we got to expand government spending overseas. Like this is really important. This is in direct opposition to
expand it. You just have to not destroy it.
Yeah, not so cutting like foreign aid and this kind of stuff has been like this is, I guess, maybe not depending on what you consider the war on terror to be, right? You can consider this to be foreign aid, like we're going to invade a country. But this has been relatively mainstream conservative politics going back for like more than a decade now. Like this is like we don't want we're dumping a bunch of money. This is like big government. And by the way, like we're spending a shit ton of money on food stamps. We don't necessarily have to. This is also big government. We talk about like Ronald Reagan. Like when it comes to there's some issues I have when it comes to the disabled that he did. But he did cut a bunch of shit.
We can't spend our time on this. We got to move.
We can do it later. We can do it one-on-one.
I just before Connor goes, I have to ask him like a 3-part gotcha question, and then maybe he can answer it.
Okay, but before he goes, so let's work our way down these super chats. They pay for this, and I thank the people who are doing that. Thanks so much. And also, this is past 11:30, so no one's held here. If you got to go, you got to run out of here. I understand.
Well, Doobie's going to hold
counter.
Wait, counter, you need to answer.
I'm interested in that conversation too, the electoral counterpoints one, because I used to be conservative too, so I'm actually really interested in that.
Okay. Stick around. All right. Lactoid. Maybe it was 500 or other languages they suddenly made regarding guys. Oh, it changes. Fuck. Okay. Thank you. I don't know. changes, languages, they suddenly made regarding dyes and other things, and also no actual link between Tylenol and autism. Indeed,
I don't remember what this point was regarding. Like,
I think you're saying that like autism could be by anything, right? I was about to say,
yeah.
There's 500 other things.
Because the go ahead.
When Lactoid is making the point of like, oh, if it turns out in whatever 5-10 years.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, sure.
Of course, you don't remember 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. But I can remember what the USDA says.
You can, and you can mischaracterize it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
I mean, read from it directly.
$10. Then let me clarify my point. Saving money is your first concern, and then your second concern conveniently allows you to save money, indicates it's not really a concern. I don't know what I was referring to.
When he was doing his three concerns, is like his first concern is not giving up money. His second concern is health, and then
my two concerns. I don't know what to say. Like how people's health does matter. Yeah. Like if you had like a scenario where like incredibly unhealthy food, but it was like $1 less than incredibly healthy food, then I would probably choose the healthy food. Like if the expansion was like high enough on both ends.
Lecto, do only like SNAP recipients' health matter to you? Because it doesn't seem like average Americans' health matters to you. Like they can be fat and whatever and stupid because they earn the privilege, but it seems like SNAP recipients, now their health matters to you.
Well, no, it has to do with control, right? Because I'm not going to tell another person what to do with their own property. But if they're taking money from me, I am justified in putting limitations on that. And my motivation for those limitations could be in their own best interest.
You individually, as if you're funding it, but like if it's a collective vote, not you individually.
I'm advocating for voting, which RFK it might do, remove a whole bunch of junk food from the list of what people can buy.
Would you libertarianly like remove ban alcohol? Like would the libertarian allow that for the greater good of health?
No, but I also be
for it. That's what I'm saying.
I would be heavily I'd be heavily opposed to food stamps being used to buy alcohol.
Sure, but I'm just wondering, like, would it be like a 50-50? Like, I would rather have it than not, or would you just be like a hill you're willing to die on? Like, how dare they take
people have the right to use their own property to make bad decisions for themselves. But if they're going to ask for my money, then I should be able to say you have to use it responsibly.
It wouldn't be their own property.
It is. They're buying alcohol with their own money.
No, I'm saying that if it's not available, you can make things not available to public, and it wouldn't be your property. You just can't buy it.
To ban it altogether.
Yeah, this would require force in stopping voluntary actors from doing what they want to do.
No food or unhealthy food.
In this case, alcohol specifically.
But, wait. The choice between no food or unhealthy food?
Or unhealthy food.
Oh, okay.
As far as like funding. So like if it was unhealthy food, because I know that you said your top 3 or whatever.
Top 2.
Your money, so your money and then unhealthy food or the health of Americans or whatever. If there was no healthy option and it was just unhealthy foods, would you still vote for the unhealthy food?
It depends what the risk of revolt would be.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's gonna be based on how high.
Fair.
Riot.
Okay.
Let's go to Alexander Wynn again. Oh, this to me. Hooray. $10. Prime. Do you think, or do you this?
Yes, it's definitely think.
Thank you. Do you think Kamala could have said anything else given they just overthrew Joe? And he was already pissed. She couldn't exactly distance herself from him. Was this better for Gaza? She could actually distance herself. That's what a campaign is for, right? To actually state what you are going to do. And it doesn't necessarily mean something. I've given a script for this, right? I've been asked this before, right? By dishonest actors like fucking Bam here, being a liar on this particular situation. But I literally given a script, so I can give it again, right? Hey, I'm Kamala Harris, right? So I'm like a fucking imagine me with like a lot less charisma and bigger boobs, okay? So I'd say, hey, Joe Biden, my president, who I worked with, was in a really tough spot, right? It's a really complicated situation within the Middle East, and he's balancing all kinds of objectives, right? Working with our allies, and also, of course, the humanitarian emergency was happening at the time, right? I understand the choices that my predecessor, Joe Biden, made. But I feel, right, looking at the situation, that I can see a different, better path forward, right? Understanding what was done previously and the necessity for that, still, I think there's a better path forward. And to end this conflict, right, and to find a more equitable solution, it will require us to force a ceasefire here. How are we going to do that? Well, we can use the tools that we have on Israel, right? Like we can use our leverage, and we have plenty of it against Israel. This is the list of things that I would do, the levers I would pull to do so. If Israel does not voluntarily get into a ceasefire agreement, this is what I do. I hope I don't have to do that to my ally, right? I hope not. But if so, I'm going to take care of this. The American people have been clear; they're not for this genocide, right? And I'm going to end it.
Why haven't you done it?
Just wait, real quick to the "was this better for Gaza" question.
Why hasn't she done what already?
Why haven't you done it already? If you think that
this is Kamala, this is speech for Kamala Harris.
I know. I'm saying that's the answer. That's the response, because they were already saying that every time she advocated for a policy.
They weren't saying that.
Okay, so I'm going to answer the question.
They always said, "Why haven't you?" Your memory is failing you.
So this is the answer. The whole "was this better for Gaza?" Right now, materially in Gaza, there is no difference between Trump being president and Biden being president.
This is following.
I'm gonna call
no. Everyone shut the fuck up. Everyone shut the fuck up. For a year and a half, for the first 70% of this fucking war, they were getting bombed, obliterated, dying. Buildings were being destroyed. They were being shoveled into small locations. And now they're still having the same fucking thing happen. Was it better for Gaza? No, the rhetoric from Trump is not better. But nothing was happening under the Biden administration. This whole act,
trying to deport them to Libya. He's trying to deport them to Libya.
Yeah. Listen, this whole act, as if Biden was any stronger against Netanyahu doing whatever the fuck he wanted, as if Kamala was going to be any stronger against Netanyahu doing whatever the fuck he wanted. Yes, there's more benefit or support from Trump. But materially, to the fucking people in Palestine, they're getting bombed just the fucking same. So this whole "was it better?" No,
that's not even true. I think there was a specific.
It is true.
I have an example. There was a specific bombing.
Say your thing, but I do have to keep going.
Yeah. Okay, you'll move on. Yeah. After this, there was a specific bombing that literally Netanyahu was going to do that was going to kill like thousands of people, and Biden told him, "No, you're going to have to drop leaflets and get those people moved out." Like,
oh my God, fuck you with the leaflets. Don't fucking bring up leaflets. Shut the fuck up about the leaflets. I don't fucking want to hear shit. No, you have to drop leaflets. I don't give a fuck.
I didn't say no. You're not dealing with what I said. I said that you had to drop leaflets, and they had to physically move people out of an area.
I don't care if that's what Biden said.
There was, okay. But he did it. There's action. There's people who
and then people still die. The whole leaflets thing, their houses, they're still dying. They're still dying.
I would like
after effects, starvations, and things.
Yeah, guys,
I would like to examine that situation.
I'm on a timetable here, so I kind of want to.
Let me. I'm gonna make it there. I promise. Okay. One. Thank you, grassroots hegemon. Again, guys, thank you so much for the support. Right. Fuck these guys wanting to hurry me along. I want to take all day to listen to your super chats. They're amazing. Anyway, grassroots hegemon says Josh Shapiro is still a strong left-wing candidate, but if you think you are going to win with an anti-Israel leftist in the general, you are being a clown. Friends Bam agree and probably Counter agrees with that too. But I can understand your perspective. I disagree with you. Thank you for supporting grassroots hegemon, even though you think I'm a clown. Alexander Wynn says $10. I think the guy in the middle on top point. Yeah, that's Bam. Black American made. On top's point is that the Democrats didn't take a lot of positions. They should have to pull in the middle because of the leftists that ended up not voting anyway. I don't even say going to the middle. That's not my point. I think there's the fake idea of a middle voter. I mean, Connor exists. I mean, so I'm not gonna say they're completely.
Dude, there's like five of us. All right.
Yeah, but I just say you just need to figure out who your base is and draw them out in droves. And I think pretending that leftists are the base of the Democratic Party isn't a good idea.
They're not. We got to take care of this, but we'll deal with that later. We'll have to have a separate conversation, right? And hope you guys will come forward. We're gonna have a separate conversation.
Pisco there too. We can get Pisco there.
If we can get Pisco, that's been wanting to yell at
that motherfucker for a while.
If we can get it. FQ Fairy Queen, thank you so much. Says, imagine AOC yells, "Fight like hell" outside Walmart. The homeless then steal bananas. I hope she's still around for this one. One, are we now a republic or a democracy? Two, is she incite an insurrection? Three, who's braver, the naked or the
They're naked now? Okay, all right.
Fighting like hell, baby.
We're in a banana republic. I think you've already established that. True. Did she incite an insurrection?
Can you insurrect the Walmart?
Right? And they fought afterwards. So I would say yes. Those are fighting words. She incited a riot. Three, who's braver, the naked looter or the wage cuck watching? The naked looter. I mean, I don't know. Like, look how much. If you guys weren't here last week, right? You know, like if the real ones who were here watched that as we all got naked, right? We all went topless last week. Look how much we had to like bully Lactoid.
He was cowering in his corner.
He was cowering, and it took him forever to get his shirt off. Right?
It only took $50 actually. He's pretty cheap.
He was acting all demure.
I got a feeling that it was one of one of your alts that did it too. It was a strong feeling.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh my god!
Look at that money.
This is what he does. He's behind the scenes with the fucking.
It was a politics server Twitch account, okay? Because I was too lazy to log into mine.
Knew it.
And then final super chat. And then you can ask your questions. Alexander Wynn says, $10. She had to end it with Israel has the right to defend itself because there's a stupid number of people on the left who think Israel should cease to exist. There's nobody saying that about Gaza.
Except the Israeli government.
The Israeli government saying that. That's definitely the case. Thank you so much for all the support, my guys. You guys are amazing. Lactoid, go ahead. Ask your question to.
Okay, so you're
to Connor. That was the first one, right?
What do we have something to Connor?
Yeah, I'd like Connor to answer my question about him being on the fringe of the Israel-Palestine issue in the Democrat Party and not leftists.
What were your stats for the Democratic Party?
So I compiled them for you guys and put them in the group DM. So I just go through them real quick. So right now, and these numbers were pretty close. I think it was like over 50% around election time for Democrats. But right now, 77% of Democrats believe Israel is committing a genocide. 25% support sending Israel more military aid. 51% of independents think Israel is committing a genocide. Only 28% support sending them more military aid. 20% of Republicans think they're committing a genocide, and 44% support sending them more military aid. Or wait, no, I'm incorrect. I'm sorry.
56.
Yeah. So 56%.
Did you mix up Republicans and independents?
Yeah. No,
okay.
it's
for support for military aid.
Yeah, that's 56 for Republicans.
Okay.
So my overall point is when people talk about this, right? Mm-hmm. The framing tends to be, it's the leftists in the Democrat Party that care about this issue. But I think the reality is the vast majority of the Democrat Party are opposed to the current Democrat representative policy in voting on this issue. And they have been for a long fucking time, since prior to the election, right? So it's frustrating for me when you guys talk about this as if, we're on the fringe, right? And only leftists and socialists and communists give a fuck about this, or or jihadists or whatever the fuck. When to me, I mean, I think just based on the numbers, you guys are the fringe. You guys who support Israel, support sending them military aid, do not think there's a genocide, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you guys are the fringe of the party, actually, that is fucking things up right now.
Well,
so I think this highlights a disconnect. The primary issue with the Democrat Party, I think, for a long time, is the disconnect with their base. I think they're just like you are disconnected with it from the base of the Democrat Party, which is fair because you're sort of a Republican. I think the Democrat Party itself, the leadership, is disconnected from the base.
Yeah, at the I'll try to summarize this as quickly as I can. So I understand that. I just don't. Maybe I just don't think Democrats or liberals or leftists actually will ever do anything. And what I mean by that is that if you actually wanted to take care of the issue, you would actually have to do like a military intervention. You would have to do like a UN or US-led military intervention into Gaza or Palestine. And that's not going to fucking happen. And I almost guarantee you that if you did polling on do you think the United States military should send U.S. troops to end the genocide in Gaza? You're going to poll less than 10%. And then same thing with like a UN resolution, probably less than 10%, less than 20%. So they can like say on the outside, like, oh, this is so bad, it's a genocide, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as like actual execution, I don't think they're going to do anything in order to actually solve the problem.
No.
So if you're saying that a lot of people are freaking out about Israel-Palestine, yeah, sure. But what the fuck are they going to do about it?
Okay, Connor, this is the issue though. So there's no leadership from the Democrat Party at all. No leadership from our
probably
government.
because they know that there isn't a realistic policy solution.
Hold on, but there
What
is.
would be
though.
the realistic
There,
policy
you can just stop protecting Israel in the UN. The United States has Biden did this. Trump
That's
does
not
this
going to
still.
happen.
Abandon
Why?
our allies.
Why though? Why?
Why is it not going to happen?
So understanding that the vast majority of the population is opposed to what the government is doing right now and what we're supporting and funding. Why the fuck can't our politicians represent the people?
Okay, so two and a half reasons, maybe 3 reasons. You might not like them, but I think they're true. Okay. Number one, we probably will continue to support the state of Israel for as long as it exists because they are so advanced technologically. They were one of the most advanced like military industrial complexes on the fucking planet. They also manufacture like high-end microchips. We don't want them taking the technology that we've already given them and the stuff that they're capable of producing and selling it to our rivals like Russia and China. And so if we alienate them completely, they are going to go to our rivals, right?
That's ridiculous.
We're cocked.
Number two,
Like, no leadership whatsoever.
Yeah, we're cocked.
This is not neoconservatism. Okay, this
Number
is you
two.
being a bitch for Israel.
Okay, number two. I told you weren't going to like them. I was still going to describe them
It's
as
just
I feel
true.
like
I'm
they're
just
true.
telling you. Like,
do you like
number
it?
two.
They're holding
Number
our
two.
leash, and we can't
Number
fight against
two.
them. So
Number
that's
two.
a tiny
Number
ass
two.
country.
I'm not done yet. Number two. Okay. So number two, the Jewish diaspora went 2 places after the World War II massacre. They went to the United States and they went to Israel. Okay. There is almost as many Jews in the United States as there are in Israel. And they, you can say that this is anti-Semitic conspiracy theory,
more
whatever.
Jews in U.S. than
They
Israel.
are not going to allow the state of Israel to be destroyed in the name of like American, I don't know, political independence. It's not going to happen. So, and then I guess
nobody's
Are you
suggesting
okay
they
with
would
these
be
things?
destroyed. Nobody's suggesting
What's that?
destroy Israel. Like that's
plenty
not,
of people are.
Okay,
No,
no, I
but
don't think
that's
plenty
not
of people are
the
doing this.
rational.
I think that's the actual fringe that you're talking about. That's the fringe.
No,
Prom just said send them to the Stone
hold
Age.
on.
Yeah,
I
fucking
disagree.
destroy Israel, right? So
I
the
disagree
reality
with
is,
you.
Israel exists.
All I meant
right?
there
And most
is
people
by
understand that Israel
defunding them.
exists, and what they actually want is for real pressure to be put on Israel to stop what they're doing and to accept the Palestinians as equal people, or to give them a state. Right, so that's what people want.
And morally, I agree with this. I just don't think it's going to happen.
The Israelis don't want that.
I know. Wait, Connor.
And
Connor,
this is
I
are
don't
you
know if
okay?
the Palestinians want it.
Is this because you believe our representatives are just totally owned by Israel? Like, is that you're actually like, we?
And you're okay with that?
Okay, then hold on. Then the issue isn't the left. The issue isn't the left or the fringe. It's that you believe that our government is corrupt, and rather than
here's
fight
the
against that
half.
corruption,
No, I don't think they're
you
corrupt.
enable it by
I
supporting
don't think they're
it.
corrupt.
It's fucking
Doobie,
disgusting.
relax.
Yes, you do.
Relax. No.
God.
Hold on, because here's the half. Okay. Because I was raised with this narrative as well. I'm probably older than all you fucks. I'm almost 40. So, anyways,
Jesus.
I was raised with this narrative. Okay. That World War II happened. The Western world ignored the Holocaust. They allowed 6 million Jews to be wiped out. As a result, the Jews landed in 2 places, the United States and Israel. Israel was established. I didn't learn about the Nakba. I didn't learn about Palestinian displacement. I didn't learn about any of that shit. I just heard that Jews went to Israel and they established the state of Israel, and it's a modern, Western, secular democracy with freedom and justice. And the Arab Palestinians who live there, they're all happy and they eat ice cream and they go get fucking hummus with their Jewish neighbors and all this bullshit.
All right.
I was told all that. So I was told all that. But the truth is that I think there's European and American guilt about allowing a third of the world's Jewish population to be
let's blame
wiped
the
out.
Arabs for it.
And so as a result, they're saying, hey, Arabs, you own all of the Middle East and North Africa. Go someplace else. And so they effectively believe in the Zionist narrative.
Yeah,
So-
because
so
they
you're saying
created
that they're corrupt.
because they created
Hold on,
the conditions
you're saying
to
that they're
cause it.
corrupt. Hold on.
Everything
You're
you're saying
saying
is
that they're
ridiculous,
corrupt in that they're just doing it for money. I don't think they're just doing it for money. I think they genuinely believe the post-World War II Zionist narrative.
Okay, so
they're cuffed.
Because wait, hold on. So I agree that this is a narrative that's popular in the U.S., right? I was raised Republican. I know exactly this narrative, right? I was raised with it too. It took me a lot of time to actually dig into this and figure out the truth, right? So I get that. But even still, even given the existence of this narrative, I showed you the numbers, right? So despite that, the vast majority of the population is opposed to this. The vast majority of the Democrat Party, almost 80% of the Democrat Party, thinks they're committing a genocide and doesn't want to fund this, right? So the narrative is I think over the last couple of years, given that I don't think they've been able to keep up with it with the Hasbro, right? I mean, yes, fucking 2 days ago, I saw the fucking video of a baby with her fucking guts hanging out, right, on a fucking hospital table, crying, and I can see her lungs and shit. Like, and to be clear, like I'm interested in the topic, so it's going to come up on my feed, right? So most people aren't going to see that kind of shit. But I think that the fact that that video is out there and it exists and it had hundreds of thousands of views when I saw it, like that's impactful, right? So I think that rather than like pretend this is, and this is what irritated me, right? You said this like the left and yada yada, but the reality is this isn't just the left or the fringe of the party. This is the vast majority of the party. And when you speak of it as if it's a fringe issue in the Democrat Party that leftists and socialists and communists, whatever the fuck, care about, and nobody else in the party cares about it, you enable the not only the genocide, but what I consider to be the corruption of our political system, which is our leaders, quote unquote, ignoring what their voter base wants and just doing what the moneyed interests want, or doing what the fucking pro-Israel lobby wants, or the evangelicals want, because it's going to keep them in power, right? I think that's disgusting, and I think we need to fight against that. I think this was Kamala's issue, rather than just like grow a fucking spine and be a leader and advocate for something, be strong, be like, hey, this is what I believe, and this is why I believe it, and this is why you should believe it. She just said, oh well, you know, that's sad. Yeah, she said the same. I mean, I posted something in the group chat, right? That group that little texting, that's Biden. That's Biden, like in May of 2024. And around that time, he was still sending them fucking weapons. So it means nothing, just empty platitudes, and they continue funding the fucking bombs. And my major issue with Israel isn't even the fucking genocide. Okay, there are plenty of shitholes in the world committing genocides and doing awful shit. It's their influence here in the U.S. That's what fucking drives me crazy, right? It's that we have politicians pushing like Anti-Semitism Awareness Act shit, right? To like curtail our free speech, to support a foreign nation, anti-BDS laws, all this shit fucking drives me crazy, right? So like, I think we need to like really confront that and deal with it as a society. And I think that when you call this a fringe issue, you enable the people who don't want that to happen.
Do you think that Netanyahu
and you lose elections?
So hold on, you could view this as a dodge if you want, and maybe we need to have a longer conversation when I'm a little bit less tired. But descriptively, all right, I'm not making a moral judgment right here. I think that you basically need a changing of the guard. If I'm around the age of 40, and I've described myself as like a tepid Zionist, and what I mean by that is like the state of Israel has the right to exist. I think a two-state solution would be ideal. Israel's doing fucked up shit, but I'm not going to like go out of my way to really.
Does any other state have a right to exist?
Israel has a right to exist.
Does any other state have a right to exist, or a country?
I think we should save this for a larger conversation. We need to save this for a larger conversation because
yeah, sure.
We're not going to be able to. Let's. I'm gonna literally create the group DM afterwards, and we can
answer that question.
Yeah. What, Doobie? Why don't we do this tomorrow?
Yeah,
tomorrow afternoon.
I want a group thing, right? Not just one or the other, right?
I want Lactoid to ask me a couple questions, and I want to go.
Okay,
that's what I want.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to, friend. Okay, so let's go to Lactoid, and then we'll wrap things up after that.
Okay, so would you describe yourself? You kind of harken back a lot to like the Republican of 20 years ago. That's sort of like more neocon. That's what you kind of put yourself as.
Sure.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm like a life centrist.
A life centrist. What is like? What do you like? What's the moral basis for your position?
So I think that the fetus develops a central nervous system around 18 weeks, and that at that point, since it has the capacity to feel pain, it's worthy of some level of moral consideration. I think that life should be protected after that point, particularly if it's viable. I think anything under 18 weeks should be heavily culturally discouraged, but I think it should be legal as a compromise with people who are pro-choice.
Do you think after 18 should it be illegal?
Yes.
Do you think it should be illegal because it's murder?
Yeah, I think it's a version of infanticide.
Okay. So and then I guess here's the potential kind of like juxtaposition here. You know, you are pretty upset about the cutting of U.S. aid and the deaths it's going to lead to. And you point out how like the Republican administration of late, is crazy, or in your words. But on this issue, the kind of modern day Republicans have made tremendous progress in stopping what you yourself would deem to be murder, and the Democrats have gone actually the other way around, right? So Tim Walz, who I understand you voted for as vice president, as governor of Minnesota, legalized abortion all the way up until the day of birth, with no medical exception or no medical reason necessary at all. Like literally in Minnesota now, you can just get an abortion for any reason or no reason the day before birth. So why would you vote for somebody who legalized murder in America?
Because
in your opinion,
that isn't. Hold on. Because because I'm not an idiot and I'm not a religious literalist, so I believe in like a deistic conception of God, but I don't think that the Bible is like literally true. I think it's probably mythologically or historically true in some concepts, but I don't think it's literally true. So I'm not basing my value system off of life specifically based off of scripture or based off of some interpretation of scripture. Okay, I'm evaluating the value of life. And by the way, I think that while a fetus is entitled, in my opinion, to some degree of like deference and personhood and valuing the potential of human life, I think that ultimately the experience of an aborted fetus at 18 weeks is probably akin to killing like a mollusk. It doesn't have like the conscious experience of like a complex human being in order to understand its own death. So it's fucked up, but on the scale of like, I also like conceptualize like animal rights and all that kind of bullshit. It's infanticide. It's a version of infanticide. So
the reason why I very specifically use the term murder, because
murder is unjustified. There's abortion that is justified.
Right. But I'm talking about when I asked you over 18 weeks, was it murder? And we know that Tim Walz legalized abortion for any reason, whether it be medically or justified or not.
I'll cut to the crux. Crux. So all I wanted to do was I wanted to clarify that I don't have the same objection to abortion that other pro-lifers have. Okay. I don't think that you hit like 18 weeks in one day and then boom, human soul teleports into the fetus. All right. So when it comes to this, though, you have to understand, you guys maybe don't understand it. Maybe the right wing doesn't understand it. Maybe the Trump simps don't understand it. I view the fake elector scheme in January 6, 2021 as an attempt to usurp the peaceful transfer of power within the Republic of the United States. That is a foundational threat to the way that we operate. Because if he's trying to steal the election, if he had succeeded, then that would have normalized theft going forward. And so as a result, the Democrats would have no incentive to tell the truth. They would have no incentive to play fair during elections. We are effectively incentivizing every president going forward to lie about the outcome of the election in order to stay in office. And so as a result, we're talking about, well, do we cuck out and just let whoever lies the best become president of the United States? Or do we pick up guns and defend the Republic of the United States? So for me, that is like the opening salvo of a civil war. And the fact that MAGA didn't take it that seriously, the fact that the Republicans have, they thought it was all bad until 6 months later when they realized that large swaths of their base didn't think it was that bad. And then they moved back to threatening the Republic. And then now we have people still joking that Donald Trump should run for a third term in violation of the 12th and 22nd Amendment. So you're saying like, hey, why don't you care about abortion? I do care about abortion. But what I do care about more is 330 million people who I call fellow citizens not picking up arms and murdering each other in the fucking streets. That's a higher priority.
So the reason why I'm asking this question was directly related to the comments that you've made a couple times now on USAID, where you very emotionally, I mean, I'm not criticizing that, but you very emotionally speak about like, this is leading to people's deaths. And this is why I wanted to clarify if you thought that it was like at least leading to a person's death, but I even asked a stronger question. I asked if it was murder. And this is why I wanted to clarify that initially. And so you kind of laid it out, but I mean, just to make it crystal clear, in your analysis, you would be more willing to vote for somebody who you think legalized murder in some ways than Trump because of the elector scheme.
Yes, but let me explain. Okay, let me explain. There are things worse than death. Okay, and what I think, like for instance, China. All right, I view China kind of as like a modern iteration of Nazi Germany. All right. They've conducted genocide. They do organ harvesting. They have an authoritarian police state. People are constantly afraid of being disappeared by their own government. They can't criticize their own leaders. They have a dictator for life. And so as a result, like Nazi Germany didn't die in 1945 and then the world was suddenly free. We had the Soviet Union, which we defeated in the year, like close to the year where I was born, which was an authoritarian police state nightmare piece of shit state. And then we still have Maoist China, which has reverted to state capitalism. And in my opinion, is an authoritarian nightmare on par with Nazi Germany. And so I view that as like something my grandfather fought, and both of my grandfathers fought in World War II. I have an uncle who fought, he didn't fight in Vietnam, but he fought during the Cold War. It is worth dying to preserve the free world. And so, like, you're saying, like, oh, you're giving me shit about 14 million Africans dying. Well, I'm giving you shit about that because you should, in general, care about people dying. But if you asked me, hey, Connor, 0 people can die and Donald Trump can become dictator for life and we can become China, or 30 million, 10% of the United States can die, but we will save the free world, I would spend 30 million lives on saving the free world.
And just to be clear, and you think that Donald Trump truly does, he's basically like some Xi Jinping kind of Chinese revolutionary. You think that he poses such a threat because of January 6th to like the establishment of democracy and et cetera, that like there's a certain number, I'm not even talking about like a certain number of lives that you're willing to be lost. I'm talking about like in terms of legal policy, passing something that you believe to be murder. Right, because this was also on the agenda of Kamala Harris. It's not an
existential.
And so if Kamala Harris, if Kamala Harris got elected, right, like I'm assuming, and assuming the Democrats won enough in Congress, they would pass a law that would legalize abortion in all states, which would expand, in your opinion, murder dramatically.
Dude, trust me, I fucking hate Democrats. You don't need to sell me like I'm already sold, dude. The fucking the way that Democrats talk about guns makes me want to take fucking screwdrivers and burst my own eardrums. Okay, I fucking hate Democrats in their like okay, I hate this because I have a lot of Democratic friends, but they're so fucking
keep talking. I like this.
And condescending and snide, and they don't understand policy, and they don't understand firearms, and they don't understand shit. But they're so fully confident that they know more than you that they will tell you something stupid in the most condescending voice possible while being totally wrong about it. I understand why people hate liberals. I get it. Okay. However, that being said, abortion, I would fight that in the culture at the ballot box, because I think I am capable of convincing even liberals, even Democrats, even Californians to eventually seeing the world the way that I see it, and therefore stopping infanticide. However, the one thing that I can't negotiate, I can negotiate what abortion is. I cannot negotiate whether or not we're still in a free society. If people stop working with me on trying to preserve the Republic of the United States, the Republic's dead and all bets are off.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate you engaging with this, honestly. And the last thing I'm going to say is that, you know, I think that so if you're a pro-lifer, and somebody other than you, like this is just the audience, if you're a pro-lifer, I think that you have a very solid basis to vote Republican and even vote Trump. Under the value of life, if you're a pro-lifer, right? If you establish these things. I think, what is it? The Guttmacher Institute?
That principle.
Yeah, I don't think Trump is going to destroy the Republic. And I
don't think he will.
But here's the thing. Okay,
if he could.
If it's murder, okay, again, if it's murder, what? It's like 25 million people dead since 2000? This is like multiple times the Holocaust.
Is it like 70 or something like
that?
No,
it's like 25 million. Guttmacher Institute puts it at like 1 in 4 women.
There's some like insane number.
Yeah, it's some crazy number. Like if this isn't like if you're pro-life, this is a industrial scale like murder on a scale that would embarrass like Pol Pot, right? This is like pretty wild shit. And so I think that if you are pro-life, like yeah, you know, if this is like a very important issue to you. Like I think that you're justified in voting for Trump over Kamala Harris, even with the USA stuff.
We can move on, but I just want to ask this question: do you think that a fetus under 18 weeks has the same value as a fetus after 18 weeks?
Do I think it has?
I'm asking you
same...
personally. I'm not asking like I'm not trying to do like a policy gotcha. I'm asking,
fine.
Do you think that a fetus under 18 weeks is the same as a fetus after 18 weeks, and or after viability? And do you think a viable fetus is the same worth as like, I don't know, like a 1-year-old?
So, just to preface, abortion is like probably the toughest issue for me. It is like been consistently the issue that I've gone back and forth on the most. It is very difficult for me to reason through it, and I basically go back and forth and present arguments, and I'll win certain arguments and lose certain arguments, and it's tough. Where I'm at now is I don't know exactly, but I think there needs to be like, I think that there is a line, and anything after that line is a person, and there is no person that is like, yeah, people can have like different economic value and everything, but there's no person worth so little that like killing them is not murder. Like killing them with them being innocent and doing nothing to you. So there's a line in which it's murder.
Okay, what I do, because maybe I'm temperamentally a liberal, so I have the heat map where I empathize with other things besides my immediate family, is that I conceptualize being like a zygote or a fetus or whatever and having the capacity for pain and consciousness. And I think that prior to 18 weeks, without a central nervous system, that is living tissue. And it probably understands pain and death to some degree, but it does not have a consciousness. Whereas after 18 weeks, with the beginning of the central nervous system, it effectively has a proto-consciousness. And so that's why you're asking for the line. I'm telling you that's why that's my line.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. The only problem is I want you to look into the science on that 18 weeks, because like the central nervous system, like it's not like a direct like line. In fact, it's developing quite a bit earlier than that. And so like I've also like grappled with this argument, and this was my position for a long time. Now I don't know what the fuck my position is, but my position was for a long time 8 weeks, because 8 weeks, that's when the frontal cortex begins to develop, right? And this is like when the kind of like the quintessential human begins. But I'm just saying, if you're pro-life, especially if you're a from conception pro-lifer, you have every reason to vote Republican if you care about their lives.
Okay, we'll end it here, but just quickly, because we have 2 more super chats, and thank you all for the support. Just very thank you, Starch Manning for $5 says, so MAGA is worried about the great replacement, CK approved, and southern border. Latin America is 85% Christian, so worried about more Christians.
They're brown Christians, though.
They're brown Christians, and so they don't like them.
Right.
I don't think, well, no one here would characterize themselves as MAGA, I don't think. But some individuals, I think there are a lot of members of MAGA who like don't think of it as like a religious thing, right? There are some who are, like Christian nationalists who might want more Christians, but then like Christian nationalism, if it's tied with the nation, who is and isn't part of the nation is a big thing, right? I think the Christian part and the white part override anything else. So it's a bit more complicated than that. But thank you, Starch Manning. Thank you seriously for the $5. And then finally, Alexander Wynn, of course, right? $10. Thank you, Alexander Wynn. Just to be clear, Minnesota abortions can only be done within good medical practice. If it is not good medical practice to abort a 9-month-old fetus just because it would still be illegal. Okay.
I have to really point this out, because I've looked into this extensively, and this was actually one of the main reasons why I knew I could never vote for Tim Walz, because I think he just straight up legalized murder. The law is very specific that it is a right to abortion all the way up until the day of birth, and the woman has to provide nothing. There needs to be no medical, she can just say, I want to do it. And she can go in and have like an abortion doctor who agrees to do it, and obviously do it with like proper medical tools or whatever. But there doesn't need to be any reason. The day before birth, it's now legal in the state of Minnesota, and a lot more than just Minnesota. There's like 5 or 6 other states that also have this rule.
I think Colorado and California have very loose abortion
laws.
God,
it is extraordinarily loose, and the Republicans in Minnesota specifically try to put in a requirement that would like make it a little bit harder by saying that like the doctor needs to evaluate whether there's like some kind of health like concerns first, or the doctor needs to like do something regarding health. I don't remember the specifics, but the Democrats voted them down on like even the most minor of restrictions. There's currently no restrictions.
Our dream.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you hear what Lactoid said about abortions in Minnesota?
No, I was actively zoning him out.
Post-birth abortions are legal in Minnesota.
Thanks, Doobie.
Beautiful.
No.
Thank you.
He's saying abortions are legal up to the day before birth,
Cool.
or I guess estimated date. Yeah, pretty much our position. So Tim Walls,
I hate you guys.
Incredible. Shout out to Tim Walls. Actually doing that. Getting rid of the friction towards abortion. We know the vast majority of abortion happens in the first term and the second term, right? And if a woman is forced to do so in the third term, right, it's because of extraordinary circumstances. And if we put barriers up, right, it means that women die right in the third term when there's some sort of emergency and they can't get out of clear whatever barriers are necessary, right? So we want to get rid of that friction. The chances of an individual just killing the baby because I guess I've
getting to like the 10th month, 9 months. That's not going to happen.
8 months and 29 days, right? And now I've decided.
And then baby daddy leaves, right? And then baby daddy leaves.
Shouldn't be. Listen, it shouldn't be legal.
And the baby
listen, guys.
And at that point, you've already like bought the baby supplies. You're playing the name and all that, right? And yes, there's an epidemic of women who are just going to get rid of.
There's women who could commit infanticide when they have 2 or 3 kids already, and their partner leaves them, and they have schizophrenia and shit.
What's the percentage of women that do that?
Appealing to the rarity does nothing for me. Murder is statistically rare. It's 2 per 100,000 people in Europe. It's 5 per 100,000 within the United States. We still legally prohibit murder.
I think it's all one. I'd say I'm even more, I guess, conservative on this point. I would say that, like, from the beginning, it's all murder, right? I don't draw a line. I'd say it's all not murder. Sorry, killing. Yeah, I always get to. I do that every time we have this conversation. I
was about to say
it's killing, right? No matter what, right? You kill the baby. It's a life. You're taking life away. It would have been a life otherwise. I'm fine with that. At the 1 week, at the 2 week, at the 3 week, I'm fine with using that if that's what you want to do, right? But still, I put the mother's life ahead, and so the mother's life, the mother gets to decide, and the third trimester. The vast majority of mothers want their baby. They absolutely want to have the baby, and they're forced not to. There's some sort of circumstances not to. Then we want to get rid of the friction because it's going to be a big ass emergency. It's going to be something huge. We want to get rid of that friction so they can get the services that they need. So I'll leave it there.
I think it would depend on what the medical parameters are that Republicans wanted to set forth in the when you're at 9 months. And I personally have to look into it more too, but because for me, it's like if let's say abortion is medically necessary at 9 months. I don't know why, but like let's just say that it is. If it's something where it becomes almost impossible to provide the supporting documentation to do so, otherwise it's like she's going to be thrown in jail for murder, or there's like insane if it's made basically like impossible to the point where even if we would all agree that it should happen, that it still can't happen.
Devil's in the details.
So I mean, I don't know that. I would have to read that myself, but I would be curious. So
I'm going to end it here. Thanks all. I mean, we had such a good conversation. We could have kept going. But thanks all. I got to thank my amazing panelists who I didn't come up with a topic this time. But I had such a big. I mean,
we didn't talk about it, but we did.
We didn't touch it.
I was wondering if you guys talked about it because I was late, but
we didn't talk about Jimmy Kimmel at all. Like I didn't even mention.
Didn't he come back? He's back, so there's really nothing to talk about.
He's back.
Yeah, did it, guys. We saved Jimmy Kimmel.
Look at that.
But we can discuss the implications of that some other time. But but I have such a great group of panelists that doesn't matter, right? We can find something to argue about. And it's always convenient when we have Lactroid to be a punching bag because he will always provide. No, but seriously, Lactroid's the king. And I appreciate him coming here and dealing with all the rest of us when he knows, especially, I wanted to be able to be more conservatives here. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But Lactroid's a real one, always here to help out and make this a successful panel. Thank you, Lactroid.
Prime, appreciate the invite as always. And to the rest of the panelists, thank you so much for arguing with me.
Thank you so much, guys. Before I can follow the channel, if you haven't done so yet. Follow the channel on YouTube or Twitch. If you haven't done so yet, don't leave until you do that. Follow the channel, please. Let's go to our friend Lactroid's still
a friend.
Yeah, Lactroid's still a friend, right? But our other friend Corey, thank you for being here as well, friend.
Thank you for having me. Always grateful to be here. I was pleased to learn that apparently Doobie wears Lactoid canceling headphones and talks out his audio. I want to get a pair of those. But yeah, this is great as always. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, Discord Campbell. Pleasure to meet you, Peach, Doobie, Connor, Ali, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Okay, let's go to our friend Ali. Thank you. You were super passionate today. Love to see it as always, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yelling at you guys on Mondays is one of my favorite things to do. But as always, thank you guys for participating in Free Palestine.
I'm going to save Connor for last. Next, Doobie. Doobie, thank you, buddy. This was a lot of fun. And yes, I want to make that. Let's maybe this week, depends on what your schedules are. I want to do that panel on the Democratic electorate and voting for Kamala Harris and all that stuff. But Doobie, I hope you'll be a part of that. I know you're a very busy guy, but your wife is not around, so maybe you'll be around.
Yeah, I'm basically free every day this week except Wednesday.
Okay, all right, let's make it happen. Yes. Works. All right, thank you, Doobie, for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Baby Peach, thank you for joining. You're great. Like I saw you on Wix panel. We had a good time there. I hope you enjoyed yourself here. I hope it wasn't too terrible. Yeah.
No, I had so much fun. Thank you so much. This was really great. I wish I could have been here earlier, and I feel like I could have said more too, but I had a lot of fun listening too. This was a really great time. Thank you so much for having me. I like talking about stuff, so, and this goes to everybody too. I would love to talk to either of you about I learned a lot of interesting things today. And a lot of fun conversations. So I'm totally up for it again, or if anyone wants to hang out later.
We'd love to have you back. I'll definitely send you invites in the future. You were fantastic. We'd love to hear more from you. And finally, my main man, Connor. Connor, one of the all-time MVP guests here, right? He's a little busy now, making money for his beautiful family. It's been expanding literally as we've been on air, right? Shout out to my man, Connor. We can only have him once a month, but every time, high impact. Every time our streams are memorable. We have great conversations. Love to have him here. Thank you so much, friend.
No, thanks for putting up with me. In case this was your first exposure, my name is Connor. I do have a variety of channels. I go under the handle Counterpoints. Counterpoints 40K is my biggest channel. I do Warhammer there. Counterpoints Politics is growing. And then I'm also breaking down Counterpoint Star Wars, Counterpoint Sci-Fi. So I'm now doing weekly breakdowns of science fiction movies and TV shows. I'm doing breakdowns of Star Wars as well in chronological order, even though Warhammer 40K is superior. And then Counterpoints Politics. I'm actually live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I am a full-time content creator. I'm live on two places, Counterpoints Politics. I'm also live on a place called Valor Media Network. Monday through Friday, I'm typically live on Valor Media Network. On Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints Politics. So if you enjoyed anything I had to say, even if you're a filthy communist or SOCDEM or lefty or progressive or dissident right-wing freak or groiper, I don't really care what you are as long as you're interested in kind of like pushing ideas back and forth and fighting like Lactoid and I. Lactoid and I viciously disagree on a whole bunch of shit, but I think he actually cares about what he says he cares about. And I think he thinks about what he cares about. So we're never going to agree. I'm going to give him shit about his motorcycle, but, he's funny enough. He's cool enough. So we'll do it.
So we're going to...
You got to try it.
What kind of motorcycle is it?
It's a Harley.
Just quickly before we end, hey, the show Gen V, right, from Amazon, the Boys spinoff, right, is back on season 2, right? One actor is missing there. That actor died in a motorcycle accident, and
at a young age, I believe,
at a young age, right? Extremely talented, handsome individual.
Although Lactoid's middle age doesn't apply to him.
I don't want that to happen to my good friend Lactoid, who I'm
a lot younger than you think.
I hope Lactoid takes that to heart and gets rid of his fucking motorcycle, because I don't want him to die a dumb, pointless stuff like that. We're going to
we got in one crash.
Only one.
And that was in like the first 3 months of ownership for him?
And I lived.
we are going to raid Straighter Raid. She seems to be live. We should see if we can get her on the channel. Doobie, you think we could do that? Do you think that's a possibility? You think she'd do it?
Yeah, I think she would.
Okay. All right. Well, let's raid her. And
had her on the channel before, though.
The whole panel, and we didn't talk about Destiny once.
Sorry.
Oh, Connor and I need to talk about Destiny tomorrow. Actually,
with you being here, I thought that was going to come up, but wow.
What does that even mean?
We got respect for
I talk
Prime,
about when he's relevant. Okay, if he's not relevant, I don't talk about him.
All right,
Okay,
1
well, I
p.m.
made
to
it out.
2:30 p.m.
But clear, he's a
tomorrow.
dumb
Let's do
bitch. Just to be clear.
All right, I need to go to bed. I parasocial
Bye.
love you guys.
Take
I'll
care.
see you later.
Well.